they rolled through everybody. Now they have Jwoo. It's like kind of even makes it more unfair for a lot of the other teams. And like me and Jake at one point were celebrating like half team fight wins. Like
team
it was
fight,
just
not
like
even
that one was
yeah,
close.
it was
Like they got
like oh man, they killed a player or two. That was a wild one. But yeah, I mean they're just unreal.
Yeah, it was rough. Then, of course, we also had a 5-map banger of a series in our second semifinals, VP going up against GK. Most of us picked VP to take that one. Alas, it was GK who came out on top of it. It was a bit of a surprise. I guess we can call it an upset, and now VP is finding themselves in the lower bracket with 1 foot out the door.
Yeah, they showed up on match day, right? And when it comes to playoffs, that's what counts. That being said, with how incredibly close that series is, or rather was, I expect to see, that there's a real possibility of a rematch even here in the playoffs, because as good as Twisted Minds look, it's really hard to imagine them not just qualifying in first. But the next 3 teams, like you might even think Alcad from their tough loss yesterday, oh, maybe they didn't look so good, but honestly, against other opponents, I think this next 3 teams actually could be really competitive.
You can't even judge Alcad's performance because it was against TM, right? So you're kind of like, oh, well, maybe against any of these other teams. I was really impressed from GK yesterday, kind of clutch up here in this game 5 and just kind of VP. I think we already kind of like said, like, oh, this is the second best team in the region, and maybe we slighted, Katsia and GK just a little bit. There really is a lot of great talent on those teams.
Yeah, I did love that. Basically, in that GK VP match, it was like an honorable Zarya battle, and it was VP that cracked at the very end and had to switch, or felt like they had to switch over to Margot. They did end up losing that series, and now, they're just 1 match away from being out of the playoffs. So everything on the line for Katsuya as well as VP in that lower bracket. Now for Twisted Minds, we've said it already, right? It kind of feels like a done deal to make it to Japan, but we've also said it looks competitive for every other team to actually get that slot. We have 2 slots available in order to make the to the finals of our playoffs. That also means that you make it to the Champions Clash in Tokyo, Japan.
Ultimately, so that's the prize that these teams are probably the most focused on, right? It's the opportunity to compete on LAN, on a global stage, in front of a massive audience. I mean, it's what esports is really all about. It's the heart and soul. So, I mean, that's an event that you can be sure that all the players are thinking about, focusing on qualifying for. And I think with Twisted Minds, the way they're dominating EMEA, it's like the other 3 teams, it really does feel like they're battling for second place, but it's going to be hard fought with a prize like that on the line.
I mean, it's also going to Japan, so I mean that's a pretty sweet trip. Overwatch is kind of like popping off in Japan, really kind of like last year into this year, so I'm sure that place is going to be packed. It's going to be an awesome time. I've never been to Japan, so I desperately want to go.
I've gotten the opportunity to go once, and it was hands down the best trip of my life. I also got engaged there, so that kind of that was nice, cherry on top. But I've always wanted to go. The people were amazing, the food was incredible, the country itself is absolutely wonderful, beautiful. So for us to take esports to Japan, take Overwatch to Japan, like, feels like Christmas.
Maybe Jake
honestly
will get engaged this time.
Someone has to get engaged. If you're in Japan, someone's got to get engaged. But you know what? We have a lot of people who can make that happen, as we're also looking at all the other regions which are fighting through their current qualifiers. We're kicking things off in EMEA and NA this very weekend. And then afterwards, Pacific, China, and last but certainly not least, the Korean teams will also battle for their spots in the Champions Clash.
And they really love their playoffs, huh? The Pacific. I mean, we're getting playoffs the entire rest of April, even into May, getting close to the Champions Clash event there in Tokyo. And then we have the season 2 update, I think, on Tuesday, right? So we'll see, if some of those balance changes get adopted, right? We have like the tournament realm that sometimes gets used and kind of like allow teams to practice a little bit more, and obviously Sierra entering the game as well.
That's right. Blizzard did announce the new DPS hero Sierra, which will be joining us with the upcoming season. So we get our eyes on some of the gameplay right now. Any initial thoughts you're having, Jake?
I'm really interested to see how she fares in competitive play. I think a lot is going to ride on the impact of tracking dart, right? Like, this seems like a really powerful way to punish supports and DPS in particular. And so if she really does feel like that effective flanking duelist, we could see her have a lot of impact. I'm just curious to see. I mean, there's a lot of mobility, a lot of seeming skill potential expression on this kit, especially the primary weapon. Pretty interested to see a mechanic where the longer you shoot, the more accurate you become, like really benefiting players who can hold that tracking for an extended period of time.
Yeah, I'm curious, Jake, to see how much ammo she has in the clip, right? Like if she like, let's say it's like a 20, 25 bullets, right? Like, maybe the sustained pattern and just kind of how it actually gains in accuracy over time isn't that impactful. It's like 40, 50 shots, right? Like something like along those lines. I mean, that could be quite devastating. But yeah, it looks to be like an awesome hero, just kind of like another, maybe in the vein of like a soldier type of world where you can have this like a assault rifle to kind of put consistent damage down.
Yeah, but then you also have like those cool mobility features, right? Like you can grapple towards your drone, so we get some nice clips there. Very Widow grapple into headshots reminiscent. So I'm very interested to see what our pro players will be doing with Sierra once she's joining the gameplay, and whether or not we're going to see her potentially at the Champions Clash, right? But that's still some weeks away. So we that very soon. Now let's talk about today's matches, because we are starting with there we go, with the VP and Katsia. So we're starting in the lower bracket, meaning one of these teams will be out and the other one gets to continue their run in the lower bracket to fight for their playoff lives. And then afterwards, TM and GK, they are fighting for the first spot, not just in our grand finals, but also to Japan.
Yeah, I mean, Jake, this first game is crazy, right? There's no way we get kept not going to another international.
Oh,
right?
Come on, don't put that kind of.
I was about to say, did you just manifest that?
That is brutal. That is so brutal. I mean, to be fair, like no one would have thought EMEA or VP rather would find themselves here on an elimination game, like right off the bat, essentially in playoffs. So it's scary for them. They had a pretty solid, like they're second to Twisted Minds, but they look solid, a 4-1 scoreline. It looks like the road is pretty clear for them. But I mean, EMEA has just been such a competitive region. The play has been so strong here. Not shocked to see Katsia and GK putting up a fight. Still give VP the favorite in this opening match, but I think you would be making a huge mistake to underestimate Katsia just because Twisted Minds, kind of took him to the cleaners yesterday.
Couldn't agree more. It's definitely still out for debate, or up for debate rather, which teams we will in fact be seeing qualifying for the Champions Clash. I know what skins we will be seeing at the Champions Clash. Pretty sure most of our players have been copying their Elysian Keeper crowdfunding mega bundle already, because look at these skins and everything else that comes with it. Get yours
if we get the Champions Clash and players are actively using these skins in game, so we're seeing some Ryan, Lifeweaver, Wu Yang, that would be a wild turn of events.
That's right. And if you get that bundle, you are actively supporting the Champions Clash. Keep that in mind.
We also got a giveaway. Scan the QR code, man. You can just get this for free. I want to bring back the Lifeweaver Zen comps, man. That was too much fun. I feel like that, Zen got a little buff. I feel like it's
this is coming from the biggest Lifeweaver hater. You were never a Weaver believer.
Well,
what happened?
They buffed Weaver about 15 times. And I think that makes Weaver
we just need one more. We just need one more.
One more. And he's back. Let's talk about our first match, our first series of the day. They are fighting for their playoffs life. VP going up against Katsia. They did play 3 weeks ago, but that's when the Katsia roster was still kind of putting their pieces together, right, for the regular season. You guys were on the mics for that one. I'm sure you vividly remember everything that transpired.
Well, I mean, you can kind of see here through the footage. This is like when Katsia was messing around with some Domina. If you remember at the beginning of I think the stage, they were saying, Vestola was they were trying to play a lot of Domina. They were playing some Orisa, and then I actually think we never saw it again after this match. I think they just kind of put it away for good. So I think they've definitely improved since then.
Yeah,
right.
I think
week one match, always a little experimental, so
yeah, it's not going to tell us much. What I will say is Psycho was absolutely him yesterday. they might have lost, but Psycho is an absolute demon, especially down the stretch in a high-pressure moment. So if there's going to be a player I'm watching here in this match, it's going to be what he can do on the Tracer. It's going to be a huge impact role for VP. And, for this squad in general, right, this is now do or die. And so there's never a better time for a player to really step up and take over this game, build that head of confidence. They got to win more matches now to make it to Japan.
And today's a different opponent, right? Yesterday, we saw them mostly just playing on that Zarya and Tracer composition at the very end, like on map 5. They did then finally bust out the Maga again, which is something they've been playing around with throughout the last couple weeks. Now, their opponent, Katsuya, whilst VP were challenged to go the distance and technically show us different looks, even though that's not really what they did, Katsuya really didn't get to show as much. I think you can take very little away from their match yesterday against Twisted Minds. It was a beatdown. How do you bounce back from that?
I mean, I think everybody in the region's probably resigned to losing to Twisted Minds. Maybe they feel like they can win a map or so, but I think everybody kind of understands it's going to be a little bit of a loss. Look, I mean, Taejung trying his heart out the other day, but I mean, it's going to be a really tough go here against VP, right? As Jake was talking about, Psycho was unreal the other day.
I will say, again, I don't want to discredit them. TM is built different. I think you're right that probably teams recognize that, a loss to Twisted Minds in the form they're in right now, it isn't really going to tilt your team, because it's look, that's a bridge to cross another day. They're on a different level, frankly, than the other teams in the region. You can still come out of that and feel like, hey, Virtus Pro is beatable. You need to come out. You need to have a very strong game across the board here for Katsuya. Definitely going to be an interesting one for Vistola, right? To be playing against his former squad. Aizam and him were kind of sharing playtime. Looked like at the end of last year, Aizam kind of got the nod and obviously still on the roster. So a bit of a grudge match, I think, for Vistola, an opportunity to kind of prove himself. That being said, VP, they don't want to let this one slip away from them. There's a reason they're 4-1 in the regular season. It might have been different comps last time these two teams battled it out, but still got to look at the players for VP and think they have a very strong chance here.
Absolutely. And they want to prove themselves, right? If you're coming off of a loss from such a close series that they very much could have won, I'm sure you're extra motivated. Now, also, of course, with one foot out the door already, they want to stay in the competition. If you look at the predictions for this one, I'm going to give it to VP. And I honestly don't even think it's a close one. I think GK poked the bear here, and VP are going to come back with a vengeance.
I mean, it would be really difficult to pick against VP in this scenario. I think we end up kind of seeing them rematch GK eventually. I got VP in this series.
Yeah, I had to go the same way. It was different comps last time these two teams matched up, but I still think VP are pound for pound the better team. Katsuya, that said, a big day for them, and individual players could potentially swing this one. I just don't see it. I think VP is going to be a strong opponent, and I think they're even going to make it to Japan despite the loss to GK yesterday.
Absolutely. Well, this is for all the marbles. It's elimination day as we kick off day 2. Guys, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Zoe. And as we get into this opening pick on Control, it's going to be Lijiang Tower. For Virtus Pro, I think this signals a return to what's worked for them before. I think this series and the way the meta is going in EMEA is going to be a lot of Zarya, Tracer, Emre, probably Lucio Kiri as well.
Yeah, I mean, Jake, we talked a lot about VP, right? And kind of their loss yesterday, GK. If there is a path for Katsuya to win this series, what do you think it is? I know we did see GK play pretty well in the Zarya mirror against VP, and then VP tries to go Maga at the end, and GK was able to stop him. What do you think for Katsuya, if there is one, as a path to get a victory here?
Well, they're going to open with a Tracer pan, which is a lot of respect on Psycho. To be honest, on a map that is particularly strong for Tracer, I think this opens the door to potentially playing some Pharah. In the past, we've seen, Pharah really come out on Lijiang Tower in particular, and Tracer is typically the responsive counterpick on DPS. At this level of play, you're already going to play something like an Emre, so I expect to see Pharah be pretty important here. For Psycho, I don't sort of think of that hero as the ideal one in his pool, so it might be more comfortable for Katsuya. VP taking away the Juno, just ensuring that hey, this is going to be a Lucio Kiri battle. That's going to be, they want to stabilize things in the comfort zone for them. So Katsuya are the team kind of throwing a monkey wrench into the meta, which makes sense as the underdog squad. they might even try to go for some of these greedy poke comps, like maybe bring out the Iliari on something like Night Market, but it's Lijiang Tower in the end. It's kind of hard to make those styles work on at least 2 of the 3 of the maps.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I think how the series ended yesterday for VP, not ideal. I also think, like losing when you don't have like Landon on Curie and he's like unreal at that hero, like definitely kind of hurt, like feels a little bit bad, right? I know they're trying to play, I think it was like Juno Brig yesterday with like the Maga. I think they don't need to even kind of pull that stuff out in the series. I think they could kind of play that Zarya head to head. And I think Katsia probably will just do it. And I think you would definitely favor VP in it. But the Tracer ban is quite interesting off the rip. I definitely think that could maybe swing things slightly over towards Katsia. And then I think you got to have to look at like that hit scan battle and see how that's going to play out in this one. I thought Kev played pretty well yesterday against Geekay and Labda specifically, but like Labda really kind of like popped off at the end. And that kind of helped Geekay get a win.
Yeah, I think he kind of get edged out actually in that matchup. I do think Labda's hit scan, who earns some serious respect from me in the EMEA, like is a very heavy hitter. Aiden, Taejong have been, I think, the bright spots for Katsia, like the DPS lineup is a key part of their success. And with Tracer banned, it's sort of an opportunity, I think, for especially Hitscan to shine potentially and Flex DPS to show that flexibility. Being tasked now without probably the top hero in the meta for that pool.
Yeah, it's Tracer. We've seen Tracer kind of like take over for Vendetta, like at least this weekend, right? Like we haven't seen a ton of the Vendetta. It's really been a lot of Tracer. So maybe this brings back some of those like Zarya Vendetta comps, at least here on Lijiang Tower. Definitely a possibility. You could also potentially see Psycho play something like the Pharah, like you mentioned, but still a lot of time, both teams probably hovering over some type of like Zarya shell. And hey, Jake, just like yesterday, get a little bit of a pause action here right off the rip. Why'd you sigh and give that big smile? What's up with that?
I mean, you just throw it just like yesterday on us with our massive pause shenanigans. But hopefully we're going to be just quickly resolving this one, being able to get back into the action, get your DCs out of the way right as the first.
Yeah, that's true. If you get them out now, you're in a great spot.
Yeah, obviously it's not going to happen again. Knock on wood. I'm knocking on wood, chat. If you can hear this, I'm knocking on wood.
There's no shot it happens again. I would almost guarantee we're not going to have another pause for the rest of the day. That is
man.
Like I'm just cursing us constantly.
Right now,
I literally don't have any.
You got the wood.
I don't have any wood. This desk I think is somewhat of a fake wood, but I guess that's still. Yeah, it still resembles it. So a little bit of time before we actually kind of get into this one. We got a little debated there at the start, but I think both these teams just kind of roll out and play a lot of Zarya. I don't think we're going to see. I mean, if there's a team that kind of messes, I was going to say like could Katsia try something a little bit different, right? If you're VP, we saw them like insta-lock Zarya basically the whole day up until they're like map 5. So I think they're kind of fine playing that Zarya look.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be getting back into the action here on Gardens to open up Lijiang Tower here. Elimination on the line between these two teams. Virtus Pro, they might have been 4-1 in that regular stage round robin. Katsia 2-3, but it doesn't matter now. It's all about this match. Who can win today? And a map 1 win would be exactly what the doctor ordered for Katsia. And it looks like they are going to open up.
Hold up.
With the Iari.
Yeah, Ilari with a Kiri with a Pharah in the mix. So both of the DPS, Flex DPS, not going over to the Vendetta. They're actually going to go over and play the Pharah. Kev will take out the Pylon, and I don't know why. I don't know why I guaranteed it. That was a silly. That was such a silly guarantee. I will take partial responsibility for this. I think you also should take some responsibility because you are here as well.
I did make a joke about it. It was my bad.
I 100% jinxed it by guaranteeing that we would not have another one, and then immediately within the first 10 seconds of the game getting another one. That is somewhat my bad, I believe.
I like the Ilari comp. I think it's interesting. In the end, though, I'm a little worried about it, especially on this map, right? There's a lot of these like close corners. It's hard to get the space to work with. And even when you're defending the point, it feels like the attackers can like approach from White Room, put some pressure down on the objective, and just doesn't. I just don't feel the oomph on this map. I think if you're gonna play it here, though, you almost certainly are gonna play it on Night Market.
Yeah, so, you're gonna keep playing it, right?
Yeah, and you can maybe get some of the perks online for the later rounds. But there's stuff like Control Center where You could try, but it feels like the Lucio is just.
I mean, I don't know if it'll produce.
You are
great
allowed
results. I
to
think,
try.
yeah.
You are allowed to play
Yeah,
whatever you want.
here in Night Market, I feel like that'll be kind of the so we're gonna give the players, most of the time they need to be able to kind of get those ping issues sorted and make sure everybody's kind of on an even playing field here.
Yeah, this is one of those things where you don't want to be, throwing caution to the wind here. Like you said, this has been like the work of the last couple months here, grinding towards this moment. The first major tournament of the year here in a big year for Overwatch esports.
Dude, doesn't this always happen with VP though? I think maybe the ping issues here were on the side of Katsia, but then wasn't that how was it Gen G or Peps got in like somebody was lagging really bad last year for VP? It seems to be something that may just happen in their matches, because we'll take a look at the bracket here as the one we're currently in, VP Katsia, which is getting everybody from Katsia back into the lobby, and then obviously making sure VP is all set to go as well. And then after this, we'll have that Twisted Minds versus GK game. We'll see what happens there, right? I mean, Twisted Minds, it's a lot of 3, a lot of 0 in a lot of their games, really every single game that they've done this stage. But hey, maybe there's a chance that that one gets a little spicy.
Yeah, I mean, they're absolutely looking to go flawless here. I think all the way through the EMEA playoffs. Definitely, it's up to any other team to really change that narrative for Twisted Minds. That being said, VP, Alcad, maybe it's some ping issues, but you know what? They're doing it for you, the people. Chat, make sure your accounts are linked. You are, I mean, you are absolutely sleeping if your account is not linked at this moment. We have drops, we got VP skips, we got Winton skins for the people, we got loot boxes for the people. Bro,
yeah, I mean, we our stream, lots of co-streamers out there, right? You kind of like farm these drops. I'm getting close. I think I have just about all of them. I think I was just claiming all my competitive points as well for the double drops. We're double dipping in terms of drops at the moment, so we're eating good in all of these, Jake.
Yeah, these you got to get your loot boxes, and you got to be rocking the fresh OWCS Winston. I'm here for the all orange style, man. What about you?
Yeah, the orange is pretty good. I think it. Hey, we're getting right back in the game.
Even better.
Yeah, that
even
orange
better
though.
Than a Winston
yeah,
skin.
when you're playing Winston and you just kind of explode into the skybox, the orange looks really good flying through the sky. As it'll be Katsia here who's trying to get over the bridge, and they take out Kev. Kev just trying to put the pressure down onto the point. It'll be VP in control of it, but for not long, Jake.
Yeah, great move out into the open. Katsia sense weakness. They're able to charge forward. Kevster just not able to get the resource at that moment. Getting a first control is definitely a big win for the Alari style. Now we're going to see how that retake ends up looking here. With Tracer out of the mix, it's a little bit more awkward to punish the Alari. I mean,
it's slow, like, right? I mean, just slower in terms of actually kind of getting in and making a play. But yeah, like to punish the Alari, I mean, Gala can play so far away and put pressure, onto Psycho that obviously Taejo's not dealing with in response.
Yeah, and the spam definitely heavy here. Kevster makes his way over to the point. Pressuring here is going to be crucial because Eisnam keeps trying to cross the bridge here. A typical play for Zarya. He seems to have done it for now. Going to start to put some pressure on, maybe break that pylon. The cap is starting to be threatened. Landon working together here with Eisnam, but Taejong finds the kill here on the off angle, takes down Psycho. Maybe though the brawl in this side room is going well. Eisnam getting low. Vestola needs this kill. He does find it. That being said, the point is flipped. It's enough players online. Even Fixa finds it gone far where this one could get weird. Like the spawners could come back.
Where did everybody go? It's like they end up flipping. Oh, they're going to rush. It's going to be rushes from both teams here, Jake. But Vestola still being alive, 100 energy. This is going to be difficult to get him off the point.
True, but you already have the flip. I mean, you don't necessarily need to drop him, but Psycho goes a little bit too deep, gets beamed down, and with Graviton Surge online, Gala finding that kill. This one does look like a foregone conclusion here for the end. So this point is still absolutely winnable. I do think the beat timing potentially huge for Fixa. Vestola needs to be clean with the grab, needs to force that beat out and ensure that there's not much offensive potential. Because if you do kind of get that beat and swarm over the backline, Katsia don't have the best responses.
Yeah, I mean, dude, VP gets kind of fortunate that they're able to flip, right? I mean, you'd be just kind of like hightailing it back there, desperately trying to get a touch. It'll be a Captain Sun here. Gala gets up in the sky. And if he can connect with anything, just kind of launches over towards the point. Nobody actually ends up falling for that as Kevin
Great
really rough
bubble.
spot. Nice nade though in a bubble.
Yeah, the bubble saves him. Grab comes in, but it's only onto Eyes now. This is what we talked about. It's not going to be good enough for Katsia. First of all, still healthy. They're going to commit the grab with their own. The barrage protecting for the moment from Tajon, but as soon as it expires, Psycho cleans up that kill. Vastola likely soon to drop as well. If he gets out with his energy, though, jumps over the gap here. Could be nice. Aid is going to take a quick hop off the map, take the reset, and Gala over to the Lucio. Does not want to try and face a retake with that Illari, but the ult bank is completely dry for Katsia.
Yeah.
50% on the point, 50% to Surmajed's rush is not a great spot for Katsia.
You know, you're not in a position to farm up this rush, right? Like, it would just take so long, you would imagine.
It'd be close if you try to play it slow. Some spam over the top from Tajon, putting nice pressure in. Here comes the barrage. Cleanse, though. Great from Surmajed. Keeps Vastola up. In the end, though, the follow-up is there. They collapse on the tank of Katsia. Virtus Pro, prime position to close out this opening round of control. Now Katsia have to take a quick reset and come back in, but this comp isn't the best. You might need to deploy like a Zarya bubble on that Pharah just to get the OT rolling. And Landon has a faster Kitsune rush.
Yeah, I mean, no, with no Tracer here, it's going to be really difficult to get a touch. It looks like it'll be Taejon who kind of goes over the gap there. Maybe it'll be the one that sets up, triggers OT. Surmajed does end up kind of getting this Kitsune rush. Let's see how it pans off. Gala dangerously low, and he's not able to stay alive.
Oh, Gala just got absolutely dominated by Psycho. Conked off. He goes like a hyper wall ride into the pit. And I
He
mean, that
exploded.
ultimately, that's the problem, right? Even with the rush, you're trying to come through a choke, and you really just don't have flanking potential. Farah, like, really can't go on an off angle there. If she's on her own, she's just going to die to the Emerald. There's like no way to take that fight. And so you end up just all coming through the same choke point into a wall of spam, and a perfectly placed conk from Psycho even further disrupts the play. So great execution to hold on to the point from VP. The Cheese Illari to open the map doesn't work out that time for Katsia, but we're going to Night Market, and if they liked it on Garden, they got to try it again here.
Yeah, it feels like you're at least going to try it off the rip, and then maybe there's a little bit of a faster swap over to the Lucio where it's going to be both on Sim here. They'll just, TP out and then go over to the Pharah. So it will just be the difference of the Illari in the mix here. But with both teams taking the TP out, you're not going to lose a lot of position here for Katsia.
I really like this from VP. They've been taking this left side angle now, which is not the conventional way to play this map, but they anticipate the Illari. They're clearing out the side angle. The Illari's going to be forced to the back of the point here, which is not a good position for the hero. You kind of want to play from outside typically. And so I like that VP have isolated this angle, but Katsia are contesting it. They're not giving it up for free. Opportunity to chase down Aid presents itself. Kevster makes quick work of that, and now Katsia on the point, but down one. It doesn't look great for them.
Yeah, he was over there kind of like playing with the mega held back, and he just gets ran down. It looks like potentially wasn't, aware that the push was coming in from VP, but now it looks like Katsia just trying to get everybody out as safe as possible. So Vestolo's going to gain some charge out of this, pretty high on the Zarya for Katsia. As soon as 80 gets back, they're going to try and make another push here, but without that Lucio speed, obviously going to be working pretty slow through the mid.
You got to be cautious. VP are going to play defensive on the point here. There's always opportunity for them to get aggressive with the speed boost. They're going to be doing just that now, stepping up to the front. Taejon looking it over the top, wants to find a kill, maybe punishing Psycho on this far, but he plays so for now, and it's a full package. VP back into their own spawn. Now they're repushing, and Vastola is low. Need to touch this point, though, to prevent the flip. And Izam just doesn't have the HP to hold on to it. So actually, Katsia kind of box out, just take the point for free. Ultimate's coming up soon here for VP. They're looking to farm up those last few percentages before the re-engage, but Katsia running the clock now in control. Grab comes in. Maybe it's going to be good enough, but the damage from far is not there. Oh, Vastola throws the grab in, but he falls just after. There's not going to be any damage to follow that up. Izam dominates here on the point.
I mean, that's brutal to end up using the grab there from Vastola. You could have ended up at least holding on to it and then getting the beat out in the next fight. But now, I mean, with no grab, I guess you would have an advantage of like having the rush here. But still, you would have loved some of those ultimates to kind of fight back if you're Katsia in the next upcoming fight. Nice shot here from Taejon. He's putting a lot of nice direct shots into Psycho. Just one rocket short of finishing them off.
Comes override protocol. Kevster has a great angle. B comes in as well. They need to find a catch. This Katsia backline, but the rotation looks really good for Katsia. Captive Sun zones a lot of players away into the corners, and Katsia rotate away from that fight onto the point. Kevster now between a rock and a hard place, but the bubble could turn the tides. Vastola now flanked and surrounded, but Taejon's barrage does enough. Drops Eisner. And with that, as the dust settles, Katsuya, they control the point in the mid-fight. Beautiful rotations from a team without a Lucio.
Yeah.
Outmaneuvering Virtus Pro. That's just well executed from Katsuya. You got to give them credit for that fight.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have obviously the beat is used there for VP, so you don't have like a lot of that sustain there for Katsuya. They're still able to kind of find a way out of it. Nice shots from Taejong there, just kind of that conk through the choke, just trying to separate some players. It's going to be a barrage there. No way they're going to be able to keep Estola up through Psycho's barrage as he gets right onto the point. They just kind of out-rotate Katsuya. And this one could actually, that fight actually could end up kind of ending it there, Jake. I mean, you're going to get like 80+% here. You're most likely going to have a rush for this next fight. Gala going to Lucio just to make sure they get back. So that is a fast flip there from VP.
Taejong goes outside to the point here. Virtus Pro looking to be very aggressive, but a nice touch from the Pharah. He's going to pull some resources from Virtus Pro back from the choke. Makes an opportunity here for Katsuya to step up. But great angle from Kevster, putting in these big damage shots. Taejong is going to be struggling to get into the fight now. And the Kitsune Rush available for Landon, and already Fixa has found aid. Maybe a death blow here to Katsuya on map 1. Landon finds another, and the rush on point is just dominating them. Taejong, the last man standing, won't be able to last much longer, and Virtus Pro go up 1-0 in the series. The Alari idea, you could see some of the vision. The execution was good, but in the end, good old-fashioned speed boost, man, just gets the job done.
I think it's just showing the power of Lucio, right? Being able, when the other team doesn't have mobility, especially with one of their players in the back line, being able to just kind of like run them down. So strong. Fixa only one death throughout this map, so really strong play from the Lucio there of Virtus Pro. As you also saw Landon play the Kiri at an extremely high level. It did feel very odd though, without obviously Tracer in the game, right? We saw Tracer being so impactful yesterday, especially on control, able to kind of constantly go on flanks, get touches, just a little bit of a slower brand of Overwatch.
Yeah, you could see why. Like the Pharah from Taejong actually seemed really confident and definitely like a conceptually a good idea for them. But in the end, I mean, Psycho held his own and survived the Tracer ban, which clearly is targeted at him as an individual. I mean, I honestly don't even hate it considering the showcase he was able to put on yesterday. But you expend it here, you go for kind of a cheeky cheese. And the downside in a meta that has stabilized as this one is if you're the team who needs to kind of get the opponent off of what's the strongest comp, and you're kind of forcing things to go away from that, you're running uphill, right? It's not unwinnable. You can do that, but you're just enough off the meta to kind of make things awkward and try to get an edge, but not enough off the meta a la a Dallas Fuel to really put the opponent in like a chaotic state, make sure they don't know what really to do. It felt like VP had some great moves in that series as well, like the rotations with the Lucio, chasing down, like a lot of times they're just winning fights because they essentially chase down one DPS, kill them off, and go cap the point. Like it's not crazy, it's not going to show some extreme stat disadvantage, but you get some two very, very solid round wins off the back of those plays.
Yeah, it's also not like horribly complicated, right? Like, hey, their Pharah is on somewhat of a flank, we have speed, let's go take a 5v4 and just kind of run them over. Where now thinking about Katsuya, right? Yesterday, I believe they took us to like push and flashpoint. We're like the two back-to-back. Opportunity to do that here. Okay, so let's take us to Havana. So a little bit of a different change up here for Katsuya. A few different, like this also worked out pretty well for double flex. I do wonder if you're Katsuya, like, would you even consider maybe getting rid of the Kiri, right? It's so good from Landon on VP, and like you could also kind of play some other different kind of combinations with that Katsuya backline. Maybe that's a pick they look at, but what does the Havana pick speak to you about?
I think you're absolutely right. I agree with that analysis exactly right. I think the Kiri ban is the one that opens the door to the double flex support comps the most. Could consider a Lucio ban. However, I think like something like Kiri Juno is still a really good option even without Lucio available. You still have that speed for initiates. You have a lot of, direct healing throughput to the Zarya. In the end, it's like the cleanse, I think, makes Alari's job really difficult, as well as Kiri's ability to like TP to a DPS and 2v1. But it's actually going to be a Lucio ban and a responsive Zarya ban out of VP.
This is probably what, Juno break with a Maga? Is that what we're thinking here?
Maybe
from VP, yeah, and just kind of like forcing him to take that.
Could be Maga. It could be like just Diva or Sigma though, because okay. So to me, things get really awkward when you ban, especially Lucio. Trying to run people over gets really difficult because, yes, Juno has a speed ring, right? And she could still like initiate. But in the end, Lucio's way more than just the speed, right? He can like get behind people, he can boop them in. And so against a Sigma, right, for instance, it's a very different matchup. Juno is like not really a threat to a Sigma, where Lucio can get on top of you. Sigma actually gets booped
past his
farther.
shield, like
Sigma gets booped farther than other tanks because he flies. That's an odd, interesting fact about Overwatch. It's actually how it works. For whatever reason, he gets booped farther than other tanks, even before the knockback changes.
So VP on here on offense, at least for now. We're gonna see Psycho switch. It probably the Vendetta here, or maybe Tracer. Yeah, so Tracer. And they have to play the D.Va here. I think this is pretty decent for Katsia on the defensive side of things, right?
I kind of like their comp. I'm not such a big fan of this reaction here because I think Vendetta and Sig can put a lot of work in on Icenom. So pressure on Icenom, but a Brig rally is going to really change the story, right? That's going to be a complete tempo shift. If you're able to win fights without it, be even better. But Icenom already just boxed out of the suit. The crit from Taejong enough to accomplish it. That's what I'm kind of worried about in this comp. This is not an easy comp to play D.Va into. There is a metric ton of damage coming at you on the tank roll.
Oh, I mean, between, the Alari, the Sigma, the Emre, it is just a really difficult amount of damage. And then also, I know you get hit with an accretion, right? There's unblockable damage from the Vendetta. It's a really difficult matchup for the D.Va. We'll see if VP kind of continues to run it, but a good start for Katsia, at least early on here on defense.
Yeah, it's definitely a practice strategy, one that I think puts them in the driver's seat here in this game. Virtus Pro, though, they've got Psycho into the backline. They didn't accomplish much with that last fight, but getting Tracer into the enemy backline at the start of the fight is a meaningful accomplishment on Havana. Psycho getting harassed, mostly just pulling attention to himself, trying to be that thorn in the backside, but gets low. Struggling. Kevster, though, finds the cleanup kill on Tagala. That's massive. Takes out one of the main healers. Serverjet's going to really struggle to keep people healthy on his own. Not Ilari's strong suit, and that's the weakness of these poke styles, right? You lose one player and the dynamic completely flips.
I think it's just the pressure that Psycho's putting on there, right? Just peppering players into the back line as you see Serverjet desperately trying to keep players alive. He's going to captive stun. It's going to be an orbital ray in response. And actually, Vestola, Vestola actually got, you see it there for a quick second. Vestola went to use the Gravik Flux, and he actually gets bashed out of it there by Fixa when he ended up using the rally. That is a 6 stun that comes in from Fixa, just interrupts the Flux from coming on down.
Yeah, the thing about this matchup in particular is really that, Brig versus Sigma is not a great matchup typically, but when the ultimate's online, Sigma can't play the game, right? The stun just completely boxes you out. And Vestola's going to go over to the Maga, which I actually don't mind against this support backline. I think it still functions pretty well with the style they're playing. Trying to retake map control now. They got to find a way to deploy these ultimates. Virtus Pro great at kiting with his style. And Maga, boom, completely out of the fight there. It's going to be awkward. There's a bit of room to work. Psycho putting big damage into the backline.
Yeah, it's going to be using the override protocol here. I think just to kind of buy them some time, buy them some space, right? It seemed like VP was going to start to get rolling, and they'd be able to put out enough damage that Taejong's able to finish one, and now they get control over this choke, which I think is so important. This is maybe where Katsia can make a stand or two, right? You see the pylon there. Serverjet's going to be able to just kind of keep Vestola up as see Icenom trying to get to the high ground, put some pressure on the supports there.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be crucial trying to break this high ground setup. Taejong, though, battling on the point, makes this look really awkward for D.Va. Emrys, though, traded out of the game. Icenom does have self-destruct here. Is kind of going to be happy to take some trades here outside with the help of Psycho. So you need to get some value off of this. Vestola, though, with the peak time drops low. The stomp is good enough to take down Fixa, but it cost the tank his life. Icenom still alive in the suit. I like this move from Vendetta, though, going past the front line, trying to take down Landon, but he's too clean with the movement. He gets away for now. Vestola coming back in. I think Cart's going to roll here, Matt. It's a scrappy one, but it's enough to get the attackers moving.
Yeah, these fights are just kind of bloodbaths, right? A lot of kills traded back and forth. This Isom goes deep. He actually tried to make a play there for Serverjet. Serverjet's able to make it out with his life. As orbital rate able to be played in here for VP, and Panda has this override protocol. Could be pretty devastating as you're trying to work your way out towards the point.
Yeah, definitely going to be a crucial ultimate here. It comes from Kevster. Vestola has already found a trade. And see a battling this one out now in a 4-on-4. Sunstruck, though, onto Kevster means maybe an opportunity to finish it. He whips out the pistol, tries to retake this position. They're running down the enemy Ember, and Icenom happy to find that kill in exchange for a self-destruct. Going to be suited and back into this one. But the scrappy nature of this fight means the defenders still have something to play for. Maga brawling this one out. Very healthy. Doesn't seem to do the damage to bring him down. He's going to rip the cage fight, but 3-on-1. I'm not sure he's going to be able to take that. And with the rally, he's just going to overwhelm. The Ray can't get there in time.
I kind of hate the way that ends up working out for Katsia. I mean, I actually thought they were in a pretty decent spot. Like, I think they could have backed up maybe a little bit, right? And Gala ends up having the orbital ray, and you had Vestol alive, Gala alive. You also had Taejong up. Like, maybe back up, play a little bit more passive, like, you know, really kind of like where the card is about to kind of go in, and you're able to combo that a little bit better. But the Ray comes in late trying to save Vestola. He kind of uses the cage fight, but then gets locked on the other side, so he doesn't even grab great line of sight there from Gala. So I think maybe you could have made that a little bit more interesting if you're Katsia, but VP do a nice job getting through that second phase of the map.
Yeah, it feels like when you can defeat Malga in his own cage fight, you're definitely struggling in the execution front, right? You really needed more players inside battling. That aid dropped super low. The pressure from the DPS here of Virtus Pro is intense. And even with the override protocol, Kester just beams it out of the sky. Katsia reeling health low across the board. This should be an easy cleanup. Virtus Pro should get this done without a single ultimate committed. Sundering Blade creates a little bit of space to heal up, and Taejong goes to the card, but Fix is just boxing him out here as the support of the team behind him. Desperation now from Katsia. They're dying off the point even as well here, so this is going to be a costly fight. It's going to be down to that final castle hold here for the defenders.
It feels like to me, Jake, at least you know, the last two fights, like Katsia is trying to make like some kind of like hero plays, right? That they're able to kind of like save the game. Aid is so low, ends up using the override protocol, gets like one shot off, and then gets finished off as you see Kepster here gets towards that high ground. Captive Sun popped here by Sturmaged, so he's going to try and connect with the Emre on the other side. Can't really find him. Oh, that's a nice block there from Fixa. So nothing with the Captive Sun. Now you're going to have the rally plus orbital ray here as VP's storming towards Katsia's spawn.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. Look at Fixa deep now into the front line. Vestola just runs away in fear on the Malga. Cannot stand up here to the front line pressure of Virtus Pro, who are storming this castle. Post haste, a minute on the clock still, and they're cruising to a finish. Self-destruct pop from Izon making it yet more difficult to touch, and it just can't come in time.
That's a lot of time.
An extra minute on Havana is crazy. I mean, finishing this map, period, successfully delivering the payload is way beyond, I think, the average on Havana. So Katsia in a rough spot already in the series. I mean, really staring down the barrel of a 2-0 loss unless they can make magic happen on their attack.
And they banned the Lucio, which you would think would be one of their stronger bans, but VP getting rid of the Zarya on the other end allows them to kind of play this diva the entire time. And we were like, oh, maybe they'll be the team that kind of ends up playing some Malga. But you see Ice Gnome 18-0. He just got demeched at that start, right? Then went back and swapped, but they were never able to deal with that diva, the constant pressure.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, we're kind of the team that started this Malga craze, and
they baited everybody in.
Yeah, maybe it was a bit of a bait. I guess they baited themselves yesterday, so I don't know if we can say
okay, that's true.
But it does look like you can just beat it, right? Like playing this like slow poke game, boxing out the Malga, protecting your teammates from the stomps. We're not really seeing the impact, right? The big team fights, the big moments of aggression, they haven't really come together in this one. And Virtus Pro going to run it back on their defense. Hey, without Zarya Lucio, we're basically just going to replace, those roles and run a similar comp that just has a little bit more structure to it. But the Tracer Emra dominating the world. No need to swap for the Virtus Pro DPS. And as we said before, this is a comfortable meta for Psycho and Kevster. I would say both on pretty ideal heroes for their skill set.
I mean, two really huge bans, right? The Tracer in map number 1, and then now the Lucio. You lose those for Katsia, and they kind of look around, and there's not a lot of other great options out there to get rid of in the pool to make it difficult for VP. Psycho has looked so good on the Tracer lead. Taejong now trying to play Tracer as well, playing a lot of Vendetta in the first half. Didn't really kind of pop off as we've seen Vendettas do in the past. Seems like maybe Tracer kind of taking up that position, and just like that, Psycho and Kev, a kill each. Taejong on the flank, but his whole team is dead. I mean, everybody chasing him down here for VP. This is a brutal start on defense for Katsia.
Now they just get carved up into pieces on the walk-up. Like, they don't even get to play the game there. Really am not a fan of the Malga on this attack. I mean, you just can't do anything about the DPS on high ground. Like, literally, there's nothing you can ever do on Malga about that. So whenever Kevster takes an angle, it's aid up to just solo him, and with the defender's advantage, with the diva assisting potentially on those high ground engagements, Izom's not giving up a lick of card time for free. Kevster just free firing, pumping damage, farming up towards that override protocol.
We also talked about how the EMEA can just kind of like farm the Maga. Like, no need to do it right now as they end up losing 8. This is just kind of falling apart a little bit here for Katsia as he fixed, I mean, not in a great up position. Anytime you see the Maga doing the charge back to the spawn, the stomp, not ideal as Ice Gnome gets right into the mix. Still, they have not been able to deal with this D.Va at all. Touch the spawn there and then back on up. But 2 holds in a row, 2 fight wins in a row there for VP, and they haven't had to use anything here, right? You're going to be able to kind of stack up all these for the next few fights.
Kevster just gets somebody low. Psycho and Eisdom pounce. It's a recipe for success. It's not complicated. That's one of the keys, I think, to the success of this Virtus Pro style. Here comes the override protocol from Kevster over the top, going to put some solid damage in. The Stola, though, more than willing to take it, but that does leave Superjet out on an island. The override protocol zones players away and split off into a room inside. Is not a recipe for success on Brig, flanked and surrounded by Virtus Pro players. And again, a win with only the override protocol. And Matt, already basically 2.5 minutes off the clock. Like, we're down to the last 2 fights. If you cap this, it's even best case scenario for Katsia.
Well,
it's going to be OT.
In like, they basically just gotten the push of the payload that you're basically just given by the map, right? And then, like, the first fight is always in this first corner. They've made no real headway getting over there. That's going to be a cage fight. It's going to be a charge on in there from Vestola. They want to go aggressive. It's going to be orbital raise and rallies from both teams as well. Vestola does find Kev. That is a huge pick. You're going to lose Landon as well, but you still have Psycho and Ice Gnome still in the fight.
He's got Bomb. It is double support plus Maga, so some extremely hard targets. Fixa isolated here as the low mobility player. Nice punish from Vestola. But you're still not on the payload. Virtus Pro are going to have time to hit the respawns. They're going to be back into this. Aid goes over to the Vendetta. So just all in aggression here. Icenom, got to be careful now with the self-destruct. You could easily drop during that moment of vulnerability. See if this level of aggression works out. There's no hit scan here on the field for the attacker, so a lot of space for Kevster to work with and just pump out that damage. You got to get on top of the Emirate. Aid trying to do just that.
Gets a touch. Fix it's in a really rough spot as he's going to get in a 1v1 there against Vendetta. Not where you want to be. It's going to be Psycho takes out Aid. Self-destruct comes on hand. Icenom actually gets back into mech jake, and we're under 30 seconds.
Icenom just running down the flankers. Vestola, he's putting out damage, but they're just hiding in the Maga. Too predictable, this movement. Tracer and Emirate is too good at backing off of those fights. The desperation Vendetta swap doesn't seem to have worked out. Is there a player behind? Kevster seems to think so.
Yeah, but taking a look there for a second.
They get the OT touch, they have the fight going, but Call is on Jetpack Cat. This is full chaos. Kevster over the top now. Override protocol. Cuts down one of the opposing GPS. Fixa finds the other, and that too. What did he just done and dusted? Vestola close to a cage fight. Already dropping super low. The heals from the Jetpack Cat are good, but they're not good enough. The 4-on-1 in the cage, more than enough to box out Maga. And VP 2-0 in style here. OWCS, they're trying to find these cheeky little answers. They're trying to get Virtus Pro off their comfort. It is not working.
I mean, Kev gets into the sky, and he just sees Vestola on the Maga just kind of sitting there on the payload, just like a target dummy, able to just kind of farm up some damage there towards the end. As we take a look at some of the stats, Ice Gnome 30, and oh, that is a nasty game from the tank on VP. And then Kev, 17k damage. You look on the other side to 8, I mean 12k. That's a huge gap with those 2 players specifically. So Ice Gnome and Kev having a fantastic day today. And then, I mean, look, you get consistent play from everybody else. These are the type of results you're going to get. As it seemed like Katsia, even with these bans, that you would have said, hey, maybe give them a little bit of a better shot. Not really that close.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to be the team that's trying to force something awkward. You know, I really feel like the synergy here between the VP players is on point. You know, they clearly weren't rattled at all by the loss yesterday, right? That's a Game 5 loss, but the veteran presence on the squad, not surprised to see them still firing on all cylinders, but just looks really clean. Like, Eisdom, I think he gets like desuited one time to start like one attack fight,
literally
and the rest
fight.
of the map, he is like really clean. Like, the adjustment is really solid, and against Vendetta, it's not so easy to avoid that. Even Maga, like, lands a stomp on you in D.Va, you can get just desuited instantly. So definitely something to worry about now for Virtus Pro, or rather for OWCS. They've been trying to put that pressure on, and VP looked drilled.
I don't even know what you do if you're Katsia, right? You got a Lucio ban, and
I really think you got a mirror
ban
here. I think you've tried your cheeses, and the problem is, though, it's so tough because if you came into the series this way, it's sort of obvious that you didn't feel like you could win the mirror, right? If you're trying to do these cheeses, you wouldn't do those if you thought you really had a heads up chance, because they're not playing like a Dallas Fuel Winston on a like completely different meta type of comp. They're just trying to like change a hero or here or there and get the edge.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you go to serve us, see if they'll end up playing a Malga again, and then kind of play Azari into it and see if you can kind of bait them into what was their downfall yesterday. But doubt they would fall for it. But I think something you guys should fall for is following us on all social media platforms. Get on your social media platforms, all of them. Open up every app you possibly can. Follow Overwatch Esports everywhere. We got a lot coming up. I mean, we got obviously all the playoffs happening in Pacific. We have the culmination of EMEA and NA tomorrow. We have Champions Clash. A lot coming up for Overwatch Esports. So make sure you're kind of not missing out on anything, right? YouTube, Twitch, X, TikTok. We're everywhere now.
Even on Soup, Matt. On Soup.
We are on Soup too. Yeah, that's like the Korean Twitch. I have not opened up Soup that much because
I'll be honest, Matt. I'm not on
Korean,
TikTok Live
so
all that often. I'm I'm more of a YouTube Twitch enjoyer. But you know what?
Zoe is our social media addict of the group.
This one goes out to the good people across all platforms, man. We're all in this together. It's a community effort. And speaking of community effort, Katsuya needs your energy, man. They need a lot of energy to bring this one back. Looking real desperate as we go to Atlas. VP, 0 mistakes. I mean, really, like they look drilled. Every time Kepster, gets somebody down low, Iznam and Psycho just pounce. That is must not be fun to be playing against him.
So Katsuya gets rid of the Brig here, and then Malga is the ban on the other side of things. It's quite interesting. I know we've seen both teams kind of go towards the Brig, whether it be like with the D.Va or the Malga, where Katsuya gets rid of their Brig here. So I think this is just going to be Lucio Curie with maybe the Vendetta, but most likely the Tracer.
Yeah, it's an interesting map for Tracer, where typically on Flashpoint, I think Tracer is quite good. On Atlas, I still think he's pretty strong, right? Like, it should still be a decent map for Tracer. Both teams hovering Vendetta, suggesting, though, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is going to be more of that all-in, box-out style. But I think VP are going to be pretty happy to see themselves in a mirror. Taejong has got to step up here on the Vendetta. Got to find some sort of a big individual player difference. Need some kind of a hero here for Katsuya to really just get that belief back for the team.
I mean, the mirror favors, Virtus Pro, right? I mean, they're fantastic at these types of comps. It's something that we don't really necessarily think would potentially be the strongest suit for Katsuya. But I think Katsuya probably does realize eventually you're going to have to win in this mirror if you're going to make this a series and kind of get a reverse sweep as Taejong gets in there with some help from Vistola, and they get rid of Ice Gnome, and then he takes out Psycho. So a great start here for Katsuya.
Yeah, good moves from the team here. Katsuya, they box Iznam out of the formation, and Zarya all on her lonesome is not that strong, right? The team comes and caps the point, grabs 20%, but you'd much rather be Katsuya here, grabbing this opening point control. So much to play for in this series. You can't think about those stakes now for Katsuya. It's got to just be one fight at a time. Each duel taken back to back. Just got to be focused on the game now. Can't think about any of those other concerns. They try to hold on to this first flashpoint.
Vistola just trying to hold control of this choke. Right, it gives a little bit of a better sight line. Right, able to kind of spam the choke with those Emre nades. As Gala though does get dangerously low on on the Katsuya side. He ends up falling, so it's going to be 2 first kills here going in favor of Virtus Pro.
And gets flanked by Fixa there, who came in from behind, punished the opponent Lucio. And some nice burst kills here from Kevster. It's going to flip control right back. VP are going to find themselves in the driver's seat here. Iznam with a surprisingly faster grab, considering he died early in that first fight.
And it was a flank, I believe. It was like Fixa and Psycho, the Vendetta and the Lucio kind of going together on the side, right? So kind of all this fighting here over the main choke. They kind of wrap all the way around to the left-hand side and kind of come through that side entrance and get right behind and take out Gala. So that's how things open up there for VP.
Aggressive move coming in here. Rushes. Exchanged here. Virtus Pro Tiger continue to fight this out. Remember, Graviton Surge available for Iznam. He sends it in here. It's going to be enough to cut down this attack from Katsuya. Might have expected that. However, trades coming in from the DPS from Katsuya. Lucio still here to enable them. This fight is not quite over just yet, but that nade from Kepster might just seal the deal on the fight. And potentially even the flashpoint for Katsuya. The overtime touch, not a foregone conclusion. They do have good ults, though, if they can just get this fight started.
See, are they gonna try and actually get a touch? It looks like Taejong may be setting up for it here on the low ground. Gonna get a bubble, does trigger the OT, but he is so low. Nice decision there from VP to kind of charge him down. Pistola does get on the point. He is getting close to a grab. They have the beat as well. The beat is pretty good, though. Connects with everybody.
Yeah, Pistola on slivers of HP. Gonna get a nice big grab here on the wall. Both players isolate them from different angles. VP still fighting, but super low on this. Oh my god, so close to the C9, man. That was to the millisecond.
Yeah, that was.
And Hester,
that would have been brutal.
that would have been Omega tilt mode if you C9 this. But Katsuya, with the fight win, they should also be winning the point. I think it's too far for VP to touch. Maybe they go for it.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it looks like Psycho actually going from the low ground here, so pretty similar to Taejong. You'll actually get on, and you're going to have Isom going over to the Hazard here, so
they do a beat
really fast to get back in.
Yeah, the beat comes in. Aggression from Fix. See if he can get into the backline. Sundering blade from Taejong, scaring some players away, but can't quite turn the corner in time. Taejong finds Fixa, though, but as the trades start to come in, Virtus Pro still healthy. Eisnam stacked up on the point on Hazard. With the help of Psycho and Kester, cleaning house. Just a little bit more delay for Aid. And now Katsuya, man, so much hope on that first flashpoint. So much good reason to really believe. And as the dust settles, the 99, it's worth nothing, right? You have expended every ult. VP move into the next point with a serious tempo lead. Rough spot right now on Alice.
Yeah, and I mean, they most likely go the Hazard, obviously, just to kind of get that touch there towards the end, but they're not a terrible tank to be on here as we go towards this next point, right? Going to be able to put a lot of pressure, in combination with Psycho. Kev does have the override protocol, getting a really nice angle here up on the high ground.
Start to pump some damage in onto the Pistola. Zarya going to shrug that off pretty comfortably. See if you can find some splashes. A lot of low players on Katsuya. They're bunkering really well. Landon even throws the rush in. It's kind of being kited out from Katsuya, though. Great movement from them. They're going to keep sending it here on VP. Starting to look a little bit desperate, though. Katsuya, look for the turn of their own. Someone drops the rush, but die here. After not healing. Sundering blade from Psycho zones players from the rush. Able to find a finish on Gala and Aizon. Running down 8 on the Emery. Should certainly be able to finish one off. The pack slows things down, but we find ourselves back on the point, right?
Just doing a little bit of a loop there from VP. It's quite brutal, right? Because Gala dies, and then Surmajet ends up using the Kitsune Rush right away, and then he ends up falling, so you don't have any type of healing. But players exchange here now from both teams, and that allows Katsuya to just run on in here as VP not at full strength. Flip the point right back. So even after all the chaos that kind of happened with VP taking that first fight, doesn't really result in much.
Speaking of chaos, the aggression continues. Oh, he just barely gets that sound barrier. Still going to chase him down, though. His eyes on both committing. By the way, off-camera, Taejong feasting on your backline. This Hazard, it's getting close to some impact, right? But I kind of feel it, too, because Taejong is just running rampant. We've not been on his camp. Yeah. He keeps finding these key double kills, and maybe just the bubbled up vendetta is a little bit too much here for the Hazard matchup.
Well, I think you're just stuck on that Hazard at that moment in time, right? Because you win the final fight on the first point, you win the first fight here on the next one. I think you also have the downpour, so you're kind of like, you didn't die, so you kind of have to stay on it. It's going to allow, though, Katsuya to push on up. They end up using their grab here. They get rid of Isom. That is a huge trade, although they do end up losing Surmajet. So maybe VP feels like they can hang around here, make this one a little interesting in this fight. But Katsuya getting very close to taking the second point.
That's a big kill from Pistola onto Landon. Going to take some of the sustain out of this composition, and VP think better of a desperation overtime touch. Don't think it would have worked out for them there. A wild brawl here on this flashpoint map, but 1-1 on the scoreline. Still a winnable scenario for Katsuya.
Well, I think VP actually has a huge advantage in this fight, right? Override protocol to kick things off, and you're going to have double support ult here with nothing to work with here on the side of Katsuya. They end up using everything in that previous fight. It's going to be Pistola dangerously low.
Oh,
Landon walks right into it.
Yeah, Landon doesn't see that angle coming, but the beat comes in from Fix side. It might just be enough, even without that second support. Pistola is down, but still a 4-on-4 as Landon comes back into this fight. But point opening, high energy Zarya stepping up to the plate. Tough spot to be here for Katsuya. And in the end, support ultimate is just going to be too much value.
Yeah, having that beat is huge, right? Especially because I think maybe Landon thought that the beat was going to come down as soon as he kind of walked around the corner. Protect from the Sundering Blade comes a second later. It will be a pause here that comes on through. So we'll get that one sorted, figure out what's going on there. But Katya playing tough here in this third map.
Yeah, they're playing well, but it's not the kind of snap switch I think you really need to find in this series to turn things around. Right, you're looking at a reverse sweep right now. And this is going to be your easiest map of the 3 to win, right? Like, this is the one you picked. You had band control on it, and you're going to have to win 2 VP maps back to back. But like I said, that's hopefully the players aren't thinking about that because they got to stay dialed in. I mean, even winning the Flashpoint, doesn't look so great for them. Like, the eye test here to me is that VP look really solid. They're getting, some of these, the better, I think, of some of these scrappy fights and some of the pickoffs. When it comes to the ult trades, though, I mean, Pistola's grabs still looking solid. When you find that tempo of the sports, it does look better, but just like not quite good enough just yet, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, you can almost chalk that second one up. Obviously, Katya, they have to do a lot to win it, right? But they had a pretty nice ultimate advantage, and then also that VP was stuck on the hazard for a little bit, right? So maybe that's kind of how you view that second point here. As we'll take a look where we're at in the series. VP has looked really good, as good as we've expected them to be in our first 2 maps. Katya, with how we kind of saw some of the bans go, you thought maybe they could make it a little bit interesting, but not really that much as we head to map number 3, a must-win for Katya the rest of the way. I believe it's just Taejung. We're waiting to get back in the lobby, so once he does that, we'll unpause, get it right back going.
DC is rough right now. Right, just your team's kind of darkest moment.
After I guarantee no pauses, we've had 3.
A pause to sort of consider your fate. This is kind of one of the more painful varieties of pauses, right? Where you're up against the wall. It's a must-win scenario. I talked about, like, hopefully the players aren't thinking about all this stuff. The moment you pause, it's like the room to start, that doubt can start to creep in, and you're starting to think, guys, like, we might be eliminated. This is our chance to go to Japan. And for VP, it's like, you're on easy street, man. You're playing with the house cash, in point control, 1-to-1 on Flashpoint. The win here means you're just one more win away from going to Japan.
In Call of Duty, we used to mess with people all the time. If we went up 2-0 in a series, like total dominated them, we would just go to the bathroom and we would just kind of like stand there and laugh because we knew that they were just sitting there in silence. So tilted. That is a huge. Yeah, just gets right up to the high ground. Just gonna the headshot there on the Vixen. That's gonna be Landon trying to do his best, keeping everybody alive. But the Kitsune rush. Hold on, Landon and Ice Gnome do get a kill each. So you're going to be down 8, and Bastola Gala does have the beat. It would be brutal to use it in this type of scenario, but they end up losing Surmajed. This is pretty rough here for Katya. He has to hold on to this. Yeah, not an opportunity to be able to use it. So even with a good start for Katya in that fight, it's VP pulling it out.
I mean, they just got out-dueled, man. It was Landon finding 2 kills in the fight, Psycho and Kevster staying alive deep into it. If you can't win those fights, the hope is starting to darken here. Virtus Pro, series point on Flashpoint. They're going to have 2 back-to-back. Katya only the beat to work with, but Eisner 80 to grab. Sunring Blade available for Psycho. Not a great spot to have a sound barrier, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, well, look, you use the grab if you're VP. Maybe you get that sound barrier out. Then you have like a support ult advantage for, you know, the next fight. And if you win this fight if you're VP, I mean, you were kind of sitting pretty to close out this series. Kev has gotten a really nice sight line here, being able to kind of pump damage down on anybody. Oh, it's going to be Kev using the override protocol here early on.
He comes out from Gala, but Eisner instantly grabs, locking down those players. Damage being pumped in. Lucio taking most of the heat off this. Gala is going to drop. Not much you can do about that. Cycle holding the Sundering Blade, limiting the options here positionally for Katya. The rest of the team collapses. Clean team wipe for Virtus Pro. Dude. It's relatively expensive, right? It's 3 for 1 ultimate, so it's actually is the type of trade Katya needs to get back into the game, but it has to start now.
Yeah, but it also feels so worth, right? I mean, sound barrier rush available for VP in this next fight. The Sundering Blade, I know Psycho was just kind of holding it in that corner. It was like locking players from Katya behind a pillar, and Isom was able to put damage down from one side and Kev on the other. So those players in a really rough spot. It's going to be 8 opening things up here with the override protocol. Everybody kind of running here for VP. Oh, they do find Landon, and then that's going to be the grab from Bastola. So this is a really nice flip here for Katya.
Yeah, good fight back into this. Override protocol makes a lot of space, and Virtus Pro are really close to the double sport up, but they just don't quite have them up in time. So Katya catching a little bit of a tempo play there. put some pressure on. But VP, as they emerge from the spawn here, certainly going to be their fight to win. Katsia would love to bait out this rush right at the choke point. Vistola super aggressive, kind of wants to get these ults out early, create room for Katsia to strategically kite back. But Katsia just send it through. They don't need the ultimates just yet. Tejon looking for something here on the flank. Vistola, though, getting super low. The rush overwhelming. And all Psycho takes down Kepler, or rather, he takes down Majed just before the rush can come out. And with that, there's going to be no contest here on this point.
Yeah, especially, I mean, the rush would have been the thing that kind of saves them here. Is Fixa also probably feels like, yeah, you can, without the rush on the other side, you can hold on to this beat. So you end up holding on to the sound barrier here. Katsia, though, does have an opportunity here, Joe Jake. Kitsune rush with that Sundering Blade. You can play inside of this. They have to go fast. Katsia does sit with a lead here at the moment, but VP is going to pass him in a sec.
Nice, Dom. AD to the grab, right? You get down late in these fights. The grab can just end your hopes. Really aggressive moves from Isom. Takes the beat, though. Goes through the choke. They want to fight off the flash win here. Support is good. Somebody forced to touch this point in overtime. But Vistola finds the kill to Psycho. Actual beautiful rotation from Katsia, keeping all their players alive, despite that aggression from VP. VP, though, going to keep on fighting this one. Aggressive grab only finds Vendetta with a lot of tankiness. This hero is not easy to bring down with a grab. Tejon actually turns, kills Fixa. Guys not keeping this going. Kepler's keeping everything. They want to end this here and now. No more space, no more room to work with, but it's Aid who's found the kill here with the override protocol. Isom, without the Fury behind him, he's not long for this world. Aid cleans him up as well. And Katsia forcing this to a map point of their own. They are not out of this one yet.
Yeah, really nice use of the override protocol there from Aid. Puts a lot of pressure down on Isom on the point. They didn't have Landon alive, right? Just the Lucio healing. Not going to be able to keep the Zarya up through that. And now, Jake, I mean, this has turned a little bit, right? Grab sound barrier here for Katsia. An opportunity to kind of take this first fight on this last flashpoint. Really making VP sweat here.
Yeah, VP, that was their best chance to win, and they kind of love it. Now another good fight start for Katsia. A big grab from the skull. Finds in a small room. The damage fall. Okay, it does manage to come through in the Aid. Aid swings in there with the Siphon Blaster. Slowly even looking for some cleanups here, pushing these attackers back to their spawn. Steady hands for Katsia, despite being on the brink. And VP, in VOD review, they are going to be kicking themselves for the last fight of that last flashpoint, Matt. Could have just played slow. They had 20% to give. Instead, they go for the grab on the Vendetta, and it really goes wrong.
They may end up kind of spiraling their chances here on this last flashpoint, right? It'll be Katsia getting control first. Sound barrier in response to this rush that comes down. VP still trying to go aggressive here. Surmajed will have a Kitsune rush if need be, and he does decide to use it right now.
They need it. Still holding onto the point. Sundering Blade, though, takes down Vistola. And Virtus Pro just snatched control right back on this flashpoint. That is not a fight they're supposed to win. The rush outlasts the sound barrier. Gala can't quite find anything on that. Surmajed with his own rush and into the Sundering Blade, right? It's hard. You fight in these big exposed angles, and that Sundering Blade hits like a truck. Takes down the Zarya. And now it's Katsia's turn to really start to sweat.
Yeah, but like, so Katsia, what they would probably want to ideally try and do, right, is, you know, use this override protocol, put down some damage. But you have this sound barrier on the other side. It's going to be Aid using the override protocol pretty far away. So it feels like Fixa is like, hey, we're all pretty healthy here. Like, no real reason to end up investing that sound barrier. And you lose this hole. That is a brutal scenario there for Katsia.
At a veteran hands here for Fixa, holding on to that beat, despite the override protocol damage just bearing down on him. And that might have just been enough. Katsia, ult bank is dry. Coming into a final fight, beat and grab. Virtus Pro about to send Katsia packing out of the EMEA playoffs. Last chance here for the underdogs.
Yeah, and I mean, Katsia is going to be walking into this grab plus beat combination. Going to be very difficult to fight from. It will be. It looks like Gala maybe have gotten a touch there for Katsia, so they will trigger OT. There's going to be the grab. Vistola just getting dangerously low. Nice Suzu there from Surmajed, but not enough healing to keep him alive. Sound barrier here for VP, just for good measures, Jake, but they look like they're going to close it out.
Yeah, they'll get it done in the end. Little bit of shakiness, but in the end, what everyone's going to remember is a 3-0 beatdown. Virtus Pro reestablished themselves. Going to be staying alive here in the EMEA playoffs. An incredible win for them, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, a must-win scenario here for VP, bouncing back strong after yesterday's loss to GK. Cab 36-1 here on our final map. I mean, almost 20k damage, just absolutely farming throughout this series. I thought Ice Gnome, maybe doesn't really look it here from the stats, but his play on Havana was incredible. So he had a fantastic series, but Kev really popping off on the EMEA here to close it out.
Yeah, well, one death is completely crazy. Like especially on Flashpoint, right? And the chaos that this game was. Kev's just lived through everything. And that presence on the map, it's felt. I'm curious, Zoe, if you're with us, like what do you think about this series? Just from the eye test, what were you looking at?
Yeah, the spirits, are they here?
I didn't think you were dead.
No, I mean this is the dominant kind of VP that we expect to see yesterday, right? They had those moments, but I think today it really gelled really well. They had a very clear idea of what they want to play. Whereas I do have to say, OWCS, like they did their homework. They tried really hard with their bans, with their respective picks to kind of push VP off of their comfort zone. I did like some of the ideas, like implementing the Iliari. Did it work? No, but I still think they had to push it because, like, just in a straight up mirror match, they probably knew that they're not going to have the upper hand. Although individuals like Taejong definitely stood out.
I don't think that team's that far, away from being a team that's they had moments in this series, right? I think there's probably some times where you thought actually the bans could have favored them a little bit more than they actually did. But for a team that kind of it comes together a little bit last minute, players from all over the place, right? I think they had a pretty good showing for stage one with some promise moving forward.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. I definitely think that they are still like a very dangerous team heading into the next stage, which they've automatically qualified, making it in the playoffs here. They once again will be one of those upper mid to top level teams that people have to be wary of, right? Now VP, they get to start their salty lower bracket run. I did like that we still see them really dominating when they're on the Zarya, but today we did see some other looks as well. Hazard in the mix, Diva in the mix. Do you guys think that it's just the Zarya comp that really puts them on top, or can they competently go toe to toe when they're forced off of it?
I mean, Icenom showed great proficiency here on the Diva, and not in an easy comp to be playing the Diva into at all. Like Maga and Sigma, I do think I like the Diva matchup there, but it's not necessarily easy to play, right? You really have to pick and choose your moments, and I think Icenom piloted it really well here. So any kind of concerns about his flexibility, which are sort of the questions for him as a player, can be dispelled. And although I don't think Hazard is quite meta ready just yet, it is great when we see Icenom on it. I think that has been in the past one of his signature heroes. So it's something where, hey, a little shift in the meta, bringing the Hazard up just a few notches, and it could be a real weapon for Virtus Pro.
Who said that yesterday? Was it Funny Astra? Because
Astra,
we asked.
yeah.
It was Astra, right? Saying that Maga is kind of overrated at the moment, and it's really the Hazard, which might be the sleeper pick when it comes to tanks.
Yeah, it probably still needs a little bit of love to really kind of show up in the meta, but I think Jake said, maybe by the time we get the Champions Clash, if VP is able to make it there, right? It is something they can pull out where VP winning there sets themselves up potentially. Well, look, we'll see what happens in TM GK, but potentially a rematch with GK.
That's right. Yeah, Twisted Minds and GK are coming up next. They're fighting for that first ticket to the grand finals and also to the Champions Clash. And once again, a reminder, the top two teams in each region will be making it to our first LAN event of the year. So it is for all the marbles, of course, not just for the regional champions title, which is always a great thing to have. We do, I just got word, have Ice Gnome joining us now for a quick chat after their dub. Ice Gnome, hello and welcome. And of course, congratulations. How do you feel right now?
Hello, feeling pretty good with how it went today.
Okay, pretty good. It looked pretty dominant. Yesterday, you guys played a really close match against GK, right? And throughout the entire series, it was pretty much just Zarya v Zarya. Then on the last map, you guys went Maga. You kind of switched things around. What was the takeaway from that match, from that loss heading into today's elimination match?
Well, takeaway was that it was maybe a little bit too hard to play there, and we should not play that in the future that much. But we also had some other issues in the match, and I think we worked today and yesterday on fixing our issues in our fights, and I think we were playing a little bit better with that today. I think there's still a lot of room to play better, and I think if we can make that happen, then I'm confident that we're going to be able to beat GK tomorrow, or Twisted Minds, of course.
Or Twisted, or Twisted,
Yeah, right,
or
right.
Twisted.
GK or Twisted.
There's always a chance. Well, let's say you guys do end up playing GK again. What do you think you guys really need to like change or adjust, or maybe you have already adjusted that you think would kind of turn that series into a result? Obviously, a win for you guys.
We've kind of adjusted like our play style a little bit, where we were playing a little bit too passive, and we were planning on just getting more in there. Kind of. I don't want to say too much, but we're gonna play a little bit better, hopefully. Just better in general.
Yeah, understandable. You gotta keep your cards close to the vest. Of course, it is playoffs, and you're expecting some of these rematches to potentially be really competitive. I'm kind of curious if you're starting to think at all about Japan, about the motivation for the team regarding Champions Clash. Like, what are you guys thinking about when it comes to making this land? What would that mean to your team? And just like sort of how the mood is within the team, thinking about that possibility.
I mean, obviously, making Japan is the big goal. We want to keep Landon's streak alive of making every land, and we want to break Kevster's streak of not making any lands. So that's our goal here. So I mean, making Japan is the biggest goal for sure. We gotta break his streak, and we have to keep Landon's streak alive. That's all we gotta do.
Okay. Do it for Landon. I do love that.
Do it for Landon.
Rough if you're on Kevster's side of the fence, but that's all right. We love to hear from you, Ice Gnome. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your match tomorrow.
Thanks for having me. Goodbye.
Always a pleasure to hear from Ice Gnome. And with that victory, they put themselves into the lower bracket final, awaiting their opponent. Now, that could be either Twisted Minds or GK, who will be battling it out next in our upper bracket final for a slot in the grand final and the first ticket to Japan. Said it time and time again, that is of course a lot of extra motivation for a lot of these teams making it to the first LAN event of the year. It's always a big deal, and to be able to measure up against international competition.
I mean, I also, I saw there. Everybody's putting an L in the GK column already. I feel bad. Everybody's like, yeah. It's like, oh, when we play against GK again, and then he's like, wait, hold on. They have to play. It's like, they're playing with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, I would say.
Yeah, but look, GK's the kind of roster, right? Like they've been faced with adversity before. I mean, that's the roster that made it through the Face It Open qualifiers, and now they're finding themselves here in the playoffs, just one match away from qualifying for Champions Clash in Japan. Just say that quite a run already in this year. And I know everyone watching, they're watching those kind of matches. They're watching teams lose, and they go like, I can do better than that. You know what? Prove it. Why don't you join Face It League Season 9?
Hop on the server against Twisted Minds.
That's right.
Try it.
Hop on the server.
Try it.
Could be you getting a beatdown from Twisted Minds. What a pleasure that is. So you can be one of us. Use the URL you're seeing on your screens right now to register yourself and your team. For now, we're heading into a quick break, and then we are back with our upper bracket final. Twisted Minds going up against DK. You don't want to miss it.
Start your climb to OWCS with Face It League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/FaceItLeague.
Project Log Jetpack Cut, Entry 1. With Null Sector gone, the team has been sitting around Gibraltar without much to do. I'd say I'm in the same boat, but to be honest, I've had my hands full. Ever since I found this cute little stowaway, my mind has been racing with ideas. For some reason, when I rescued this pretty kitty from in between some rocket parts in the main landing bay, I thought back to some projects I never got off the ground. Literally. I was so young when I drafted them up, and that lazy old Mitzi wasn't much help either. But something about this stray got me thinking again. Maybe there's a way to make this work after all. Looking at my old sketches, I can tell I had a lot of hopes for this build. Guess it goes to show how far I've come that I can finally turn all those dreams into reality. And Fika has been a surprising help. Oh, I named her Fika, by the way, since she looks like a big kanelbulle. There was a funny moment earlier today. I was so stuck on the schematics for the thrusters, but Fika knocked one of my old blueprints off the shelf, and it actually clued me into the answer I was looking for. I can't help but think there's something special about this kitty. I'm thinking over what material suits the jetpack best. A carbon fiber frame would be nice and lightweight, but aluminum would be more resilient. The weight distribution on a cat is pretty different from a human, not to mention the tail. So for the stabilizers, I'm thinking, does the harness need shock absorbers, or will Fika's fur be enough? Big problem. How to make a joystick that doesn't require opposable thumbs. I have a few ideas for the motor, but I'll need to be careful. I'm worried Fika might lose one of her 9 lives if it's too loud on startup. And for the healing projectiles, actually, should they be projectiles? Oh, I bet Fika will love that. I should really add a grapple to the frame. She'll need it whenever Reinhardt charges off without us. I put out different paint options, and Fika knocked everything over except blue, of course. Hon är svensk ut I klospetsarna. And that's that. Blueprints for Project Jetpack Cut are finally complete. Whew. I wish my younger self could see just how well this turned out. To be honest, though, I'm not sure I'll ever get the chance to build this for real. I know Fika would be a great help, but a cat in a jetpack seems crazy, even by our team standards. But who knows? We keep saying the world could always use more heroes, and I think she might be just the hero the world needs right now. That's how you do it. The story continues in Overwatch.
Don't give up, cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Matt, and we're about to dive into our upper bracket final words. I got them. Now, this is obviously going to be one team that is projected to win it all. So everyone else will just be an underdog going up against them. Of course, we're talking about Twisted Minds. They have a massive match win streak right now. Map win streak even. I think they're 19 map in. No one can even win a map against them. That's the kind of dominance we're currently seeing. And it's just front center to the back. Like, they have the best of everything you want, right? We gush about their backline, which is just pretty much the best we have, not just in this region and this hemisphere. No, they can go toe-to-toe with the greats we see over in dominant regions such as Korea as well, right? And then we, of course, have the duo now with Quartz and Jaewoo, which look unbeatable. Like, when they find their stride in a match, you're in trouble.
Which is right away at the start of every
Yeah,
match.
exactly.
So it would seem
Gates
right
open,
now.
and we're good.
Yeah, this team
14
is
win streak.
It's crazy.
I mean, I guess that's including what, last year?
Yeah.
Since the championship, right?
I mean, they're 18 maps straight so far this year, and it's just like, you wonder, is that going to change in this playoff? It really doesn't feel like anyone else in the EMEA is ready to give them a serious test, frankly. It feels like this is a team that somehow keeps getting better despite the level of dominance they show. I think bringing in a young player like Jaewoo into the lineup, who's been one of the most exciting rookies we've had in years, has been a real boon to a team that frankly didn't need it. Like, didn't need to get better, and they did
That's the
anyway.
frustrating thing.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really need to make any upgrades, right? And they just kind of stumbled into one, I guess, or kind of made one happen. But yeah, I mean, adding Jaewoo, that's like, And let's say if we ever went back to like Sim or something like that, right? You still have UB here on the roster. And then the role I think on this team that kind of goes like, maybe untalked about, but like TVNT and KSA have really kind of stepped up over the last year, becoming, some of the best tanks in the world. And they seem to have a really good rotation and knowledge of who is going to play what on this team from that role specifically. So crazy bet against them. I mean, they're best team in the world right now.
Yeah, I mean, can't even argue with that because they are the current championship title holder. They are the team to beat. Going up against them today is GK. They had an upset victory against VP yesterday in a 5-map banger of a series, which honestly, they played it really close. Most of the match, we did see them just playing that Zarya Tracer combo, and it looked really, really good for them. I think the main concern we had with the roster in general, like just looking at it on paper, was their backline, which I do think unlocked another gear yesterday and played on a really, really high level.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes they can be hit or miss, I think. I know with Finn and Haku, there were some ultimates yesterday. I'm sure if you spoke to them, they would love to have back. But look, when they play well, you look at Alfie and Lambda, and that's a damage dealer duo that like can hang with anybody in the world, I think. Like, with how good that Lambda is on the hit scan, and then Alfie can kind of fill in a lot of those shoes, in terms of the flex DPS. And then you have Ziad in a tank role. Like, Ziad was like the player last year. We were all talking about like really kind of like, spearheading EMEA, against these other regions and really putting up fantastic performances. So a very strong core of those three. If Haku and Finn can kind of deliver, that it's a team that can really kind of contend with anybody in EMEA, but maybe not Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds just feel like they're until I see it, I won't believe it. They lose or somebody in EMEA is going to give them some trouble, but GK can definitely take out anybody else.
Yeah, they can definitely play on that high level. We know what these individuals are capable of, and like pretty much across the board, like high caliber players. It just doesn't seem to be enough against Twisted Minds for any of the team. Literally doesn't matter who you are. So if we're looking at predictions for this one, 3-0. I'm very excited for the rematch between VP and GK. I guess that's gonna be a banger. This one, probably not.
The prediction should be, what do we think in terms of maps? I think we
0.
all have probably the
nothing.
same result. Like, there's a part of me that wants to say maybe GK gets one, but I don't think so. It's probably going to be, I just said it, but then I'm going to say TM 3-0. So just like yesterday where you kind of like are like, oh, I pick game 5, so I get both teams. I kind of get the 3-1 here as well, if it happens.
I'll believe it when I see it, Matt. Frankly, there's a reason TM just like dropped a 3-0 bomb on every single team in the region in the regular round robin stage. Like, they're the best team here, and I think they're not only going to clear this match in dominant fashion, they're clearing everybody in and on to Japan. I'm wondering how deep into Japan they go before they lose a match. Like the eye test on this team is insane. I do not want to be on the server matched up against them. Like, the ult economy, incredibly clean. The macro play, the comps, incredibly solid. Everything that they want to be playing. And then when it actually gets to the point where individual players need to sort of shine and have their big moments, they just do over and over and over again. There's no cracks in this TM team, at least nothing that's been exposed in Europe. And so far, there's no obvious route to victory. GK needs to hit a new gear across the entire squad to make this one even possible.
Yeah, like literally for TM to lose a map, that will be considered an upset here. That's how dominant this team has been the last 3 weeks, or even more already since last year. Let's see what they have in store for us today in our upper bracket finals match. Guys, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Zoe. And we're doing our best, Matt, to drop the hardest caster curse of all time on Twisted Minds. But we've been doing that for weeks now, and it hasn't been working.
The path for a map win would be Haku. Like, we're not even talking a series. We're talking a map win.
What are you saying?
It's like Haku and Finn play out of their mind, and then you kind of like Lambda and Alfie can put together like a pretty sick game. Now, will it happen? I wouldn't bet on it. I wouldn't take my channel points and kind of throw them into the fire on it, but there is always a chance. It's a GK. They get okay, so Twisted Minds gets the map pick. They defer first ban as GK gets rid of the Alari, and then Twisted Minds gets rid of the Pharah. So this sets themselves up to play Tracer.
Yeah, I mean, TM it's a crazy statement that they defer a lot of first bans. Really, like, I don't think you see anyone else in the world really doing that consistently. Because I think in theory, the only way that you can justify that is the true belief that you can literally play anything on the same level, that the hero picks essentially don't matter to you, and you're just going to prevent some sort of like weird cheese coming out that you didn't expect, and you can responsively ban to maybe mitigate it. So they're just ensuring that there's no like odd comp that's going to take over. That being said, what we saw from Geeky yesterday was they don't blink when it comes to playing this Zarya Ember Tracer. I expect to see a straight mirror all the way through. I actually think Geeky is a team that no matter what, even if they're taking tough L's, they're going to stick to their guns. They've shown that in a tough series before, and I didn't expect it to change. And honestly, I think that might be your best chance. I think cheesing Twisted Minds is not possible. Like, they are too good at adapting and punishing you.
Yeah, you're not going to get far. And I think GK, like you said, they're going to play the mirror, and if they lose, they will walk away, right? they will say, okay, fine, we got beat kind of playing our game. I think that's the exact type of style they're going to be going for here. Lijiang Tower, the first map in the series. So GK gets rid of that Alaris, takes that double, like, flex off the table. Probably wouldn't have expected it from Twisted Minds. As TM, obviously, they're without the Pharah, it makes maybe a little bit easier to potentially play the Vendetta. So maybe we see that come out again.
Yeah, it could be a consideration for Jwoo. Has looked good on it throughout the stage. The thing is for TM, I mean, there's so much pressure on these players, right? The expectations literally could not be higher. It's like if you lose a map in the series, people are going to see that as a defeat. So the crazy pressure on TM, you'd think for these players at some point they would crack or just have like that off day. I mean, funny as we're talking about, the scrims are closer. They are just crazy match players across the board. It's a little scary. Alfie, though, it's going to be Tracer versus Vendetta. And Twisted Minds with that Vendetta are going to absolutely box out here in this right side battle.
Yeah, they want to brawl out with the Vendetta in the mix. Is EK going to play exactly what we saw yesterday from them, as Alfie getting the benefits of the bubbles, gets in the backline, trying to put some pressure on a Simple, gets him low, but that's going to be the recall and basically all blinks expended. So Alfie will get on the point, get a touch, draw some players back. The Twisted Minds now will get on the point with like about the entire team there for a second. Just kind of rotating all the way back as, Labda finds Quartz. So now a player advantage here for GK as they push on into the point.
Yeah, the 4-man moves as a unit for TM, but Quartz is left on an island. Opportunity that GK does find and punish. And it looks like a clean first fight now to open Lijiang Tower. So the Titans can bleed. GK Esports, a bit of wind in their sails. That's going to be a nice feather in their cap. Obviously a long series to play, but you can do it once, you can do it again.
Yeah, as Finn getting off to a really nice start as well in terms of building up towards that rush. Is Alfie kind of lurking there up on the high ground. Does get caught out, going to end up getting the benefits of the Zarya bubble. Yeah, gets Quartz dangerously low. Astro there to help him, and then just kind of backs on out. So see the pressure the Tracer putting on already. I mean, that's so difficult, right? You got to get with Alfie and how good he is on Tracer, but then also... I mean, they also laughed on the other side. That is a sick flick there from Quartz.
He just snapped him off, man, and that's the kind of pressure.
Dude, can you imagine playing like that? It would be so fun.
Just,
I mean, you tried to do that, but like, imagine that.
I mean, that's just the Eye of Sauron right there from Emperor. just turned and burned, man. Alfie's like, what can I do better? He's going to come back with the bubble this time, and what a stick there. Get some revenge. All right. Twisted Mind's got to fight for this one now. With Alfie finding another on a TVNT, I don't think there's much fight left in the champion squad. Alfie, he's here to play, man. You can drop him in one. Like, you can hit that shot. You can't play around those, but, with the bubbles coming in, with the pulse bomb online, he can give it right back.
What do you think about this Tracer versus the Vendetta? Like, we've seen, obviously, a lot of Vendetta throughout the stage in EMEA yesterday that we saw basically only the Tracer, and now teams going back and playing a little bit of Vendetta. It looks like the Tracer, though, definitely gives you a little bit more flexibility. As that's going to be the rush that comes down, but yeah, Alfie gets Simple. Astro dangerously low to falling here, does have the beat.
You're all 1 HP. He's going to hold the beat, though. Wants to save it for another day. Was playing up the edge of the map there just to stay alive, so no chance to really beat onto TVNT. And Geeky have earned themselves a nice lead on the point. And to your point, Matt, I kind of like the Tracer more. Jwoo,
he was spinning back and ended up in the corner, but hey,
like a little bit of a lag.
We saw Alfie. Dude, I cursed us today.
I'm glad you're owning it. I'm glad you're owning it.
Yeah, I thought it was more 50-50 blame, you and I, but I'll start to take a little bit more. I think we're
like
75-25 me at this point yeah, it looks like Jwoo. No, on our screen, it looked like Jwoo was kind of spinning back towards his side of the map and went into the wall. Jwoo obviously probably didn't imagine he would end up there.
Walking into walls, we don't
we'll
see that
see.
much from our professional
Actually,
players.
it does seem like it's a geek. It does seem like it's a geek ping issue. So maybe Jwoo, we're just kind of bailing him out a little bit there. And he actually just kind of lost the doorway there for a second. But hey, DK getting off to a really good start. I want to have that conversation. I was starting to set up with the Tracer versus the Vendetta. What's your thoughts? At least for me, it looks like the Tracer a little bit more versatile in terms of the different types of gameplay options.
Yeah, I like it. And in theory, you'd think Pulse Bomb hard to get value out of in this comp, right? With both Cleanse and Zarya bubbles being able to counter it even after the stick comes in. But Alfie keeps finding the way through. And I do like the aggression. Like blinking in a bubble Tracer is a really reliable way to get not only some energy, but some good damage done. So in this level of aggression, Champs, Twisted Minds getting naded to pieces, but an instant responsive beat from Funny Astro. Maybe punishes that aggression as Hubris. TM, the grab as well, should seal the deal on this retake. I like the GK are willing to try something crazy, though, because, you know, you can't be giving Twisted Minds too much respect. Maybe a player like Lab, who's been on this team before, could be the perfect one to inspire that kind of confidence. Okay.
LBE is kind of hitting another level here. I mean, dude, those 2 kills, now you can you'll have the rest of the players here for GK getting back to the point, and you also have this beat, right? You held on to the beat, and TVNT obviously not with a grab. So you can use this. Yeah. Who's gonna get there? It's gonna be Jwoo, barely get the touch.
Sundering Blade though from Jwoo cuts the beat off of Labda, cuts him down. Not gonna get much value at all for Haku. And Jwoo in finds the next crit here onto Haku. Been under pressure, cleaned up by the Siphon Blaster from Quartz. Twisted Minds, we take control and 50% on the board, but with the rush advantage and really no other ults to speak of, TM, very strong shot in this round. GK have fought well, but it's not enough just yet.
Yeah, and TM does have that ultimate advantage here, like you pointed out, with that Kitsune rush coming in the next fight. GK, not really anything to play for. They do kind of see where Jwoo is playing up there. They get that bubble out, and he has to kind of use some of his cooldown to get back towards the point. So it's going to open up some of this part of the map here for GK. Have to keep our eyes on Alfie as well. He's coming up with some crazy plays early on as they try and get everybody out, as they're not going to be able to do so there. Simple's rush proved to be too strong to fight for GK. So that is the big ultimate out of Twisted Minds. Now GK here for one more shot here, Jake, is going to have a rush of their own.
Yeah, great punish back to the spawn. Still with enough time, though, where Alfie is going to get a pretty comfortable touch. They've got their own rush advantage. And with Labda with the override protocol, he's been fantastic with that ultimate so far this stage. EK still have a shot in this first round of control. Alfie grabs the OT touch. Ziad steps up into the front line. Finn biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to rush.
He's got to get this beat off. Beat comes down right away.
Labda gets turned on, burned by Quartz and TNT, working together despite the rush from Finn. Typically the dominant team fight in Overwatch right now. Twisted Minds, world champions battle through it. Just Ziad and Haku staying alive, but they can get the kill. They cannot touch the point. And for all those heroics from GK, still round win. That was for Twisted Minds. It's just setting up the level of difficulty that there is to take a round off these guys.
I mean, that was an awesome round one, though. I mean, we had crazy plays from Alfie. I mean, Quartz kind of going crazy as well. So, you know, that is kind of, I mean, like what? Like Alfie and Labda popping off is kind of the path here to make this one a close one. Not even like a victory, right? Like to make it competitive, like they need to play, you know, otherworldly. They almost did in that first round as you take a look at some of the stats, right? Labda very close to Quartz in terms of damage. I think Alfie's impact on the Tracer was definitely felt. So Twisted Minds here looks like, yep, just going to get that speed ring off the start. Get both, you know, speed benefits off of the rib, and we're going to have another matchup of this, you know, Zarya comp, one featuring the Tracer, one with the Vendetta.
Vendetta should be a little bit more powerful, boxing out the Zarya into these corners. Look at Quartz, man, stepping up, even swinging that corner onto the opponent rib. It's actually Twisted Minds who end up kind of caught in the room now. GK, an opportunity to take point control. Big damage from Quartz, though. You do not want to peek this guy.
I mean, Haku just needs to be so careful there as Quartz takes some damage It's going to be now Twisted Minds moving on up. They do get 2, but Alfie fights back, gets a kill on the courts. You still have Ziad alive here with Finn and Alfie, but Finn dangerously low. I don't think this is going to result in a fight win for GK. It's going to be Twisted Minds coming out on top. First fight here on our second point.
Yeah, 2-for-1 trade. Absolutely going to be good enough for Twisted Minds. I'll be on the Tracer. In theory, a good Tracer map, but in the end, a lot of these fights with Azari end up pretty close range. A lot of little walls and corners for Vendetta to be cheeky with. I'll be trying to put a little bit of pressure on, trying to pull a bit of a distraction into this one. The Astro, though, marking that Tracer is always going to be a nice role for Lucio here. And you got to do something, got to open up this point. Clock is ticking now. GK still kind of trying to work their way across the bridge. They're very scared, though, frankly.
I think they're playing for rush. I think they're playing for their own rush. Yeah, they're going to end up using the rush. They're kind of farming it up there for a little bit, and they kind of end up using it as soon as they get over the bridge. And they actually, the later rush comes in from Simple, but you already had lost TVNT and another player at that time. So the benefit of it pays off there for GK. They do give up a lot of percentage, though, Jake, like you mentioned, although they do end up getting the flip.
Astro styling on it there. Going to get back to spawn. It's just the team with the taxis. And you're right, they kind of catch Twisted Minds maybe off guard. Not ready for the rush to come out that explosively. Now Twisted Minds, though, instantly crossing the bridge. 0 delay for them. PK showing a lot more respect. They're sitting with the Tracer flank along with this override protocol from Landa. Get the beat out of Funny Astro. Hawk was just 20% away from his own, and that's going to make a world of difference. Twisted Minds up 2 in the fight. Going to be freely capping the point here as GK just go for the fast reset.
I mean, not having the beat there for GK is brutal, right? I mean, if you're able to respond with your own beat, maybe you kind of extend that, at least get close in terms of percentage, right? Find yourself so far behind as Alfie here on the flank. See if you can come up with a pick on either of the supports. It's kind of been really
Funny
Astro
Astro
knows exactly where he is. Yeah,
Even gets
no surprise there.
Although big grab comes out, but the beat protects players for now. Cleanse comes out as well. Sundering Blade insta pop here. The counter grab now. No beat to defend that, but Funny Astro has moved too. Are you kidding me, Matt?
Dude, the grab was pretty good.
The boost is better, Matt. The boost is better. And it's like stuff like that.
Yeah.
The fight is instantly over.
Oh, yeah,
Twisted
yeah. I
Minds,
mean,
right? Instantly.
well, dude, Ziad ends up stepping up. He ends up using the grab. It's actually a pretty good one. He catches up CV and team, though. Bubbles Jwoo dangerously low, and then all the follow-up is knocked off the side of the map there by Astro, and now Simple with a Kitsune rush here to potentially close it out.
Big aggression. They catch the Zarya in the corner, although the carry TP from Finn is good. Enough to save his friendly Zarya, but TVNC fighting on the rush actually still has a bit more to play for. Has the double support advantage in this fight. Alfie needs to find some kind of an edge, going straight for the backline. Good punish, forces the cleanse out of Simple. Still a fight to be had. Spawners, though, coming back in a little bit quicker for Twisted Mind. TVNT stepping up to the plate, on point. Ziad, it's overtime now. You got to keep this one rolling. Finn very close to a rush of his own. Funny Astro wants to preempt it, though. Going to beat him, swarming over the backline. Rush comes out from Finn, but it's too little, too late. Twisted Mind right before the opposition. And GK, some nice plays on Lijiang Tower, but not even close to enough here on round 2.
Yeah, I mean, they tried. I mean, it was a pretty competitive map, but the same result as usual. Twisted Minds up 1-0 here in our upper finals. Jake, I mean, every time they needed to come up with a clutch play, they came up with it, right? I mean, Astro's double boop is really kind of the thing that swings that map, really locks it down there for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Astro by 20-20. And 4. That is, that is a crazy stat line on Lucio. Honestly, he lives through so many of those fights. This kill from Quartz was crazy work.
Yeah.
Alfie is, I think he's just full HP, and he just gets one bursted every shot headshot. So, I mean, what are you gonna do about
wild.
those? Yeah, this
Alfie
was
wild though.
Alfie came to play today.
I
so much respect for this guy to show up like that on map 1 against the world champs. Okay.
Right? I mean, hey, I think it's a good sign, though, if you are GK. We see there, looks like just some tremendous play from Twisted Minds. Is Simple using the rush there, kind of pushing them back to the spawn. And then the second round really was back and forth. I mean, Finn actually, this is really huge, right? Both teams end up using the rush. And it does get a better one out of EK, but here, yeah, there's a double boop. That was going to be all of the damage follow-up, right? The Emre plus the Zarya on that grab, and Funny Astro in perfect position to send him into the drink.
That's just a backbreaker when the Lucio boops like your two strongest heroes off the map. You know, even not only is that the fight over, realistically, it kind of destroys the round. Like your ultimate tempo fight that you're supposed to win, you're supposed to get the cleanup and flip the point, and now Funny Astro has like plus 30 beat and you lost. It's like, how can you recover, frankly, against a team like Twisted Minds? Funny thing is, you can't.
Yeah, you can. I mean, Geek with an opportunity though, to pick the next map here. Obviously, the winner of this goes to Champions Clash. Make sure you guys grab the Elysian bundle available in game. That'll support all the teams there going to Champions Clash. A lot of awesome skins, the player cards, the charms. I mean, you know, these are pretty. Anytime they do like these like cosmic type of bundles, I mean, they get my money. I mean, the kind of purple, the gold, the kind of like it's always a good look. And hey, you can get one for free potentially if you scan that QR code. You'll be entered into the giveaway. We've already determined yesterday on the show it's going to me, but hey, you guys keep scanning that. No, maybe the people at Blizzard will think differently about just handing me the giveaway.
Yeah, put your name in as Matt Morello, and you might have better odds. You know, I no promises.
We can all win.
Definitely a good one though to see, like, you know, the support from the devs, right, coming straight into the esport. Definitely a great moment to be an Overwatch esports fan looking ahead to Japan. Speaking of teams looking ahead to Japan, Twisted Minds looking absolutely dangerous today as they fight to book their ticket. A win here does solidify you not only into the EMEA grand finals here in the playoffs, but also a guaranteed top 2 finish, a trip to Champions Clash, and an opportunity to lift that trophy once again, which, you know, for Twisted Minds, that's where the sights are, right? That's where the focus is. This match is just a stepping stone.
I mean, we don't have our EU Overwatch historian here reinforced, right? But like, you think back to when was the last time, obviously before Worlds last year, EMEA won like an international, like a big event? I think it was probably 2016. It's like, I don't even know if have they ever done it back to back, right? I mean, that could be like really kind of uncharted territory, for the region to be able to kind of do that. So we get Moira Vendetta ban here off the rip. So
little Moira ban.
Just a little cash Moira ban.
I will say this is kind of what we expected from GK though. Is like they, I think kind of both of these teams are almost willing to discard the ban phase and really go at it head to head. We saw that I think from round 1 of Lijiang Tower. Like GK, like they have every reason to be scared. They have every reason to sort of see this match as unwinnable, right? That's sort of the community impression. But they absolutely, I mean, that round 1 is a team that believes that there's a possibility here. They're not going to be throwing crazy bans into the works. They're not going to be sending us to some wild meta. They're going to go pound for pound with the best team in the world. And that earns my respect, Matt. Even if it's a tall order, it earns my respect.
What do you think about TM banning the Vendetta? It's a pick that we've actually seen them go to. Well, obviously, Jaywu can play the Tracer, right? But that seems to be more of the comfort zone from GK, playing the Tracer in this like Zarya head-to-head shell. They get rid of that option here in map number 2.
They might want to play like some Diva. I mean, I really don't want to read too much into it though, because I think it can sort of genuinely be a throwaway ban. It's just like, look, let's take the head-to-head on Tracer. There, like you could try playing the Diva comp. I don't really know why you would. I do think the Zarya is just a bit stronger regardless of other Vendettas in the game. I mean, maybe Twisted Minds have been cooking up something in the lab. Like, that would be an even scarier possibility, right? It's not only are they destroying on the meta, but they're willing to play some crazy cheeses and, catch other teams off guard. It would be a big risk for a team with the dominant streak they've had. It's like, first beat me on the meta and sort of then I'll show you the strap.
Figure it out.
Yeah. But I mean, so that's the thing. You could look at this Vendetta ban and you could kind of draw a conclusion from it. I think it's a bit of a bait. I mean, I think they're just going to be more than happy to play the Tracers. You said, understatement of the month, Jaywu, he played Tracer.
Jaywu most certainly can play Tracer.
He's all right. He's all right on Tracer.
He's kind of nutty on it. So we'll potentially see if that's what Twisted Minds goes to here, as the Vendetta is gone going into map number 2. It's the GK Esports map pick. The Moira ban, not really a lot to talk about there. Maybe it's like a pseudo support protect, but Don't think that one will have any impact. I think GK also is pretty fine and resigned to playing that Zarya head-to-head.
Wouldn't be shocked to see that continue through the whole series. And I mean, I do like the strategy that GK have, right? Like send Alfie in like a heat-seeking missile with the Zarya bubble on him. He finds kills with those plays. Like, it's a bit wild. In the past, people, I mean, would have looked at that and been like, come on, like, is that really going to work? Tracer triple blinking with a bubble and just recall. But Alfie just finds one clips off those plays, or he'll just take your backline control and start flanking you and putting pressure on you from there. So, I like the way GK plays around their strengths in the setup. I think Labda also puts a brutal spot to be dueling Quartz, is one of the other best hit scans in the region.
Yeah.
Has really proven himself. And I think especially when it comes to the override protocol, there's few better than Labda, right? Coming from his origins as a projectile player, like he was an amazing Pharah player back in the day, although we aren't going to see him on it so much anymore.
No, I mean, he's developed to such a nasty hit scan player. It's like you're going to forget like a Pharah one trick at one point as Quartz takes a little bit of pressure. I mean, dude, the ability to deal with, like, he makes it look so easy, and watching it from his POV, like, doesn't really do it justice. Like that is Alfie putting pressure on him as Tracer, and then instantly just turns, like, locates Labda and just kind of bursts him down instantly. I mean, he's just an insane player. I mean, even when Twisted Minds was kind of like on the come up, I think the thing that everybody agreed on in like a global stage is like Quartz just an unbelievable hit scan.
Yeah, and you also can't underestimate the influence of how many of these like cheeky long-range headshot kunai that Simple is contributing to these kills. Alfie boxed immediately here by the back line, trying to go for one of his signature plays, gets pushed away for now. Twisted Minds rolling on the corner.
Ton of energy.
Yeah, it's going to be a little scary. Although it's going to be pretty hard for either team to, I think, really crack the corner. Both teams really don't play this one slow. Push a little bit. They're looking ahead to this. Nice damage onto the back line, but Simple teleports away. Does end up dropping, but TBT has already struck first blood and second. It's an absolute bloodbath here on the corner, but as the dust settles, Lucio, Zarya, Tracer, one of the more powerful groups of three to brawl out in a low numbers engagement. And Jwoo, TBNT are going to have their way, going to grab this control, checkpoint capture for Twisted Minds. I do not imagine GK have much to say about that with Alfie just off the respawn.
Yes, that'll be checkpoint here for TM. I think they're going to have the backup. Just the beat is, looks like actually maybe Astro went and taxied the other players back in. So they will back up, though, kind of play from this corner. The devastating thing here for GK, though, Jake, it's going to be all 5 ultimates available for Twisted Minds. Astro going to get healed up there by Simple. So you're going to be able to kind of farm up towards that rush. This next fight, I mean, GK feels like you have to win it or else you're going to get approaching that spawn door rather quickly.
Rush is traded with override protocol potentially making the difference, although despite the grab from TBNT, he actually loses the Zarya trade. Now 3-on-3, Jwoo starting to get that cleanup. Funny Astro and Simple trying to keep each other up through the chaos. Alfie just can't quite find the kill. Good care there from Simple to keep the Lucio online. GK, they're scrappy, man. They're fighting for these, but it just feels like the clutch factor. It's such a small gap between these teams, but it's consistent.
Yeah. And I mean, look, so they'll get control over the bot now. This should be, a fight or two, you would imagine. They end up winning. It's actually going to be Twisted Minds going aggressive here with that sound barrier, trying to get some of these ultimates out of DK as TBNT, he falls. As DK actually here, Jake, rush in sound barrier used.
Don't be so sure, Quartz. Got the
There's
gang.
no
but
way.
Yeah, he's running low on HP. Surely not, right? Jay was still alive too. I mean, like, I will not give up faith until he's on the respawn. Okay. So he is going to drop here eventually. I like the willingness of TM to go for the aggro beat here with Quartz on the off angle. But for GK, it's great that they're able to hold on to both grab and override protocol. Maybe some tempo to continue pushing the pace here. Jwoo with a lot to do and just a pulse bomb in his hands to do it.
Just the pressure, though, from Twisted Minds, right? Just kind of constantly pushing up. It's going to be the grab here from Ziyad. They do a nice job, nice body block there from Ziyad. So they do get rid of TBNT, and they handle Quartz. So should be another fight win here for DK. They're going to hold on to the override protocol as well.
Yeah, this is the way you got to play if you want to beat TM, right? It has to be textbook clinical. Winning it with just a grab is exactly that. Even Jwoo had to go for the pulse bomb there. Thought he had an opportunity. Got denied, though, and GK got a little bit more work to do to get this one back to even, but this map is far from out of control with Offense starting to move. Twisted Minds, nothing in the tank to sort of obviously take this tempo back. Labda, opportunity here as he rips the override protocol, brings some damage into the backline. This guy, it's definitely going to be a little scary with that kind of hitting on the other side. The ultimate TVNT drops low. He was found to kill back on the Kiriko though, so still probably this one, still keeping in contest, but Alfie giving it just as good.
I mean,
And
dude.
the extra splash on the Astros sets up the finish.
I mean, he is on fire today. I mean, that is going to be the checkpoint there for GK. And they've done a nice job, GK, the last like 3 fights, getting TVNT out of the fight early, right? TVNT trying to step up there. It's a big hit of damage there if left this override protocol, and they do a nice job chasing him down. And you're also going to have both teams here with a rush coming up. They end up coming down to like if one of these tracers could get a crazy pick and turn in these fights early on.
He just finds such a crazy amount from these blink into the bubble. Like, is not expected. Takes another one straight to the back line. The defensive bubble has to come out. Quartz, though, takes the opportunity. No recall. Pushes up with the override protocol. Rush comes out from Finn. A later rush response from Simple. Should be able to outvalue in a long fight, and that damage still coming in from the sky. But Labda shuts him down and costs him his life, though. Has to go into a deep position there. Nice TP through from Simple, but Ziad catches the turn. Good call from Alfie to find that finish. So we drop to the low numbers engagement. Just TDNT and Jaywo without any sustain, trying to battle back. Haku held onto the beat throughout this entire fight. And with a 2v1, Jaywo just can't stand.
Yes, I mean, Haku gets the beat quite late. Ziad kind of falls basically at the time that he gets it, as Quartz here with some help from Funny Astro and Simple going to get back over 2 of the points. They're going to prevent GK from taking the lead. But GK dangerously close to flipping this one, as they're going to get so close to the bot yet again. So, that's a huge kill though. Alfie, the bubble wears off, and then Simple and Funny Astro able to combo to take him out.
Finally, they get the catch, and Ziad holding onto the grab. I don't think he's going to be able to deploy it into this one, though. 2 players already hitting the deck. It's an unfortunate spot where it's a fight that EK would have loved to, I think, commit on it and really get some ult trades out, or potentially to win and take the lead. But now, TM potentially going to be able to make some more progress. A long spawn for EK, as, I think this bot is going to roll at least a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, well, EK is able to kind of like, hold on a little bit there, and they know, let's say they don't lose Alfie and you're able to use some of these ultimates, they would have had an advantage of the override protocol a little bit later in the fight. Maybe would have been able to take it and end up taking the lead, but end up going in Twisted Mind's favor, and now they're going to kind of extend that lead by about 10 meters or so. It's going to be grabs from both sound barriers from keeping them up.
Labda needs to find something. Sport ult started to drop low. The impact from the override protocol fell 2 down already. Should be enough for GK to hold the line. A lot of ults traded out, though, and in the end, Twisted Minds fighting on the opponent's side of the map with a lead, even expanding that lead just a bit. They're going to take the full forward spawn, have a fight at mid-map. So GK, if they want to retake this lead, if they want to have a chance here on push, they need to win here and now. This is a crucial fight on the map.
I mean, this map has been awesome between these 2 teams, as Kitsune Rush available for both sides. Going to be available a little bit earlier here for Twisted Minds. They're going to open things up with it. They are trying to keep Ziad alive. Suzu comes in. He's barely going to be able to stay up.
Oh, they're just hanging on, but the formation is so powerful here from TM, just bowling over the opposition. The aggression pays off. Quartz trying to play his way out of this one. Alfie would love to find a trade kill, but that bubble from TVNT is going to prevent any possibility. Twisted Minds now. Maybe have just done enough.
Ziad finds himself in a really weird position in that fight, right, Jake? I mean, the Kitsune Rush comes down, he moves up, he doesn't have a second bubble to be able to use, and even though it's a nice Suzu there from Finn, not enough to keep him alive. Is now Jaywu with a pulse bomb trying to work on the support. Nice shot there from Finn. Put down some damage with the override protocol there, coming in from Quartz, putting down some damage as the supports are trying to keep themselves up from the pressure that Jaywu is putting down. Not able to heal up anybody else. The override protocol there is huge, as now Twisted Minds has blown this one open.
Yeah, and Alfie, that little back flank, right, poking at the Kiriko, sort of looks like he's just going for a little bit of harassment, but the rest of the team is hitting hard in the front line at that moment. The odds end up dropping, and now GK just clinging onto life. Twisted Mind smelling the possibility of a full cap. Alfie backlining with a pulse bomb. Smells a little bit of pressure coming back his way, and I mean, Twisted Minds don't really have to force into gear. It's up to GK to change the status quo. Ziad starting to push forward. Beat from Funny Astro comes out first. Ziad drops though, and Haku can't get the beat on him. EK could be routed here. Finn finds it on the courts, but maybe that's all they can get. Oh, just barely Nearly catches Alfie with that grab. Way too close for comfort, but in the end, shutting down Alfie, well worth it. Zion onto the wrecking ball. Full desperation now. Twisted Minds on their way to a full cap. This map was close at times. But Twisted Minds are going to close it. Potentially here, it's still a little bit more fight for, but there's a high energy Zarya just killing player after player here. Okay, he does go down. Override Protocol keeps the map alive, but as close to death as it can be on push.
Yeah. I mean, 20 seconds as well. You're going to have to do an incredible run back here for GK to be able to win this map, or else Twisted Minds, the map win streak, will continue to grow, and they'll get one map away from going to Tokyo. So they're going to have the Kitsune Rush here to use. It's going to be one for Finn as well. Alfie just trying to put some pressure down on the Simple. So Simple's going to end up using the rush. Going to be a later rush here from Finn. Pulse bomb from Jwoo doesn't connect with anything, but they find Lab. That is huge. Quartz with 2. Override Protocol. This should seal the deal.
Absolutely will, Matt. The rush dominates, and just as Twisted Minds extend the streak one more map, a clean 5-0 hero sweep to do it. Going up 2-0 in the series and getting in tasting distance of that opportunity to come to Japan, compete on the world stage at Champions Clash.
This hasn't been like a, we have obviously seen Twisted Minds route a lot of teams here in EMEA. This has been one of the ones where it doesn't, obviously they're winning the series. There's nothing it's pretty clean. But GK has battled back in a lot of these fights.
Yeah.
They've been very close. So this is I think if you're a GK fan, this is a pretty good series overall, even though you're down 2-0. Quartz, 11,500 damage, like a big 1K advantage over Labda, but I think it's just the override protocols there from Quartz were huge towards the end.
Yeah, just so many of these really big fight wins for them, and sometimes it comes down to small moments, but what's remarkable about Twisted Minds is the level of consistency, right? Yes, GK is close, right? A lot of these fights go down to the wire, but it feels like when we get down to those scrappy, both teams losing players, comes down to the 1v1s, it feels like Twisted Minds wins 80 or 90% of the time in those engagements. And that's a massive difference maker. I mean, that's a level of dominance. It's incredibly hard to hold at this level of play. You watch just the eye test on the way Alfie is playing. It's surely you shouldn't be able to win these clutch fights all that often. Surely Alfie should be able to edge you out, but it's just everyone on TM is so good in those moments when the team strategy is kind of out the window, right? Players dead on both sides, formations destroyed, everybody is deathmatching.
Yeah.
And that is just a spot where you can't find a better team in the world for me than Twisted Minds to be. In that kind of chaos, they thrive.
It's the stuff we've seen from these historic kind of teams in the past, right? Where even every fight they're at if they're at the ultimate disadvantage, or something goes horrible, somebody gets picked first, they're still able to pull these fights out. Just unbelievable play from Twisted Minds. And guys, make sure you follow us on all platforms. We have a lot coming up. We have Champions Clash coming down in Tokyo. We have a few other regions kind of sorting out their playoffs. So YouTube, Twitch, X, Soup, Instagram. Follow us everywhere. You don't want to miss out on any of the awesome action that's coming from OWCS. We got a lot of action kind of still remaining here in EMEA and NA. Obviously, some NA games after this one, but still, no GK still fighting in this series. It's always a chance, Jake, even though it most likely we know the result. But I'm even more excited to potentially see a GK versus VP rematch after seeing this game, because GK has looked really good.
I have a lot of respect for GK coming out of this game, and it's rare to be saying that in a series that does, in the end, look to be cruising towards a one-sided result, right? In the end, I'm still impressed that GK, they're not backing down. They're sticking with their guns. They're playing their style. They're fighting for every single opportunity that they have. Just Minds, it continues to battle back, continues to find that edge, but it's clear that the eye test on players like Alfie is it just doesn't lie. This is a guy who, you put this guy on LAN, right? We've had some ping issues, always online competition. It's always a little bit of an asterisk. I want to see what Alfie can do on LAN.
His Tracer's been sick in this series,
right? And a Tracer, famously, by the way, is a hero that goes to another level on a LAN competition. It is sort of terrifying. A couple of bans coming out here. GK gonna get rid of the Juno. Twisted Minds throw one at the Diva. Once again, I don't think that either team is going to back down. I think this is going to be an honor duel to the finish. Twisted Minds, why would they change anything? And GK, no fear in their heart, despite the scenario in the series. So honestly, a team that looks lean and mean. Virtus Pro, I said I thought they'd maybe qualify, maybe they'd get the upset, but GK has kind of started convince me that to change my tune, that they might really be that team coming to Japan alongside Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, most certainly an opportunity if we see that match yet again. It's an opportunity here maybe to play the Vendetta again, right? Vendetta gone there in map number 2. We saw the Vendetta, from TM early on. I know Lijiang Tower specifically. Opportunity here to play the Vendetta coming back for Havana. Nothing from the bans here that would kind of scare you to potentially not play that hero.
Yeah. It's interesting, it's like for Twisted Minds, one of the unfortunate things about being a team that's this dominant is like, how are they even supposed to know like whether Tracer or Vendetta is better? They win no matter what. So it's like, how do you know? And how do you continue to level up when you are just seemingly winning everything? Astro said the scrims are closer, which is kind of an interesting thing for other teams. Like you come into a scrim, maybe you take some maps off TN. You know what? We could do this. We could make it happen. And as I say that, looks like Twisted Minds have been in the lab. Gonna throw something wild at this one. A classic poke comp. I mean, this is an iconic style.
Yeah, this could also just be a let's make a statement type of comp, right? And like, hey, let's come out and play. I know Alari Bap with the SIG, right? This is like this is like traditional poke, right? Which like poke comps in the Overwatch 2 era haven't exactly kind of really been prevalent, but hey, if there's a team that's able to pull it out, I mean, Quartz on the Widow, I won't say no to that.
Yeah, come on now. It's like that's one that you can bet against. I won't be, but you can.
No.
Obviously, the POV we got to watch here coming out of the spawn doors. You don't know there's a defensive Widow just yet. The first pick is your best chance. Does miss for now, and Labda. You had your chance. It's dropped here like a sack of rocks on the payload.
And why did we let them get Jwoo as well? I mean,
it's an embarrassment of riches.
They know exactly where Alfie is right there. Ooh, nice job from Alfie baiting the shot out though.
I kind of like the because Widow is a great matchup into Zarya. It's one of the hardest DPS matchups for Zarya. Don't really feed much energy and you can get popped from a pretty high HP total.
Yeah, there's no real way for Zarya to like engage with the Widow as well, right? The distance is so long.
Still, hearts rolling. Being boxed out here, Quartz. He's got to find kills. Part of the reason you run this Widow, but that damage is good and it's followed up by Simple. More threats than just Quartz on this squad. Jwoo boxing it out of the flank. Ziad running around like a headless chicken here, but what else is there for him to do, man? Surrounded, attacks from all sides, and I mean, playing against the best team in the world, this is a comp that like it is so hard to play against.
Well, it's so much damage.
Exactly, right? Like it's when the other players just hit headshots. There's not so much you can do. You almost just need to kind of go gambling, run it down. The ult turn is, I think, going to be strong for GK, but they're not building ults. Like they just keep getting picked off. It's looking like they're gonna have one chance. Alfie, though, a big burst onto Quartz. Maybe an assist from some allied damage on that one. Labda on over to the Sojourn, maybe to push the tempo. Just down the Widow. How are they gonna hold this one? Jwoo completely boxed out of the fight. Haku takes down some of the buildables here, and Twisted Minds wisely, I think, are gonna wait to fight at full strength. Who just lives on absolutely no HP. But as things turn scrappy, really favoring the GK comp in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Although Jwoo does get rid of Labda, and you do have Simple alive still, and he's going to provide some healing there over to Jwoo. So Jwoo's going to be at full strength. Quartz is definitely worried about Alfie potentially on his flank as
Infrasight helps a lot here. Infrasight is massive, super scary. Someone's going to touch point, though. Hold on. Actually going to be Simple West to go out and do it. TVNT now in with the flux. Pulls players up into the air, beamed out now by the M-Matrix. Even the Sky Cleanse from Finn is not good enough to keep players alive. Alfie does find Astro. TVNT still healthy on the Sigma. Hard to imagine him being knocked down. This poke comp hasn't yielded anything just yet. GK, though, holding onto a bit of map control. Nice fighting from Finn and Alfie to keep this high ground in contest. But Simple is here, too, to really deny this early position from Alfie.
Yeah, they want to try and get some of these players here. Twisted Minds does from GK off of the high ground. Oh, Lambda maybe doesn't expect them to kind of rotate back up to that position, and you lose Lambda and Finn. That is brutal, Jake. You're going to get now. Some of these players aren't going to make it out with their life here, so you're going to feed up some more ultimate charge to Twisted Minds, but also going to be just more clock coming away from GK's offense.
I mean, surely beat overclock grab. Surely. Twisted Minds has nothing to do about that, but TVNT is trying to kill before the fight and onto the tip of the spear himself. LPE down. Okay, I don't think they want to fight without LPE. We're going to come down to an OT fight. Twisted Minds tightening the screws. They know the threat of a beat rushdown, though, is very serious here. They're going to go very aggressive with these positions. They know I don't think they can win a straight-up ult trade fight. Going to hit from all sides here. Here comes the beat, trying to overwhelm. GK trying to get to that backline. Pulse bomb goes wide. TVNT dropping low. Funny Astro falls as well. And it seemed that the beat was enough. Great hold on some of these other key ultimates from GK with their backs against the wall in the series. Still have a lease on life on second point because they're able to hold these ultimates. And now, yeah, Twisted Minds forced to go for a full comp swap. No way to play this poke on second.
No, but I do feel like the kind of damage is done, right? I mean, a lot of time burned off the clock there from EK's offense as TM does a nice job of that poke comp on defense. Now, though, I guess with the comp swap completely, right, EK does have a little bit of a window of opportunity here with an ultimate advantage. Some nice damage down on the Funny Astro there from AlphaHe. Gonna put him in an odd position for this.
Nice little blink up
to that high ground, yeah.
Pulse bomb breaks the buildable. The bubble, though, on the Simple ensures he gets a little bit of space to work with. The OC from Lambda cuts Simple down out of the air.
Let's get back to business.
Room for one hit scan on this server, and it is Lambda for now. TVNT, though, does take his life as a parting gift. Give you an opportunity to swap over to the Emirate.
Good try.
GK still holding on to key ultimates, right? Like, they're playing with real patience in this one. This is the kind of poise you need to beat a team like Twisted Minds. They give you an opportunity to take an ultimate tempo lead with a big comp swap, and you still hold on to it through fight after fight, but fights are taking a long time. The clock running a little bit dry. This is Havana after all. GK need to close this one out quickly. A grab aggressively in to that Zarya. Simple has to step into it too. Drops the cleanse. Hold on. TVNT stays alive. The turn is good. Somehow, some way, Twisted Minds battle through this one, and GK maybe a little bit overconfident, trying to hold the rush and win with only the grab. Gets brutally punished here and find themselves here on their last legs on offense. A little bit of stall on AlphaHe's Tracer. Nowhere for him to go in the 2v1.
Yes, that is a nice hold there from Twisted Minds. GK, I think they may have getting a little bit aggressive, right? And then I don't think they expect Twisted Minds to battle back like that. As now, GK, though, you do have double support ult here to be able to use. You got to take a lot of damage, though, on the walk-up. I thought maybe they were going to use that to kind of farm up towards the sound barrier, but it's going to be Finn just kind of healing him up. Get below a minute. Oh, don't have a lot of progress. A nice move from Funny Astro, knocking him down to the low ground.
Those really run the clock on you. Like, it's a little bit awkward now for Ziad. They step up through the low ground. Not the ideal place to drop a rush, but they're going to have to drop it nonetheless. GK putting some good damage on. They do find Simple massive. I think just before the cleanse hits his feet. The beat keeps on Taku. Not going to be overconfident on this one. Just securing it with some powerful ultimates. A little bit of stall coming in from Jabu. And actually, hold on, Matt. There might be a recontest.
Yeah,
Jabu living after that stall. He's going to come touch this. TVNT is going to be back into it. We could see
and you're gonna have a sound, and you're gonna have a sound barrier here from the high ground potentially, as it looks like they may just try and enter in with this. It's gonna be Astro getting the beat. It's gonna connect with everybody. As Ziad's gonna be in a world of trouble here. They're putting a lot of pressure on him, pushing him back. Nice Suzu there actually gets rid of Alfie's pulse bomb. The pulse bomb was connected, but a Suzu comes in, and that is gonna be where GK's push ends. Actually, could have been much worse there, Jake. It looked like they may have gotten held with that first point, but at least they get that first checkpoint. They get a little bit close towards the second one to still give themselves some signs of life here in our potentially final map. But take a look at some of the stats. Jwoo 16
dude.
And
you think this guy can play Tracer? You think is that good? Is that a good pick?
Yeah, why do you think we pick him up to play some Tracer?
Whoa, crazy! Wait, we should get you coach TM.
Yeah, no, TM doesn't need a coach. They're good.
Turns out.
It turns out they're totally fine with that one. Is taking a look at some of the stuff from GK, right? I mean, I think it's a really odd comp to play against early on, right? I think probably something they don't see too often. Not a lot of teams kind of playing that like slower poke style on the defensive side of things, especially the Widows. I think that is one that potentially catches them a little bit off guard. But now with GK on defense, they kind of need a hold of their lives here to keep themselves in this series.
Yeah, it feels like first point, you really need to run the clock down. Second, I think tends to favor the attackers on Havana. Tends to be a lot of ways to get that cart finished in on the checkpoint. So first point, probably your best chance to really get this clock down low, remove any margin for error from Twisted Minds. Jabu thinking about playing the Vendetta here. Maybe just wants to box it out on cart up against Alpha East Tracer. But with players like Simple and Funny Astro in the back line, even a Tracer as good as Alpha E can struggle to get things done.
Yeah, as you'll see kind of with Jawu now on the Vendetta, like maybe he tries to like go and get, you know, some of the high ground with some of the cooldowns. Yeah, that's exactly where he goes. So kind of get control over this area, right? Maybe just try and hold it down, prevent Labda from taking some of that high ground position, but can't really fight with the rest of his team at the moment.
Interesting little wrap here from Twisted Minds. They're not taking the cart path. They're going up to the high ground courts, though. It's up here alone. Needs the TP from Simple to save him from Alpha East Tracer. Now some pressure turns onto Jabu, but Ziad's getting boxed out in the meantime. So a beautiful team rotation from TM. Secures the next corner for the cart. A beautiful combo kill from Lambda and Alpha E, though. Drops courts. An immediate aggression from GK. They know they need to take the maximum value from that kill. They can't find a single follow-up. Twisted Minds just too good on the kite back. Not going to fight this one without Quartz.
No, and now, I mean, Quartz going to come off the spawn, right, in TVNT. Pretty healthy and charged up. Is that also they've allowed Simple without, you know, getting any of those kills, allowing Simple to farm up towards this Kitsune Rush, you know, about 20 or so % ahead of Finn at the moment. But hey, you know, Alfie with a pulse bomb, maybe you can turn the tides. As here comes the aggression from Twisted Minds through that Kitsune Rush.
Hold on, though. Beautiful speed kite from Haku. Gets his team out of trouble. Finn doesn't have the rush available, but they essentially get the ult out for free. It is going to give a lot of cart time. It's going to put this on last fight scenario, but with the Kitsune Rush advantage, GK looking strong on the retake. That being said, Quartz has the dream position here. Pulse bomb goes a little bit wide. The cleanse ensures his safety. Great care from Simple. Rush now comes out from GK. Deep into the back line. They're trying to connect on the Funny Astro without the speed. It's going to be hard to escape Ziad as he storms forward with full energy here. Onto the grouped up core. Twisted Minds becomes caught. No way out now for TVNT. He turns to try and battle for kills of his own. Jabu assist for that follow-up onto Haku, but in the end, GK hold on. Ultimate commitment, great play so far on this first point.
Yeah, you're going to have both teams here with the grab plus beat combination. Then you're also going to have both override protocols. As the Jawu hasn't really had, you know, hasn't really gotten anything going here on the Vendetta on offense just yet. Talking about how good his Tracer was in the first half, you know, going deathless, now going over the Vendetta. Hasn't found anything. Alfie on the Tracer, making it look so easy, though. Gets right up in court, takes him out, but then dies on the exit. So maybe this is an opportunity. Twisted Minds, obviously on Tracer, will be back in the fight rather quickly, but maybe Twisted tries to take advantage of this.
He'll be back for the OT fight, but I mean, a lot of the way DK tried to play these fights is by sending him in first. So he's going to be coming a little bit later into this one. Twisted Minds waste no time getting into the backline here. Beat forced out by this override protocol, but Quartz continuing to put in the damage. A better beat now from Funny Astro. Grab comes down, it's some big damage. A grab of TVNT's own does get in the backline. Siphon Blaster trying to overwhelm, but Ziad takes away Quartz's life before he can finish it. Still 2 supports here to keep TVNT online. PK scrapping it out with DPS and a Kiriko. Simple, very close to a rush of his own. Desperation ball swap from Ziad. The cleanse keeps Labda alive, but eventually TVNT climbs to the high ground. Just too big of a threat to face there on that Emery. A TP away is good, but ultimately the boot from Funny Astro secures the finish cap. We're on to second point, GK. A good first hold, but in the end now, it's going to be your last chance to stay alive in the series. You got to hold on second with 3 minutes left.
Yeah, and this is where I think the Vendetta can be way more effective, right? In this close quarter, you know, area of the map in our second point. 3 minutes to get to that golden box victory you see on the screen here. You'll have Kitsune Rush plus Sundering Blade to play with. Because Ziad has to make a swap and then swaps back, right? TVNT with a huge advantage in terms of getting over towards that grab. Twisted Minds, whenever they need to clutch up, most certainly do. Sundering Blade here, some benefits around the corner. No way Haku can live the spin. And it taking out Ziad. That is a full team kill there with the Kitsune Rush, Sundering Blade combination. Now if you're GK, really one more chance. That is it.
I will say it's a little bit of an uncharacteristic ultimate overcommitment. TM recognize they don't have ult in the bank. They're going to go deep into the spawn here, try and fight off the checkpoint. No one even pressuring that cap. And they're caught off guard completely. GK with the ultimate advantage. And it's the heads-up push from TM. Not a single player back on the checkpoint, all into the spawn, and it pays off big time. You can never rest against this team. The world champs do it again, continue the streak, and they are going to Japan. They're going to Champions Clash, Matt.
And a 3-0 victory here from Twisted Minds, yet again keeping the streak of map wins and series alive. As good as always. As Twisted Minds, they qualify for Champions Clash. First team to kind of make it on through. So this team is going to be so difficult to deal with.
They are indeed, but let it be said that GK may or may not be the first team that actually made their loss look competitive. So I think they can make a lot happen in that lower bracket, facing off against VP that they have beat before in the first match yesterday. So there is a high chance that this is not the last we see of GK here in stage 1. They might make it all the way to Japan as well. This was actually a really entertaining series.
Much better than I personally expected. Like I think I've liked maybe GK more than others throughout this stage, and I thought, hey, we'll get a 3-0 here, and then we'll kind of see what happens when they play against VP again. But I thought Alfie specifically looked really good in a lot of moments, and I think the backline is starting to play a bit better. I think now that you're seeing Haku and Finn put together some pretty decent performances, you can see what this team can make some teams like Twisted Mind sweat on occasion.
Lee Jung was this was actually criminal. What was Funny Astro's final score? 2024?
Yeah,
that's absurd.
Wild.
It's
That's
actually
wild.
absurd.
Like this boop. Oh, they're both like,
It's so
they're both,
good.
like above half HP. It's just over immediately at that moment. Quartz, clean up crew. I mean, this team, man, I'm really impressed by DK. Like the amount of resources they give to AlphaGi is kind of wild, but then you watch the cam and you're like, okay, I get it, man. I get it. If I was watching AlphaGi in the VOD review, I'd be like, guys, we need to give him more bubbles, more heals, give him the sound barrier. Like, I don't care. Put this guy in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and I think it was AlphaGi getting those picks, right, that opened up the door for GK in a lot of moments here. Also, them very heavily focusing on getting TVNT out of the mix very early on in those team fights gave them an edge more than once. So I think they came in with the right plan. And again, this is the most competent any team has ever looked in their loss against Twisted Minds.
I mean,
it's a crazy standard. We're
Yes.
coping so hard, you guys. It's all we have left, Chad. It's all
We
we
get
have
paid to
left.
cope, guys. We get paid to cope.
Yeah, I mean, it's I am more interested in the GK VP match tomorrow, right? After this result, I think obviously it goes down to the wire. GK is able to pull it out into that map 5, but you think of some of the heroics and how good Psycho was yesterday in that series, and obviously Psycho's a tremendous player, can do it again. But like, you get a performance like Alfie and Labda played today, that's gonna be a really, really tough game for VP.
I agree.
Well,
I mean, that
indeed.
one is probably the match of the day tomorrow, to be honest. Like with them already having a crazy close game 5 and now having a rematch with just Japan on the line, right? Like arguably the stakes are higher, I think, from a player perspective. Making it to LAN is like a way bigger deal than being the top seed. Like for a lot of players, like it's the emotional component of that is real. So from a pressure perspective, from a stakes perspective, it doesn't get higher than this, right? Like that's a key moment for two teams that have battled so hard for these last months. Only one can come to Japan now.
Absolutely. Now, of course, if you're Twisted Minds, then you secured your spot and you most likely will get that #1 seed. So you are good. Speaking of good, Quartz is joining us via voice for a quick chat. Quartz, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys.
Wonderful, Quartz. Congratulations. You guys qualified to Japan. You guys are in our regional grand finals. How are you feeling right now? Is there any sense of relief, or was that just expected, just another day in the office?
Thank you, first of all. And to be honest, it was a bit expected, but it still feels good because I really want to play in Japan. I'm really excited for the LAN.
Yeah, Quartz, you guys looked pretty awesome today as usual, right? Clean 3-0. I gotta say, were you surprised that you guys ended up facing against GK here as opposed to VP? And what were your thoughts about them today as an opponent?
To be honest, I wasn't as surprised. No, I was thinking that GK will win against VP. since GK have been playing a bit better and VP has been playing a bit worse in scrims. So no, I'm not surprised. And GK are very good team. They deserve it too.
Yeah, I'm curious, from your particular perspective, right? Playing in that match, like the way that GK put all these bubbles into Alfie, he's coming for you a lot of these fights, right? So what was that battle like for you in the server to be, facing off against Alfie's Tracer, kind of running at you 24/7?
It's so hard. This is the first time I'm playing against this guy, and he's so good. I've never felt this hard playing against a Tracer before. So,
They definitely made it very competitive. Like they were fighting back more than any team we've seen before. Do you expect to see them again in the grand finals here? Do you think they can take another dub against VP?
maybe, yeah, I think so, to be honest. I think GK have improved a lot since the past couple of weeks. I could see them winning, maybe, yeah.
Maybe. Well, we'll find out very soon. One last question regarding the compositions we saw coming from you. I mean, so far you've not really been pushed, right? So, like, you're kind of free to play whatever you want. You rolled out with quite a classic poke comp on Havana against a team that actually did make it competitive. What was the game plan heading into this one? Did you just want to try something new? Was that planned on along? Walk us through it.
To be honest, we always like to try new comps at match day. It always is a bit nervous for the enemy team to deal with it. So we like to try new things. And it's a good comp. We've done it before in scrims and it showed good results. So we thought, why not? Let's play it today.
Why not? The dub is the dub, and you guys got it. You're in the grand finals. Quartz, once again, congratulations and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Great to hear from Quartz. Twisted Minds are officially qualified, guys. They're the first team from EMEA who will make it to the Champions Clash in Tokyo, Japan.
Yeah, I mean, extremely well deserved for Twisted Minds, right? Our world champs last year, they come in, they dominate the start of EMEA. I think it's also kind of telling, Quartz was like, yeah, we weren't that actually surprised that we actually ended up going against GK because maybe our team's been looking at scrims as of late. And then also just really kind of hyping up Alfie about how good he was today, how difficult he is to deal with. And it's going to be VP's problem tomorrow.
True. They're now officially on a 22 map streak. Is that correct?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah,
It'd be nice to be Twisted Minds.
It's a crazy streak. I mean, I also think it's a little cope to be including the grand finals map win as the start of the streak, but still, to be this year untouched in EMEA, that no one can counter them. No one can even one map, right? Surely one team cheeses you at some point. Surely, but no.
But hold on,
Jake.
The Jake is like, yeah, they shouldn't include the map win in the finals. And then I go on Twitter and Dallas Fuel is like, yeah, we haven't lost in the playoffs in 4,000 days.
I replied to that one
Hey, guys, me neither.
Jake's been undefeated in the playoffs for 7 years. Yeah, crazy streak.
I'm undefeated because I haven't played, so...
Yeah, let's let them keep that finals map win.
Mathing.
If we're gonna allow the Fuel to keep whatever they're trying to keep,
we will not allow.
No one has allowed
them.
Shout
out Tasmo. But
it's a great tweet. I can respect that game.
Yeah,
we'll have to show that on stream.
It's a good tweet.
Absolutely, it really is. NA is coming up next in day 2 of NA playoffs, of course. But that's a wrap for EMEA for the day, gents. Thank you so much for calling the action. We'll see you both again tomorrow for the conclusion of our stage 1 playoffs in EMEA. Now, heading into a short break. But before we go, our own observer, Sojourn's cat, Winston, says hi. Say hi back. Say
hi, Winston.
Hello, Winston.
Look at those little cheeks.
Look at those
some
ears.
Big ears.
It's a bat. That's actually crazy. That's some crazy aura.
That is a cute cat.
I'm mesmerized. How old is Winston? Give us the details. I need to know everything there is to know.
Winston looks about Winston. 6.
The cat or the monkey?
the cat. There is probably a.
How old is real Winston?
Yeah,
the gorilla scientist. Excuse me.
We'll send our best man on the case. And now, of course, if you don't have a fluffy Winston like that at home, you might just have to make do with Winton in game, and you can cop some new skins. Not just one, nay, 2.
Winston in game lore, he is 31.
Well, the
31.
real Cat Winston, just in from Ob Sojourn, 12 weeks
Yep.
old.
12 weeks. Oh, I was a bit
Wait,
off.
that cat is going to
I was a bit
be
off.
huge. That cat is
I
going to
was
be
a bit
huge.
off.
Yeah, what is it? Is it like a Norwegian forest cat, or is it like just a Maine Coon, but cooler because it looks like a bat? Crossbreeding going on there. We need all the details. Speaking of details, make sure to connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account to start collecting. You can get, of course, the Battle Pass tier skips here
Yep.
as well if you do so. So you can finish off season 1 or get started on season 2, and many more cool things. For now, as I said, we do head into a quick break, and then we're heading into day 2 of the North American Stage 1 playoffs. Just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Dalsfield against Lumix.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it.
Vice President Singani. When you're ready, I've loaded the latest speech onto your datapad if you'd like to.
I'll handle it. I've designed this entire awards ceremony to maximize budget and spectacle. Every detail in place is a balance of impact and efficiency. And they would test my patience now, just moments before I'm set to take the stage. Well, I suppose I should be well rehearsed. Let's see what they've written for me now. Thank you all for being here today. It is my honor to present this year's Vishkar Award for Excellence in Reimagining Architecnical Applications to a most worthy candidate. But before I speak of our honoree, allow me to introduce myself. As you surely know, my family... Oh, they can't be serious. Bringing up my family before even mentioning my own achievements. Introducing myself as if everyone doesn't already know who I am. The Singania family's connections to Vishkar are... Oh, connections? Once I say connections, I've lost them. They'll think only of the Singania name on the plaque outside, and my grandfather's legacy. Vishkar isn't a dynasty. Well, I suppose it is. But it's not as though I was handed this position. I've trained years, proven my worth. Oh, what utter drivel! They truly expect me to spend 3 minutes extolling our architects, prattling on about their expertise, about how this company would be nothing without their hard work and dedication. Oh, enough. I am the one in charge here. My fortune bankrolls their academies. My contracts secure their assignments. I've already dedicated an entire evening to their success. I hardly think they deserve more of my praise. Oh, this speech is useless. I will speak for myself. Again, Vera, in your own words, from the beginning. It is my duty as an executive for the Vishkar Corporation to project the same lightness of being that we manufacture and provide to our partners across the globe. As an architect and an entrepreneur, I have found a wealth of success. Some have called me too generous for sharing victories with the company, but a rising tide elevates every ship, as they say. And under my oversight, no single group has risen higher than Vishkar's talented architects. To those present in the room tonight, know that talent alone may only take you so far. It was my drive that carried me through my schooling and earned me the position I now hold. Proud as I am to bear the Singania family name, I don't solely attribute my success to my upbringing. Their support was always rather specific in its focus. As critical as the public can be, one's own kin can sometimes be far crueler. Though my family may not have bought into my initial forays into heartlight manipulation, the care and resources I subsequently put toward mastering the craft taught me more than any academy could. I learned not to tolerate anyone who would question the merit of my work, or insinuate that I have not earned my position. Certainly, there's value in the artistry of hard-light manipulation. But what about the art of negotiation, of presentation? Shaping oneself to be perfect. Crafting not just a reputation, but an image. Something untouchable. Something worthy. That is the true test of talent. The real... Oh, what are you saying, Vera? Even if it were the truth, no one would respect you. Let alone believe you, if you share your own perspective. No, just give them what they want. Deliver the speech. Hand out the award. Smile. You're Vera Singania, heiress to the Vishkar dynasty, keeper of the family fortune, inheritor of innovation. You will be the one to lead Vishkar into its better, brighter future. They want you to be perfect, Vera. It's a good thing you are. Now that's perfection at work. The story continues in Overwatch.
What a clean fight for Disguise. That will be the team kill.
Liquid. Jefferson's managed to get Tree down.
Play for point. That's the high boss. It's going to be an explosion of death in the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
Can they get the touch? Here comes the engage. Psycho with 3! Oh, buddy.
There's the tether. Look at the drag off. But the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take home the trophy. Of course, has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals champion.
Welcome back, everyone, to the OWCS Day 2 of our Stage 1 NA playoffs. Jack and Johnny will be joining me, holding our hands to guide us through all the action today. Gents, how are we feeling?
I'm vibing. I'm ready. Yesterday was a banger, and EMEA was 2-3-0. So today, surely for NA, it's going to be some bangers again. Hopefully,
I'm just saying, Jack. We got lucky. We got North America. It's the more entertaining region this time around. So I'm feeling blessed showing up here for the North American broadcast and tuning in for these games.
Blessed. No, we truly were blessed. Honestly, like if you're looking back at yesterday's results and the matches, we got some darn good Overwatch. SSG and Team Liquid especially, they went all the way. It was such an entertaining series, and I loved hearing from Coach Christopher afterwards, sharing that the vibes are good for the SSG team and loads of map losses that he doesn't quite understand, but it's a great learning experience, and it was good to see the team rallying, getting back into the game when they're down in this series. That's good to hear.
Yeah, this top 3 is looking mighty competitive. I'm hoping Lunix gives us a good showing today versus TL, but honestly, TL even scoring a couple of maps off of SSG was just fantastic. I think Space Station, though, as expected, at least coming into the playoffs, are in this upper bracket against, unfortunately, an undefeated Dallas Fuel. So, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I think it looked like Liquid were going to win and beat SSG yesterday for a little bit. We're up 2-1 in the series, and we're like, oh my god, Team Liquid are back. Like, how are SSG struggling? And then Sugarfree showed up on the Tracer. And my goodness, that dude, he just went crazy on it and turned things around. Not single-handedly, of course. That would be more fun to say, but it was a team effort. But it looked real close there for a second, and SSG ended up taking the series. But I think, like Joe said, it's really entertaining because who's going to make the top 2 here? There's 3 really good teams in the region, and there's only 2 spots. So can Team Liquid make a run in the lower bracket?
We'll find out very, very soon. Now, of course, if we're looking at our upper bracket final, Dallas Fuel against SSG, we hope for a very close match here as well. Dallas, yeah, they swept Lunix with a very confident 3-0. Although I do have to say, like, Lunix did fight back.
Yeah, they got a little bite to them, that's for sure. I mean, the first map on that control was 299. So there's a possibility here that Lunix end up taking some maps off of TL. But it's, again, another day in the office. Just clocking in, clocking out, 9-5. Less than that, actually, because Dallas Fuel always 3-0 somehow. So, yeah, it's no shock.
It's tough because Dallas Fuel are such an annoying team to play because so many of these teams, understandably, they're like, okay, we're going to play Lucio Kiri and we're going to play pretty default. And then Dallas Fuel, you have to play against them. And they just play all kinds of ridiculous support heroes.
That's
923 days. That's a long time.
Yeah, I feel someone's back is hurting from the mental gymnastics they did here. Active streak.
I mean, hey, I'll give it to them because I'm happy that they're back. Okay, I'll give it to them.
Okay, you made the executive decision. Fine.
I gave them the pass for the tweet. It's all good.
I mean, yeah, it's not wrong information necessarily. It's not wrong information. No lies have been told. It's just we're stretching the truth maybe a tiny little bit.
I think in this day and age, we have to be real careful about what's true and wrong information. I don't think this classifies as true information. I'm sorry.
It doesn't quite classify as wrong information. I mean, I am undefeated in playoffs as well. Have I played any playoffs? No, I have not. But
Does
therefore,
the
I have also
preseason
not
boot camp
lost.
count? They got 9 to 12 in the preseason boot camp. That's the playoffs, right?
Is that playoffs? Does that count?
does
though?
that
Official
count?
playoffs?
Preseason boot camp playoffs.
Aren't you undefeated in talent takedowns though as well?
Yes.
That's like thousands of days worth of like
Thousands.
Longest active streak.
longest
Actually,
active
longest
streak.
active
So he's talent takedown record.
No one can take me down. I have retired on the top, on the height of my career. Now our players they still have everything to play for here in our playoffs. Let's take a look at it. This is where we're at. Stage 1 playoffs is in full swing, and the top 2 teams in NA will be finding themselves in Japan
Oh
for the
yes.
Champions Clash.
I just came back from Japan. I was on my honeymoon. My God.
Wait, me too. That's crazy.
So did
Japan.
Johnny.
Whoa, yeah, we were
That's
almost there
crazy.
at the same time. It would have been sick if we could have me up. But it was, Japan is a phenomenal place. If you get a chance, book your tickets. It is incredible, and you'll have a lot of tough fun in and outside the arena for Champions Clash. And yeah, the big face-off here with Korea to see how they match up. Non-sim meta, so maybe the Korean teams are going to come out on top. That was my prediction at the very least.
Yeah, we're going to get a look at what they will be playing in their playoffs much later, though, because we're kicking things off with NA and EMEA, then Pacific, China, Japan, and last but certainly not least, it's Korea's turn to determine which teams they will be sending to our first international LAN.
Yeah, it's a long time. It's gonna be a long
It
break
is.
here for North America and EMEA. You know, you're almost thinking that maybe we should like take the flight over to Korea a little bit early in Asia and just boot camp. You know, play some against Falcons, Grace Rapu. Those guys in
Yeah.
Senna division is looking amazing right now. Do a bit of an
It's giving
extended
them
boot camp.
a really good opportunity to not just familiarize themselves with like teams that will be making it like bit by bit, but also the changes to the games that we might be seeing in the meantime. We have Sierra, which is joining the fray in just a few days, really. So a whole new hero that we might get to see during the Champions Clash as well. We're talking about Sierra. Looks cool, looks fun. What are your initial thoughts?
Yeah, look, I think just exactly that. Really, it kind of looks fun. This auto aim thing seems a little crazy. It looks a little insane. I mean, we'll see how powerful it is, the CDs and everything, and how it ends up interacting. But yeah, the hero seems not like crazy overloaded in terms of the kit. They always somehow manage to come up with heroes that feel fairly, or like look on the surface like they're going to be easy to pick up and hard to master. So looks fairly fun. And knowing the balance and stuff, she might be very, very powerful on release. So I'm hoping we see a little bit at least.
Yeah, you need to be careful with the tuning because you make the gun a little bit too
The
powerful.
auto aim
and suddenly
would-
you're going around with the auto aim, just killing people. So I'm kind of curious to see like where the damage in her kit comes from. Because the tremor charge, it looks like a powerful tool. You know, we talk a lot about Emery grenade so far this stage and like how much damage you're able to put out with the Emery grenade. The tremor charge is kind of similar in a way, but acts a little bit different. And so I'm curious to like how much damage we're going to get from the tremor charge versus the gun itself and the auto aim you see there. And I think that's going to determine the use case for Sierra. It's like, what kind of damage do you want from this hit scan? Because there's so many hit scan heroes now that, you know, where does like the benefit one over the other come in from? And I think we're gonna have to figure out with Sierra, where does the benefit lies in her kit that makes her a better pick than some of the others?
Yeah, I definitely see her being like a niche pick for some players who are just like experts at like very, you know, interesting movement
off-the-wall
abilities and
picks,
stuff like
yeah.
that. Yeah, so it's gonna be interesting to see how she's fitting into the meta and how our teams will be utilizing her. Now she will be hitting a service very soon in season 2, which is like on Tuesday. So get ready for that, just as we are getting ready for our first match of the day. That's right, because we just finished EMEA. Twisted Minds officially qualified for the Champions Clash. And now in North America, we'll be deciding our first qualifier a little later as well. But first, of course, we do have the elimination match between Team Liquid and Lunix Gaming. Now, you can support all these teams heading to the Champions Clash if you got yourself the Elysian Keeper crowdfunding mega bundle. That's right. Look at these pretty skins. We got tweeted at, friends. For apparently what we said yesterday regarding these. People were not agreeing with the backless Reinhardt idea.
Okay. Well, I think you started that, sorry. I think you can shoulder most of that one.
I cannot confirm or deny these claims.
What were the tweets about? What, they don't want to see that on Ryan? Or like, what? I'm confused.
Yeah, they're just kind of, I don't know. Like, I can't
People
really tell
hating
if
on
the tweet was positive or
that's
negative.
crazy.
Positive is definitely if you're winning a giveaway. So hit up that
true.
QR code with your phone and get in it to win it. That's right. Religion Keeper crowdfunding mega bundle could be yours. Now, let's get into it. Into the nitty-gritty of our first match, elimination match. Team Liquid going up against Lunix. Let's chat about Team Liquid because that is slow start to the season, right? But yesterday, what we saw from them, they look rejuvenated. Very different team, really. They were so close to winning it against SSG, and I think a lot of that is just, we have to talk about that damage duo. It was a tremendous amount of work that Zero and Tree put in for them.
Oh my word, Tree just honestly dominating. I think he's been the standout for them for quite some time. It feels like I don't think there's been a point in a series for Team Liquid where Tree has not been top damage for the team, top or limbs. I don't know. This season just feels like his season to win here. So you're hoping for, if you're a Liquid fan, it's going to be a fairly easy victory, and then you have to get a little bit of revenge, perhaps, on both SSG or Dallas Fuel, who kind of gave you a smackdown in the regular season.
Yeah, they had a couple of good things going for them yesterday. Obviously, we talked a lot about Tree and Zero, how they were standout players for that team. But I also just like the coordination with this team. And I hit on it yesterday. It's just like they lost a big in-game communications leader for their team. And you saw the first couple of matches of stage were unsynchronized. They weren't on the same page. Like the fights were a little bit all over the place. I think yesterday they played compositions that worked for them, but also like the coordination was so good, and especially on Gibraltar, like Infected and Zero were just like in the enemy backline at all times, getting eliminations, right? And so I think that was a really good sign for this Team Liquid team. It's finally on the same page, and that allows these individual stand-up performances from the likes of Team.
Yeah, and a special shout out once again to Escanor, right? He's coming in last minute to join that team, has to mesh with them. But not only that, playing on pin, but not only that, also off-rolling.
Right.
He's not a support player, right? So now I'm finding their groove in that meta on like heroes that he's not used to. Like that's a big ask, and I think he's doing really well. Now, speaking of people who are doing really well, Lunix. Listen, they were biting back against Dallas Fuel. They were definitely the underdog in that series, but on Control, arguably their best map type, like they went toe-to-toe, 99-99, like they were able to fight back. In fact, they played so well that there were targeted bans coming out from Dallas Fuel, like taking Zeps Riss out of the mix, taking X10's Reaper out of the mix. Yeah,
that was great.
Because she is her, honestly, on that hero. So it's been really fun to see them able to make it look somewhat competitive. I don't think they're going to go down without a fight against Team Liquid.
Yeah, they've been a lot of the players on the team have been around for a long time, calling all heroes, even OWCS over the last couple of years, not even stages, which has been really sweet to see. So yeah, now's their chance to kind of step up into the big, like the big seats, the big table, step up to the big table. Yeah, something like that. But their ability to take Dallas Fuel so close, it was great, but towards the end of the series, it kind of petered out a little bit for them. They kind of lost a lot of that steam. Needed to shovel more coal into that steam engine, because that by the time the final map came around, it just looked like they were a little bit beaten down. So I'm hoping they can kind of keep up that level of energy and pace throughout this series here, because Team Liquid, they're not a Dallas Fuel. They're definitely like a step below them currently. So, you know, Lunix, I'm expecting a couple of maps out of here, maybe even 3.
Yeah, I think we're looking at predictions. I'm expecting, I say this and it's going to sound negative, but it's not. I'm expecting a bit more of a messy game. It might be a little wild when it comes to compositions. Like that's just kind of what I'm sensing we're getting out of those two teams. 3-1 for Team Liquid, but a close one.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I went with Liquid as well. I think, yeah, a 3-1 wouldn't go amiss. I wouldn't mind a little 3-2 in there. Again, it really does depend if how much steam they can just keep on traveling with. So, yeah, I'll give it a 3-1 if I had to give a score, but I voted Liquid.
I'm going there, 3-2. 3-2 Team Liquid. So I'm not going the full way. That you might have been baited for half a second there. That I was going to go with Lunix. But yeah, I think a 3-2. I actually think these two teams are closer than what we saw from them last week.
Well, let's see what they got in store for us in our first match in NA. This one is for all the marbles. It's an elimination game between Team Liquid and Lunix. Guys, take it away.
Yes, thank you very much, Zoe. A 3-2, Johnny.
Yeah.
3-2 from you. Okay, I like that. I like some close games in NA as EMEA. Not quite delivering on that today, unfortunately. A bit of a speed run of the day, 2 3-0s. But NA, we're expecting, hey, maybe even 2 map 5s. We'll see.
Yeah,
That
that's EMEA.
upper bracket game is kind of fire. It's EMEA. Broadcast NA is like, actually, they suck. The region sucks.
we're treated to like some really good games over here. And the reason I went with 5 maps is because these 2 teams, they played last week, obviously, and it ended with a Team Liquid 3-1. But I didn't like the game from Lunix. Like, I looked at what they were doing against Team Liquid, and I just thought, like, they didn't give themselves the best chance to win. I think they have more in the tank. They have more to show than they did last week. And I actually do think that if they make some small adjustments when it comes to the hero picks and individual plays, I really do think that they can really take it to Team Liquid in this one.
Mauga ban for Lunex. That was the second ban. Team Liquid banning the Tracer already on Lijiang Tower. No Busan. Okay, I'm a little disappointed. I can't lie to you.
What, just because you like Busan?
I like Busan, man. I mean, we've seen the whole Lijiang Tower. I'm not, little Busan, little whimsy in our control map. Come on.
Yeah. I think this is an interesting ban off the bat because we expected it, right? Against Somba, Lunix, just like a really good Tracer player. But, you know, aside from the Tracer, I think we rate Zero over Somba on most heroes, right? And this map kind of, you know, allows Zero to flex some of those hero pool muscles. If you want to flex over to something like a Pharah on Gardens, this Tracer ban helps set that up, right? And so I think Team Liquid deploying a very important ban early on here, and we'll look to capitalize on Lijiang Tower. Zero maybe flexing over to some other heroes.
Here's why Xten's going to play. All right,
And
she's
there's
hovering the...
Necros. I tried.
Yeah, they're probably teleporting out. They're probably teleporting out.
Thank you, Joss. Yes.
I'm trying
I
to
was
keep the
so
hope alive
invested.
here, bro.
I like just my emotional instinct immediately was just like, oh, it's over. It's
No, we're playing Sim. No, they're just TPing out, man. Come on.
Yeah.
You want to TP your Vendetta out, especially, so you don't have to use like one movement skill to get out of the gate. You want to like TP out, get the space, then use movement to get to the point, like ASAP. I say that, maybe they stick on it, but at this point, to be fair,
it's not going to be the same. I don't
decent.
know why I reacted so viciously, but it's going to be the Pharah after all, which plays into the Vendetta. So the analysis came to Seb, come on,
it's
brother.
a tragedy. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, look how much ult shots Zera got from that. 17% instantly. Oh,
I
it's a
mean-
disaster class crossing the bridge against the Pharah.
I
Oh my
talked
goodness.
about last week being a bad series for Lunix. They have a lot more to show. That's not how you want to start getting booked on the map. That's a tough goal.
I agree. Yep, that's not great. And then attacking into the Pharah as you're trying to take White Room as well. Ooh, you're running into a meat grinder pretty much. A little bit rough as head. Cautiously though, pacing themselves as they end up moving on to the point. As X10 kind of bringing up the rear hit for Lunix. But I mean, at this point as well, especially on this point, you need Tree or X10 to find a pick. Like, it's so tough for Lunix to sustain. Look at this already. They're backing up. Like, the sustain is just not there.
Yeah, I mean, they used both Orisa cooldowns, and they couldn't find a pick, and so they had to wait for him to come back, and here they go again.
Well, they're going to try. Zeb using both Orisa cooldowns again, trying to move in. No pick just yet for Zeb. And getting bashed. A small concussion for the Orisa. Zomba with 2, though. Hang on. Hang on a second here. It might just be a Orisa moment where they just run over everybody, but still. Nice spear as well from Infected. Very much invigorated, it feels like, coming off of that loss yesterday. Team Liquid, got a lot of ults online for this next fight.
Yeah, in fact, they're feeling really comfortable on the Orisa. He's adjusted really well to this new Team Liquid roster, being able to play the Mauga and the Orisa. His hero pool is coming into fruition here. And as you say, lots of ultimates for the board here for Team Liquid. What can Lunix do to give themselves a fighting chance?
Don't get booped again. Oh, nice spear spin. Well, there's the override.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Oh,
Seb
no.
gets launched off the map again. Oh, dear. Unfortunately, spent more time down on the streets of Lijiang Tower there than on the bridge, sadly. But all good. We're reset. Just one ult burn for TL.
Dude, 85%.
Yeah.
They just want one proper fight, dude.
Just
Can
one
we run
fight,
some of these
please,
alternates and
bro.
fight
Just
Viper?
one
Yeah.
fight, please, bro.
There they go.
All right, there's the override protocol. X10 launching into the backline now of dealing with a Ray. Little stuff. A lot of burst damage, of course. That is a very high in the sky barrage. Not anticipating that one in the front line there. Lunex end up taking down the Pharaoh with ease, and Z shooting as Nemwhite falls off the map. My God, the amount of environmentals is a little ludicrous. But it is Lunex coming out on top.
Yeah, really deployed a lot of ultimates there, but still held on to the rally. They still held on to the Sundering Blade here. So Lunex, you know, they have a couple of ultimates to rotate here, give themselves a chance to throw themselves back into this round. I say that Zero barrage looked really off because it was so high in the sky, but you combined that with a little bit of Terra Surge damage, and you could have landed a couple of kills there. So I don't blame him.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, using the kind of cover of the tower, potentially. All right, there's the rally. No bash potential, or it's just a pure goal. Both rallies, in fact. Nemwhite deploys hers, and, well, the whip shot goes a little wide, but it's actually put Team Liquid in a good position here. Already on the point. The blade's going to hit the ground. Zomba not finding anything there at all, but it does delay them a little bit of time. But Sarah follows up with a couple of missiles, attempting to preemptively kind of boot people who are going for the flank. And now Zeb on an island in the middle of the map as Team Liquid kind of picking Lunex apart, just taking these ones. And now Lunex have to touch.
And what's going to come in? They're going to be able to do anything here. It's a fast-ditch effort. Yeah, nothing going to Lunex here.
Yeah, that's going to be around there. Just a couple more players trying to stagger themselves onto the point. Zeb next. Nope, he's down. And that'll be it. 100 to 54 for Team Liquid.
I mean, Joss, we all been there. You just got to move on. That was not the round that Lunex had planned going into the series, right? Like getting booped off the map a couple of times. Had one proper fight, which they won, and then obviously they tried to defend the point. I just think they respected the Pharah like a little bit too much, maybe. Just felt like we had to back off, like we're scared of this poke damage coming out from Sarah. That's reflected in the scoreboard here as well. So they lost all the positioning there and just made life so much easier for Team Liquid. But Lunex just got to lock in and go next year. I think that was probably one of the more favored rounds for Team Liquid, utilizing this Pharah under the 3 here on Legion Tower.
Yeah, I think to kind of bounce off your point there, I think Zeb as well, kind of respecting the front line a little bit too much, right? Vega pop rally, walks over the bridge, and Zeb instantly kind of like bunny hopping back. Real rough for the tank players so far. Although, to be fair, if you're in that spot too, like, you're probably respecting them a lot as well, because you just got booped a couple of times. And that's an early kill on X10. The only target, really, that is going to be able to deal with Aspara too. I think Aspara is such a good pick for Team Liquid. Zero is honestly nasty.
Yeah, it's a great game plan. The Tracer ban, like I talked about, really important. Where do you decide to deploy that? And so far, the game plan on Source and Danny is really working well here on Leading Towers. Team Liquid get the cap here. And now the question, if you're Lunex, how do you navigate around this? Going to go for this side angle here, utilizing the Juno speed, of course, to get these quick rotations in. But you're really looking for some kind of target to dive upon. And Zomba might have found Vega. Oh, failed the whirlwind!
Oh, no. Should be fine. Should be fine. Doesn't overstay their welcome either. Taking a lot of damage from Sarah. Wow. That was like a kill contract out on the Zomba's head there.
So difficult, right? Like, you're forced to play this Vendetta into the Pharah. And I think it's their best chance as well. Like, you don't really have any other hero to flex over to. Like, you don't want to play the Echo here, right? So Lunex just has to play the composition they're given. They're going to flex it over to the Pharah, actually match it. So, really interesting change here from Zomba. Now they have to find these picks for the poke themselves, right?
Yeah. I don't hate it at all. The Vendetta was just not working off. And at the end of the day, you've got the ult, sure, which can tag the Pharah. You can max them in the sky, sure, but Sarah's not going to give you that opportunity. There is a barrage too for Team Liquid. They've got also the Terror Surge. Terror Surges are coming in. Orbital Rate's pushing towards point, but C's already dead. A perfectly timed spear cancels the ult, but unfortunately, Lunex have already lost 2. And they do get gap. They do end up stealing away a couple of percentage points, but that's going to be that. Team Liquid with very easy team fight under their belts.
Yeah, they definitely look a little bit rattled here, just the way they took that engagement as well, just walking through default, and there's just so much poke damage coming in. Zomba obviously has the inferior angle compared to Zero when trying to retake this point, right? So now you have this rally once more. You kind of have to go for this side angle. Quickly going to run out of time. You will have to touch the point, and obviously there's no Tracer on the field, so you have to help each other out.
Oh, what a boot!
X10 gets caught again, but is able to survive.
Sarah, 14 HP. Almost got taken out by X10, who had him in his sights, and well, 3 gets dragged in by their Terror Surge, but it's actually Infected that dies on Mega, I think that was. Nemwai picks up the kill on the brick. As Lunex, they do cap 98%, and Team Liquid still have space here. Lunex need to win this fight. They need to get these additional kills, or at least force them out. Override Protocol is going to get popped to try and get the exit kills, but Team Liquid have already long gone.
Yeah, Lunix really hoping to land some kind of pick here. Liquid, they're playing it so slow and patient, right? They're not feeling the need to win a team fight immediately. Instead, they spent most of that time just hunting for picks, whether it was onto X10 or someone else. And you can see once more, going for these kind of rotations. They just want to find one individual target. If you can secure a 5 versus 4 situation, that should be the go factor that sets you up to cap out this map.
So hard though. I mean, Z does not have that orbital ray. Nice barrage though from Zombo. It's already killed Vega. Barrage for Zera though. I'm going to be a little scared if I'm Lunex right now. They're moving in with the orbital ray. The barrage through the window of all things. That long range too, just sniping the brick. Elvin Tree get that kill. Nice assist. And now it's just going to descend into chaos. Zera's already behind them. This point is in dire straits as X10's picked off on Team Liquid side Mega Health Pack. There's going to be an orbital ray from Z as they push themselves onto the point, but she's already dead. A Terror Surge is going to set Zera up with some kills, looking at the sky there, hoping to snipe out someone that's coming through the windows. But that is Team Liquid all day. A 2-0 on Lijiang Tower to start off the series.
Yeah, incredibly dominant. I mean, that's night and day from what we saw last week as well, where Team Liquid, they won an Oasis that time, but they kind of let Lunex into that Oasis a little bit, and it looked slightly even. This one, all dominant from Team Liquid. Infected, 24 and 2 on the Orisa, 3-0, helping out with that poke damage to boot.
Yeah, Escanor as well, staying on 15 and 1 on the Juno. Love to see that. Yeah.
Big chillin'.
Big chillin', actually. I mean, going back to what you said before, I think the Tracer ban was perfect. Oh, that's the boot from that far? Oh, that's tragic.
It was
that's a rough one.
Kind of ironic as well, because I think Seb got javelin and then counter-strafed to the other side of the bridge,
Yeah.
and then got booped in the opposite direction. So just too many boops going on. Too much to handle.
A lot of CC. Yeah, I'll kind of finish what I was saying a minute ago. Like, hey, that Tracer ban's really good here. You know, yeah. Zomba, the other hero Zomba's been flexing on is the Vendetta. And then Sarah's like, okay, well, we're going to play Orisa here too. We're going to play Farah. So it nullifies that pick almost, like straight up. It's so hard to get into the fight as the Vendetta against those two without taking like a million splash damage, because you want to like off angle. You want to find like ways to get on the brig, ways to get on the Juno, but it's just so hard when Farah just has an eagle-eye view of the whole battlefield and the whole fight, and you just, honestly, to put it lightly, kind of screwed.
Right, and we saw it from Team Liquid last week as well, but instead of banning Tracer on Lijiang Tower, they banned the Tracer on Runasapi instead. And we've seen it several times to stage where you ban the Tracer on Runasapi, you roll out with the Farah because you know the enemy team is likely to play the Vendetta, right? So it was the same kind of compositional matchup. But before this week, going into the playoffs, Team Liquid, they just figured out, well, we're probably going to get more value deploying this on Lijiang Tower instead of a map like Runasapi. So a nice adjustments from Team Liquid strategically.
Yeah, make sure you're hitting up all the socials as well, not only like the Twitch and the YouTube, but also Instagram, TikTok, everywhere that there is a social media platform, which to be fair at this point in time, there's about 3 million of them. So yeah, make sure you hit us with a follow. Catch some highlights and some extra behind the scenes content as well on like Instagram and TikTok. It's always good to keep the reels once every now and then. Let's have a look at what the next map is going to be. Havana, picked by Lunex, Johnny.
Ooh, this is interesting. I wonder if a little bit of this is just we want to avoid Gibraltar. Because, I mean, Team Liquid, they took down SSG yesterday on Gibraltar, which I guess was a little bit of their nemesis on that map. And so Team Liquid, they're feeling really good about themselves. And maybe Lunex respecting that potential map choice from Team Liquid as well. So moving over to Havana instead, way more of a linear kind of horizontal map compared to Gibraltar. So maybe they feel like this is, if we're going to win this series, if we're going to win 3 maps, you know, removing Gibraltar and going to a different escort map might be part of that recipe.
I'm really liking Havana recently too. You see in EMEA, they were playing Little Widowmaker, Quartz Rock in the Widow on defense.
Oh, we're so back.
Respect. We're so back. Sigma ban for Lunex. Lucio ban for Team Liquid. Slowing this right down. Judo Brick.
Yeah, I think we've seen Liquid play the Sigma here on Havana before. Infected, obviously very capable of playing that hero. Although I think Kulush got some playtime on Havana too. So Lunex respecting that potential Sigma pick here as well, and maybe forcing a bit more of a brawl-heavy matchup. I think both of these tanks, they are brawl-oriented. You know, they want to play the Orisa. Seb's even flips over to some of the Zarya, right? And the Infected likes the Ramakra. So you want to make sure you don't get into this poke-heavy matchup against a team like Team Liquid because of what Escanor and Vega are capable of. You do want to play pretty normal Overwatch, so to speak. Normal Overwatch. I just realized was a terrible way to phrase it. but they just want to play push-pull, buddy, as much as they can.
I was going to say, what does normal Overwatch look like in your head?
Lucio Kiri, push-pull. That's normal Overwatch.
Lucio Kiri,
if you start taking angles and playing double flex, I'm like, whoa, you're a little crazy.
Whoa, they're a little wacky, guys. They're not playing Lucio after 20 years of Overwatch existing. Almost 10 years, actually. Isn't it the anniversary this year for Overwatch? 10 years?
Yeah.
Dude, Lucio's been about, man. Yeah, 2016. So, yeah. Lucio still hanging out. Who's surprised? When you can speed boost people and have a giant speed aura around you, pretty epic.
Okay, but I don't... Yeah, I you know, who doesn't love Lucio? Like,
no,
Lucio's been my go-to
saying...
hero to play in ranked. I'm just a Lucio player now. It's great. I'm retired.
Hey,
I'm Monk.
I'm not saying Lucio's a bad thing, man. As long as I don't have to play the Lucio, I think.
No, but some people do. They're like, oh, Lucio's been in the meta for too long. It's just like, well, have you seen the metas without Lucio? You don't want those metas.
My
you
mind
want a little bit of a mix-up.
back.
You don't want permanent no Lucio in the mix.
5 people in the chat are going to get this screenshot in their head. Not Horizon. Watch Point Gibraltar. Second point, double shield meta, San Francisco Shock, on top of the spaceship, 2 barriers in front of the Bastion. That is what a non-Lucio meta looks like in an 8 pre.
5 people.
I'll tell you that right now.
5 people. I think that's really dismissive of the awards.
Yeah, maybe not 5, but there's probably a lot more people in chat, yeah.
Like, I'd say at least 4,000 people.
At least 4K.
People watching.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. But don't look up that image. It's under r/horror on Reddit.
It wasn't that bad, bro. It was good times.
It wasn't that bad. Do you not remember double shield?
The Legendary Tower screenshots haunt me more with the Symmetra and everything. Yeah, that was all shields.
Yeah. To be honest with you, with recent memory, double sim, double Mauga, cage, wall. That is more horrific than double shield will ever be. I'm going to be honest. Anyway, we're getting.
I love Lucio Kiri. Lucio Kiri is my favorite.
Johnny, we're seeing Widowmaker. And we're seeing what is this? A Domina for Infected.
Okay, so I mean, we saw a little bit of Domina from Infected in the preseason boot camp. That time, I do think it was on Runa Sapi. Oh no, Esperanza. Apologies. And so on Havana, I don't think we've seen this hero yet. So curious to see what Infected is cooking. Obviously, slight alternative to Sigma. I wouldn't say that Domina is like purely a poke hero in that sense, but it is an alternative if you want to play this Widowmaker Illari comp.
Dude, kind of fire. Also, Tree on the Widow. Now this is a good day. Yeah, Seb's going to have a bit of an easier time walking up here. As long as there's support from this high ground, which Zomba is trying to obtain right now, but it's honestly just too good of a defense. X10 takes down Tree, though. That's a fantastic start. A lot less worry for the supports now peeking their heads out. But Zera still manages to get the kill on Z. Mini health pack stolen? No, not quite. Zomba lays down the lore as Zera falls.
And I actually think X10 over this Sojourn is going to be an underrated important player here because she will obviously have the Disruptor Orb to help destroy the shield from Infected, but also be able to generate these railgun shots rather quickly to try and open up these fights like she did just there.
Oh. True, was landing a nice little flick. Nice little boop away there with the Sonic Repulsors. Infected pushing Zeb straight into Vega and actually getting the assist, it felt like, there onto the support. And unfortunately, your backline's very weak right now. 1 HP is Escanor, and Zomba with the recall. They're just kind of running around this Domina, Johnny. It's not looking pretty for Infected. That's going to be a first point cap from Lunex in good time.
Yeah, but you're coming up on that ultimate, and you probably feel like you have to dispose of it before you make any potential swap. But I do agree with you that Domina worked better in theory than it has in execution so far on that first point, and probably better off just mirroring this Orisa, especially given what Infected is capable of. But Team Liquid here, coming up on these ultimates, they're crucial to be able to match what Lunex got coming.
Yeah, Tree switching off Widow, no shock there. Yeah, Panopticon is ready. Good pulse. Infected so low. Puts the shield up, but those shield little barriers are falling fast. And Infected is so low, needs help. Luckily, there's back up there. Terror Surge kills Vega, however, who's taking the off angle, like you should have the Alari, but as you're alone, getting dragged in, not good. And Team Liquid very much on the back foot. As Zeb is just walking at the front line, as Team Liquid, they're getting routed right now. Lunex are running over them with Zeb practically being immortal, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have any kind of proactive play for this Domina, right? He's pretty good at just holding position and landing some of these shots. Going to be that wrecking ball swap here from Infected as Team Liquid are rumbling. And during that time, Jaws, this payload was just moving forward. Now Team Liquid in a pretty tricky position here to be engaged. They have the Kitsune Rush, but Lunex has so many ultimates.
Okay, there it is. No wrecking ball. Just a quick change over to the Orisa. Captive Sun, got a dodge though. Extends. Lobbing right clicks down here. Oh, and it hit the wall. That is not good. X10 though in a lot of trouble, but it's all good. I mean, Lunex, the rest of them are going to be able to clean up here. Only Team Liquid's DPS surviving. Now only Zera on the point. This is good timing from Lunex. 4.5 minutes, a team kill. As Team Liquid struggling with ideas now as they change their backline up to Escanor over to the Juno, Vega to Kiri.
Yeah, Team Liquid just hasn't found their groove so far on this Havana, and now trying to make a final stand here on the third point. But again, like, because you swapped your backline up, obviously, you used your support ultimates. Now you don't have any of those available for you. And meanwhile, Nenwai has this orbital ray. And if Lucas can win this next fight and get some kind of position on the bridge here, they're looking really good to close out the map. Oh.
Kind of smoothly with it. I can feel it in Zomba's bones right now. He wants to go for a pulse on that enemy Tracer. Nice damage though onto Zeb. There's the override. He ends up getting taken low. That Suzu go off to my left-hand side, and just going to be a little bit of damage. There's the kill onto Zomba, so they managed to isolate the Tracer long enough to force recall and get the kill on the Tracer, so they can hold a little bit farther forward now.
Yeah, it looked like Tree was a little trigger happy with that override, just acknowledging that, hey, we really need to buy some time here for our support players to maybe build some of those ultimates. Couldn't secure the frag. Relatively easy to disengage from Lunix because the override was popped so early. So Lunix with some patient play as they're coming up on another 5 ultimates. Zomba forced, can't get caught here.
Yeah, it does end up getting away though. Zera holding down this flank. I love this play from Vega and Zera right now. Kind of doubling up, a little duo in the side room, stops them from getting inside this hut. Their research is going to be good. Drags X10 in, pulse bombs even better though. Infected spinning. Suzu was a little bit late from Vega, I think. That pulse bomb damage went in and secured most of the health on Infected. Now Zomba and Zera in a 1v1 beneath the bridge. Fairly honorable duel, and Zera wins it out. Still though, it will be Lunex moving forward with this payload with ults to spare. Oh, good kill. Wow. Kill on Z.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that this Tracer duel from Zera has had a lot of impact in just shutting down Zomba, right? Because if you take Zomba out of the mix here, you look at the 4 remaining players of Lunix, it's like, okay, who's going to carry here? Who's going to win out some of these fights? And X10 just hasn't been able to have any kind of impact with this Freya so far. So Zera just buying some time here in this Tracer duel has been good enough for Team Liquid so far to make a good stand. And now they have support of them.
Zeb trying to get through the choke before that shield came down. A beautiful ult once again from Zeb. Escanor and Tree already down. As Team Liquid only have 3 players left. Infected so low in this high ground, not in the control of Team Liquid, so X10's able to fire up from the high ground for free. Eventually Zera is going to chase her off, but what cost? Team Liquid, they got spawners coming in. They just need individual picks. Zomba going down is a good start as Tree finds the kill, and Lunex decide, actually, we're going to regroup. They got another couple of attacks, but 1:30 is not a time bank they want to be seeing.
Yeah, Zomba really tried to secure a kill there and didn't recognize that Tree spawned already and got back in time to get those shots in. And so Lunex, they take a step back. Just want to regroup here as they go for one decisive push here. X10 has to come in big here on the Freya.
All right, Tree's right over the top. There's the override. Oh, Zeb's isolated. Both Kira goes down. More fair Overwatch now, I fear. Zomba with a double. Infect, though, killing Zeb's good. Zomba once again getting checked by Zera. But Zera, I mean, he's not has already done realistically enough, but the rest of the team just couldn't stay alive. The kill onto Zeb and the staying power of the Orisa cannot be understated. There's a final attack here for Lunex, and they've only got a pulse array coming up in 10.
Yeah, I almost wonder if you want to take this one real slow here. Just see how quick C can build this Kitsune Rush. Because you only get one decisive push here. That's going to be it. And then you have to try and walk up against Team Liquid, who are already in position here. So make it nice and easy. See if you can spot out an opportunity here to secure an early frag, but don't force the issue.
Zomba trying to hold down the sidelines. Nice little mini steal there by Zomba. Hits the recall, but here comes the orbital rain. Then White managed to build it up in time as she uses it to push the team forward. Terra Surge still available as Zera ends up going down. Zomba winning it this time around. Zomba pretty low, but still has the cover of the payload to play around. Terra Surge got a quick blink for the Tracer, and now chasing Escanor, who's on the bridge, way away from his team. A good Suzu annihilates the damage there coming through from the pole spawn, but Escanor dead, leaves only Vega to stay alive, but unfortunately, Z is going to just land a nice little left hook onto the enemy Kiriko. Zera, though, still holding on to the payload as a pulse bomb kill does connect with the Kiriko. A Widowmaker of all things, as Zera ends up going down. He's already killed 2, and it actually might be enough. Zomba hits the recall on the point, as the Terror Surge ends up coming in. Doomfist for Infected to try and keep this point going, as Zeb has now run out of cooldowns on the Orisa. But the Orisa versus Doom, I'll take the Orisa 10 times out of 10, but Infected, his main goal right here is to not get blown up. He just needs to stay alive. Orbital Ray comes through, but they just need to find picks. Eventually, now Lunex spawners are coming in. Vega, Escanor down, no heals available for Team Liquid, and now they can focus Infected. Doomfist dead, OT pushed, Lunex get 3.
What is going on with these overtime pushes in North America? It looked for a moment there like Team Liquid were going to make a stand in overtime on the back of Sarah's heroics, but Lunex, you're able to hold on to the cart and wait for those spawners to get back in time, and that's going to be the payload pushed in. Zomba 25-3. Zeb 24-1.
24-1.
Yeah, they looked really good to start off that map.
Yeah, Zera, I mean, the only one with double-digit limbs there, 12-6. Like, on the Tracer, I think Zeb definitely kind of popping off for Team Liquid throughout that entire round, but, man, this is a incredible look for Lunex. An OT finish, happy with that on this map. Let's be real with ourselves, Savannah. If you're finishing with time, it's a miracle. You could walk or more after that if you finish in more than a minute.
Well, I think, just for context, or like relatively speaking here, like I think both teams should be pretty happy with how that ended, right? Because Team Liquid had to hold on to the third point for 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Like that's an unbelievable defense, the fact that they held on for so long. And so you look at that scoreboard and you're seeing all the members with 6 deaths and obviously inferior stats compared to Lunex. Compared to how this, like reviewing how this map started, I think they should be pretty happy that Lunex pushed in the cart in overtime. And so they do have an opportunity now here on the offense to run things back and give themselves an opportunity to win this map.
3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Zera. Okay, wow, they're sticking with the sim. What do you make of this one?
It's an interesting one. We haven't really...
What?
What? We got nowhere.
Just 3 things, okay, sure thing.
Well, now you push momentum.
Yeah. And Lunex are going to be on the wrong end of the Symmetra, sadly. Both of those turrets, by the way, were shooting Zeb in the back that entire time. The turret's on the back of the point. Or the payload, I should say.
This is an interesting hero swap. I was going to say, like, do you remember last year when Team Liquid had Knife on the roster? And they actually subbed in Knife to play the Symmetra for this team. So they subbed out Zero. And if you look at the other teams in North America, yeah, Sugar Free practiced a lot of Symmetra, but we haven't seen it from Zero as much. And so they probably have a bit of a read here what they're up against with Seb on the Orisa. And I felt like they wanted to make things difficult for Lunex tactically.
Oh, they see the Tracer. That's a good nade. Oh, X10 ends up killing Zera. Okay, this little front-to-back Overwatch right now. A little bit weaker for Team Liquid without the pressure on to Zeb. Z with a nice teleport away. Should buy Lunex a little bit of time here just to stabilize. Zeb is very low.
See what they're going to do with this teleporter now, because they cannot slow down in that push, and that allows Lunex to get back and find that pick. We need to be kind of decisive with this teleporter to us.
Ooh. Zomba's there. Yeah, Infected super low too. Control this high ground is exactly what Zomba's game plan has been this entire time too. Just make sure Zera can't get up there with that sim and just control that high ground. It's a good look for Lunix on their defense.
Should be a complete re.
Oh, don't die though. Should be fine. It's a Tracer. It's Kiri. It should be fine, right?
Yeah, they'll get back quickly. That's a lot of time wasted for Team Liquid here. Obviously, they're coming up on some crucial ultimates that they can use to their advantage, but so far, this has not been the attack that I think Team Liquid drew up. Given that they picked this Symmetra, they haven't really achieved anything so far with this Symmetra.
Here we go. First ult here, coming through for Tree. That's not where Z wants to be. There's going to be a wall deployed straight on top of that Terror Surge. Nemway ends up going down as Tree controls the Skybox. And now in the backline, and decent damage on X10. Surprised if she gets away from this one. That goes a little bit wide. Almost ends up actually killing Tree. But actually, Tree survives long enough there for the fight to be very easy for Team Liquid without X10's damage. And that is TL with the cap on first.
Yeah, no need to overcomplicate things there. Deployed a couple of ultimates to give themselves a better chance, and Sarah stuck with the front line there, beaming down Seb in the front line, and Team Liquid won the fight that way. So that's good and all. You got some ultimate value. Now here on the second point, what can you do with this Symmetra teleporter to put yourself in a superior position to how Lunix are setting up here?
I think it's multiple ways you can kind of play with this sim. You can kind of teleport up here and then just kind of drop on them. Or you can just control the point, which we're very good at as well. It's going to be a rush for Lunix. Ray in return, though, for Escanor. C just keels over. Too much might for Team Liquid right now, as they just wash over Lunix. Trivial fight. I mean, these Ray rush fights, the Ray is going to win out most of the time. The amount of damage that you can output, and then also getting healed as you walk forward with it, the rush just can't keep up.
Yeah, well, especially if you're stacking like they're doing as well, right? The damage amplification is just too much to bear. And so Lunix there, no chance in that fight. Now they have to try to retrieve some of this position. I mean, X10 has an overclock here, but it's like, okay, what ground can you find to give yourself a good position to deploy it?
Yeah, exactly. They're losing a lot of that ground, right? Oh, X10's 22 HP. Or a right click from Zara there would have been disastrous. What a stick from Tomba, though. Good pick, yeah, but can they actually make something of this is the question. Zomba's looking for another now, hunting for a target. Finds two, in fact. Zomba's Tracer looking as clean as ever, but look at them all stuck in this small room. Infected, a double with the Terror Surge. The entirety of Lunix there, they had Zomba doing the heavy lifting, but they got completely split up. There's 2 minutes in the bank, and Team Liquid's offense here kind of mirroring Lunix's in a way. A little less time going on to third, but still a good time bank, 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, they're kind of letting Zomba run rampant here on this Tracer, but they're kind of taking it in stride and saying, hey, we're pretty happy to just stick with our Orisa and instead push your backline, especially on those close corridors on second point. And they actually secured quite a bit of value from this Symmetra pick there. Now, third point operates a little bit differently here. You can stick with the card if you want to, but Lunix here, I think we're going to have a bit better chance to navigate around this Symmetra.
Let's say TP top left and then have high ground on you.
Sarah's not TPing a lot of places right now. He's sticking on the card like a May player.
Yeah, yeah, actually. Well, here comes the orbital ray. That wall's not going to last too long if they end up focusing it. Terror Surge, but it's all good. Everybody's out of there already. Everybody just kind of teleported out of it. A little crazy amount of movement. And now they can just move on to this bridge. And Team Liquid, man, they've got 2 support ultimates to run over this bridge, but Lunix have nothing.
Yeah, I mean, Seb is just pressing the backwards key. He's like trying to contest the payload, but just forfeits the space because he just can't stand up to what Team Liquid are offering. And here's the orbital ray.
Truth nuke, this ray's going to hurt. Zomba X10 already dead, DPS down. Lunix getting folded like a piece of paper. And Zeb is all the way back in spawn already, trying to just heal up. And Z gets caught. Nemwai as well, completely alone, infected. Well, Nemwai. Unfortunately, your days are numbered. Okay, Nemwai's somewhere down there.
Where'd they go?
I don't know. I don't know where Nemwai is. I think she's on the map, maybe? Well, I know who's in spawn, that's for sure. Zomba, Z, and Zeb. There's the completion from Team Liquid. 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Johnny, second truth nuke of the stream. I think Domina might be ass. I'm just saying. I don't think she's that good, man. The defense from Team Liquid when they're running the Domina, I don't think was that good. I'm going to be honest.
Oh, that's
2 minutes
crazy.
and 40 seconds against the minute here. As we get into the next round number 3.
That's crazy from you. Well, yeah, you're right.
What? You're gonna you dispute that fact?
No. I mean, we're looking in hindsight here. The Domino didn't not work out. It wasn't that great. I agree with you. It was just the way you said it. It's just like ruthless.
So visceral.
It's like you attacked the Domino community.
Well, we're not looking at the Reddit again. The art Domino mains. Okay, well, look, I mean, I think just Orisa is probably a little bit better. If you look at how that kind of push and pull ended up working out with Zeb on the Orisa, it was Infected that was kind of backing up, holding the S key. Okay, deploy the shield, and then look at second where Zeb walked on high ground and then just walked out the Domino. She deploys the shield, the little chunks get broken, so she just gets shot, and she's kind of like holding in the corner. Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, I think Lunix really had the recipe for how dealing with the Domino, but they really did not have the recipe for how to deal with the Symmetra. I mean, it wasn't like Team Liquid were deploying a Twisted Mind strat either. They were just kind of hugging the card and relying on some beam damage, and Lunix just couldn't stand up to it. But Zero is actually going to be over on the Tracer here, on the Team Liquid defense. So let's see if maybe this makes things a little bit easier for Lunix. Let's try the security part.
Yeah, looking for Extend to kind of replicate Tree and finding an opening pick. Sometimes the M-Rays, like opening picks, remind me of Widow players, where it's just like, oh, they got a pick. Okay, that's cool. Like just random nade headshot. It's just an absurd amount of damage. Once again, we see Vega and Sarah kind of on and off angle, making sure this staircase is in their control. Looks like Tree's going to join them as well. It's going to make Sombra's life a lot harder here, too. They managed to find Sarah, a little nade on the floor there from X10, but look at this wraparound from Team Liquid, refusing to give up this high ground. Zeb sacrifices not only the cooldowns, but a whole lot of health, too.
Yeah, it almost seems like Team Liquid, they're just kind of like trying to maintain their position, and then they rely on their damage players to find the fix necessary. We're in the overtime. Well, so this is Lunix just having pushed the card 67 meters.
That is it, 66.66 meters.
That's
devilish amount of meterage bank. As well, Team Liquid, they've, 2.5 minutes on Havana first, especially where that payload is halted to. I mean, what are your percentage chances here, Johnny? Being realistic here.
Percentage chance?
Yeah, that you hold.
A fortune teller?
I'm just asking you, like, what do you think the percent is for them to hold?
12%.
12%? That's good.
Yeah, I mean, they don't know how. They haven't found a way to deal with the Symmetra. You know, sometimes you just queue into ranked games, and you're like, all right, this game is over. I don't know how we're gonna deal with the enemy team.
Matchmaking aside, you have a 12% chance to win.
This is a difficult adaptation for Lunix to make. It's like, okay, Somba, you're gonna prefer to play the Vendetta over the Tracer, but you're still gonna have to play a Vendetta into something like an Orisa, right? There's a lot of annoying crowd control abilities that make your life really difficult. And so, if Lunix wins one fight here to kick off this round, that 12% is going to catapult into like 36.
Okay.
I just need to see it once.
Yeah, against the Sim, though, very, very difficult, like you said. Zeb, by the way, I don't know if you saw on the stat screen there. I'm sure a lot of the viewers saw it. 20k damage, 27 limbs too. I mean, just an insane amount of work that Zeb's putting out right now. Obviously, you're kind of shooting at the Orisa a lot of the time, so you could argue it's a little bit of like Orisa headshot stat padding, but like still,
don't say that.
For an Orisa player, yeah, it is kind of ridiculous. Zeb's Orisa is easily the best hero. And being able to play it as much as possible is going to warrant some bans at some point in this series. That is for certain. Somber. Oh, that 12% not looking good, Johnny. That's not looking good. It might be.
No, it is looking
straight
good.
up 0. What?
This is looking.
No, it's looking. That's looking
this
terrible.
Is looking great from Liquid. Yeah, they're looking great.
I think from Liquid, it's great. Yeah, the 12% win chance here for Lunex, looking straight 0, I think now. Jetpack hack for Nemwhite to try and get back, but the fight is all over, realistically. Oh, here's Nemwhite.
Emergency Razor. Oh,
You got a touch, though. Oh, so Nemwhite, like maybe a couple of pixels away from touching there. But it is Team Liquid on Havana that come out with the win, and that is a match point in the Series 2.
I'm really positively surprised by how Team Liquid are managing this series. To be able to throw that Symmetra out there, and Lunex, they're just completely flat-footed. Just like, okay, we didn't game plan for this Symmetra coming our way, and how do we navigate around this beam damage? So, Zero showing off in the scoreboard there, 38 and 9, had a lot of impact. And keep in mind, he died 6 times on that initial defense, right? So, I don't know what his eliminations were, but the second half of this map looked really good for Zero.
Yeah, the flip side of things as well, even though they lost, yeah, Zeb looking really good on the Orisa, really strong, powerful. Same as number 2 on the Tracer. Was kind of in a constant 2v2, it felt like, where Zomba and Z were on an off angle, and then Zera and Vega were on an off angle when they were playing the Tracer Kiriko. Classically, obviously, with that those two heroes, that hero combination. But yeah, this is Team Liquid coming away with the win. Lunex showing some surprising prowess against Dallas Fuel yesterday, hoping that they can continue to kind of channel that as one of the big kind of talking points before getting into this game was, well, they ran out of steam towards the very end of the series. So we'll see if they can come back in a big way in map number 3. It's going to be their choice again. And they're banned first as well.
I mean, I'm kind of shocked at how this series is turning out. Not because Team Liquid is up 2-0. I think decent chance that we're going to see Team Liquid being the favorite team. They're up 2-0 in this series. But I thought we were going to see more kind of default Overwatch and these teams just going head to head. But this is Team Liquid now deploying like very tactical bans and hero picks to make life extremely difficult for Lunex. You know, bringing out the Symmetra on Havana, banning the Tracer on Leading Tower to set up Zero on the Pharah. Like, they're not allowing Lunex into this series, right? By letting Lunex be comfortable. Throughout this whole series so far, Lunex has been on the back foot and just like, how do we adapt? What heroes do we swap to? How can we react to what Team Liquid are putting our way? And so they really haven't been allowed to play their game to begin with. And that's what I was so optimistic about. Just like, okay, if Lunex is allowed to play their game against the Team Liquid, I actually do think that Lunex, they can steal a couple of maps. Like, they can get in a groove. They're great individual players. It just hasn't been the case so far in this series that Lunex, they've just been on the back foot and forced to adapt and not been comfortable at all.
Well, maybe, again, they can find some comfort in the next map pick. Maybe. I think at some point, again, you're going to have to even defend that Orisa ban coming through from Team Liquid, which feels inevitable. Or, yeah, try something a little bit new. Don't forget as well, if you're tuning in right now, you could be in with a chance of scoring some nice drops. A couple of loot boxes, a couple of Winton skins, and the esports loot box at the very end of the path as well. And there's comp points, too, up for grabs. So I know that's another drop program that's happening right now for Overwatch on Twitch. So, yeah, make sure you link your account on YouTube and Twitch and give me the chance for those drops. Now, as we get into the series again, Brunus Sapi is the choice for Lunex, Johnny.
Yeah, so this is a little bit more comfortable for Lunex here. And obviously with the Tracer ban deployed on Legion Tower, you don't have to worry about Zomba being target banned in this one. So I think you can kind of let the damage protect go here. Not that you really want to utilize the damage protect anyway. But you can take care of the backline here instead. Seb can play either the Orisa or the Tracer. So just make sure that your backline is comfortable. Force maybe somewhat of a Lucio Kiri, ban the Brig, ban the Juno. And force a Lucio Kiri matchup here where Zomba can maybe find some momentum on that Tracer once more.
Yeah, I'd really like that. I think Brunus Sapi is a perfect map for them. Looks like Lunex are going to ban Zara instead. Honestly, to be fair, look at map 1. Right?
Yeah, I know, but
unbelievable.
Okay,
really good map for it as well.
Right. Yeah, I completely understand like the Pharah ban because you know some of these teams bringing out Pharah on Brunus Sapi here, they are really annoying to deal with, especially in that first fight, right? I just figured that Zomba was going to play the Tracer instead, and that gives you a little bit more opportunity to try and brawl out against a Pharah team like this. Obviously, typically we see the Pharah to counter the Vendetta, right? And so with no Vendetta being played here, I kind of expected the Pharah not to be necessary to be deployed here from Lunex.
Zarya ban for Team Liquid. It's kind of an odd one. I kind of expecting Zeb to play Orisa anyway, so Maybe Infected just kind of wanting not to get into a Zarya matchup, kind of protecting themselves there. And yeah, as kind of expected, as they're playing Orisa, same with Infected. What are Tree and Zera going to play? Honestly, Tree at this point, just, yeah, Cassidy has been so good for Tree.
Yeah, there's a few select players who go with the Cassidy and they feel really comfortable on it. I'm not sure, though. It's going to stick on the Cassidy in a situation like that. We'll see in a few seconds here, but you know, Tree can play essentially what he wants here, and it's going to be the Cassidy after all. So this is interesting because Team Liquid is one of the few teams that actually play Zero on Genji as well. Like, how often do you see a Cassidy-Genji damage duo in 2026?
Yeah, the big 26. Only when Team Liquid play, I think, to be honest. Feels like Zera is one of the only players bringing out the Genji. Not consistently either. It's like an every now and then type vibe.
Right. I'm going for your angle a little bit here. Just some space.
You're not going to step up too readily here if you're the Tracer. Poke the Genji out first. Require for him to get some healing and then go in again. Kind of a pseudo goalkeeper as well, this Genji sometimes. You can get like one comboed as the Tracer if you're not careful. You put yourself in a bad spot. X10 getting pressured out too. Bot was stolen for a brief second there, but again, it's kind of just a fight for this first pick for both teams. Might be Zeb, actually. A good spear landing on Z. She ends up using that Suzu on herself and another teammate, but Zeb still ends up falling. The overwhelming amount of pressure here coming from Team Liquid cannot be understated. And goodbye, X10. That'll be Team Liquid with a team kill.
Yeah, really well-executed neutral fight from Team Liquid. Very early on in the rollout, they take that coast side, then secure that angle, and essentially push Lunix down into the slope with all this poke damage coming through. And so, great neutral executed by Team Liquid. They're putting themselves in a favorable position. And off to a hot start here on Runasapi.
I mean, this next fight is one of the most important in this map. The fight after the mid-fight win. If you win this, get checkpoint, get a few extra meters, you just start resetting mid.
You're in trouble.
There's the speed up with the ring. Tree. Ooh, no instant kills, but it'll do. Zomba forced to recall after it gets a skull. Oh, spear through his skull. Still goes in for it, though. All good. Killing Vegas, nice. Orbital Ray now for Esnor. You can see how important this fight is for the team. You've got to win here. And making it expensive for Lunix is just a cherry on top. Z using the rush. There's a nice little Suzu for herself, but that is it. This is going to be the point. There's nothing left that Lunix can do. And there's Cap.
Yeah, Liquid just playing flawlessly right now. The way they approach some of these fights, they buy enough time with that Deadeye. Then they're able to build up Orbital Ray as well, which is going to give them the edge in a fight like that. Combine that Orbital Ray damage application with Terra Surge is way too much. That gives them the edge to close out of that map. Team Liquid are going to disengage here. Want to build this rally up. Obviously, they're going to have a positional advantage.
Oh, they're going to just hold the rally in response here. There's the blade. Deflect comes out. Save the dash. Still needs to find cover, though. 90 HP. And nice kunai from Z. All right, well, that's one way to deal with the Blading Genji. A big rally usage from Team Liquid there as well, with not a single person actually traded. I say that as soon as Zomba goes down. You just can't make the timing up, Johnny. You really can't. Unlucky. Sound barrier available from Lunix too. A good little spear. But they needed a definitive fight win to get the spot in their possession. There's the sound barrier. High noon. Nice spear from Zeb, though. Cancels the high noon as they try and run down the back line. Nevoy with an incredible boot. But where's the follow-up? X10 actually is the one to fall. She goes down to Infected as TL are able to keep Tree alive and both the supports at that. I mean, that sound barrier was so good from them. Why they just weren't able to just push off of it.
How are Team Liquid alive here, Joss?
I don't know.
How are they alive here? Like Lunix, they used the sound barrier aggressively. It felt like they got everything right, and Team Liquid are still here, pushing the payload forward. They're just on the same page right now. The way they're combining the strength of Juno, Brig, and Orisa together to survive and give themselves an opportunity to find the picks required.
Somewhere top one combo there by the Genji. And there's the orbital ray from Esnor. That's good connection with the pulsar torpedoes too. And yeah, Tree doing Tree things. Sure, okay. You know, I don't think he was in the orbital ray even. He just walked up, killed 3. That's the team kill for Team Liquid. Yeah, seriously. Bro had some nice breakfast. I'll tell you that right now. He had a good, healthy breakfast before he logged on.
Oh, yeah? I was gonna make a
I know
joke
what it
about
was,
66 that they had that dinosaur, but couldn't.
Oh, so true.
there.
So true.
Anyway, they got
Dino
the Terra
food, I
Surge and just
guess.
go
I don't
off.
know. Well, unfortunate. This is Avril Theorem plus 10 there. 116 to 6 meters as Zeb tries to go for a trade in the back line with the help of Zomba. They might be able to get the kill onto the Juno, but it's looking unlikely now. X10 with at least one onto Zera, but Zomba just trying to look for a pathway into this fight, but unfortunately it's just kind of lost. Hiding away with Zeb now. Zeb trying to use the Terror Surge to find a kill. Zomba finally gets one. The road to victory starts now with a kill onto Tree. They're still 131 meters. Half of the time bank gone already. They're under 5 minutes now.
We're here again, Jaws. 132 meters to 7. Maybe this is the time the team comes back here on push with 4 minutes 30 to go. I can't say we've seen it before because I honestly don't know if we've seen it before. It's going to be a tremendous uphill battle here for Lunix. See if they can go up to a relatively hot start here at least. But Seb is so much damage to this Cassidy.
Nice rally. Look at how fast the Cowboy's moving as well. Oh, Tree. He's only done it again. A snappy headshot to finish off NY2. This is looking good for Lunix, Johnny. There's a Terror Surge. There's a Blade coming up for TL. X10's going to have to be on fire with this OC.
Yeah, typically you say like, oh, the Sojourn player is going to have a good time here building some railguns and then being able to land the picks required to open up some of these fights. But it's been all Team Liquid. Tree is so comfortable right now on this Cassidy.
Such a beast. All right, well, Nemwai's got the beat in 5. Yeah, Zomba. Oh, that's one too many shurikens you want to take. You know, sneaks away the mini, all good. Can hang around for a little bit longer, but actually getting control of this high ground is going to be impossible for the Tracer. Oh, that's right. No, Zomba. Yeah, don't want to mess with Genji in the corridor, not like that. Not today. There's the Blade, there's the beat. Oh, sorry, Terror Surge, there's the beat. Nice pulse bomb from Zomba. And Team TL decides, you know what, actually, you can have this fight. Nice headshot onto Infected. Zera gets one, but it's all good. Fight's over with. But Team Liquid just stack holes now, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty happy with that fight. They got Lunix to use the overclock, the sound barrier. And time again, in these kind of matches, right, we talk about the need to be economically sound with your ultimate economy. But Lunix now having drained those ultimates. Like, what is your win condition here? So you're going to set Zeb up here?
Oh, not again. No, not again. Run time is spit. Terror Surge. Oh, wow. I'm surprised they didn't get anything. Nice spear onto Zera there, of all people. Blade, very blunt. Oh, there you go. Okay, gets one kill at very least, but 2 minutes and 30. And you force Zeb to use the Terror Surge.
Zomba. No recall.
Surely Zomba dies. Oh, Tree.
Oh.
Give him the bag, quick.
No, they can't bag in this scenario. There's no way.
No. He's going to be able to get out too. Surely there's not the kill onto Zera as well. That post box, that connected. I think I would have lost my mind. Oh, gets the kill onto Zera.
No way.
Zomba is kind of solo carrying. Okay, Escanor next up. Next course, please, sir. Not quite. Lunix, though, on the back of Zomba, end up getting 2, and they actually control the bot as well. Liquid have to back up.
It can't be. There's no way they turned the map around like that. Zomba just with some solo heroics and Team Liquid with some questionable chasing 1 by 1. Lunix here. They had the consider rush. This could be a good position for them to get the checkpoint.
Yeah, they're in a good spot. Even better one now is they've ended up using this rush too. Zomba's in the back already, looking at Tree once again. Oh, Tree. He's so good with it, though. Still, though, surviving, and now Zeb trying to pay attention to the Cowboy. But unfortunately, this rally from Vega is going to force Zeb to hit that Esky and hit it fast. Team Liquid now barreling forward, using that speed ring for some propulsion. As Zera just dashes into the front line. And Zeb's completely out of position too. It's in desperate need of heals, but now comes the Genji. Perfect time to clean up. And with only a minute to go, and a whole heap of ults, Team Liquid looking at a 3-0, Johnny, unless Lunix can pull something out the bag.
Yeah, that was realistically the fight that Lunix needed there with that Kitsune rush, but Team Liquid come up with another team fight victory. And now, as you say, you look at their ultimate economy. So it's coming up on that Blade, 4 ultimates. Samba's forced to do something extraordinary once more.
Oh, we're up there. Oh, this is a good roll. Is better. Oh, Cassidy moment. All right, well, the 6 good from Zomba. Just like, I forced the roll, guys, from the cast. Can we go in? High noon. High ground. X10 ends up going down. Deary me, Z2, 131 meters. They're going to stack a few more up here. 20 seconds to go. It is looking rather dire for Lunex.
15 seconds to go. Dragon Blade or Betray. Let's do a bit of a Vivid Blade here, Sarah.
Oh, Rajax! No way. Playing in this ball, no. Z ends up teleporting forward, but straight in the line of sight to Sarah. The Terror Surge brings Sarah back in, but an easy dash away. Z, Nemwhite down, no heals here for Lunex. They still got health to play with, though. Got to use it as a resource at this point. But when Tree's hitting shots like this, it feels impossible. There is going to be a sound barrier at the very end. OT now available to push in. But they got no ults, Sally. Oh, tell a lie. They got the rush. But it's 101 meters to try and get this cap. And they need actually a full cap. This is basically a full cap situation for Lunex here.
And they don't even have the first checkpoint yet. So talk about an uphill battle here. Even the Kitsune Rush, we usually talk about it as a really good tool, but you're facing a Rally and a Terra Surge. It's going to be tough going for Lunex to secure some kind of value with this specific ultimate. So now it's on the damage players to try and find an opening once more.
Rally, Terror Surge, High Noon for Tree. Like, they've got answers. It's just how they actually deploy it. There's the High Noon. Rally as well to protect Tree. Oh, the stick's good. The roll is not quite as good as last time around. X10, Somber. They come up with the goods. If they get a double each, Zomba is just on fire. X10 now on the Cassidy. She's looking way better than she was on the Sojourn. Overtime push here, Johnny. No ults for Team Liquid and a checkpoint in Lunex sight.
What if, bro? What if? I'm just saying it would be amazing. It would be a miracle. Get the first checkpoint. We don't have any ultimates right now. X10 is going for a bit of a flank here with Nenwai. Good shield. No, now they're going to forfeit this position, Jaws. It's a really tough position for Lunex to be in here because they have no ultimates and no position.
It's a dry fight for both teams right now. Oh, X10. Oh, it's just a slaughter out there. Nice little combo from Zera. Chases Nemwai, hits the reset. It's all over. Team Liquid just need to clean up Zeb, and that'll be a team kill. Team Liquid with a 3-0 in the lower bracket. Keep their dreams alive. They'll be facing Dallas Fuel or SSG to try and make it to Japan. They got one more series to do it in. Can they keep it going? Lunex bow out the competition.
Yeah, and I said yesterday that Team Liquid, they put on some of the best Overwatch they've played so far at this stage, and they keep the momentum going here against Lunex. In an elimination match, has to be said. You see, they took that loss yesterday, but I'm not counting them out just yet. They've showed some really good things, and this was a dominant 3-0 by them. As we take a look at the scoreboard that closed things out here. And I mean, every member stepped up here for Team Liquid, Jaws. Don't think it was really fair to single out the single player that carried. I just love the way that this team plays together now. The teamwork they display.
Yeah, it's definitely feeling a lot better than like week one of the stage. So yeah, happy they're in this spot currently. I'm sure Liquid themselves and all Liquid fans out there as well are very happy with this. 33-6, 31-4 for Treat and Infected. Looking good, looking real clean with it. And I'm hoping for Lunex, going into like next stage, for example, I hope they just keep this going, keep the momentum, and keep pushing for higher highs, because I think this team and well, the players have been under a few different team names at this point, but a lot of them have played together for a long time. I hope they just keep it popping. I think there's a real chance for them next stage, making it this far, taking Dallas to a couple of close maps as well. A lot of promise for Lunex, but it is Team Liquid's day here today. SSG and Dallas Fuel await them in that lower finals. And like I said, there is one more series away for them before they make it to Japan. It's just whether they can actually conquer their fears and take down either SSG or Dallas.
I mean, this was best case scenario here for them, Jaws. Obviously, getting a 3-0, it's a big relief. Now you have a lot of time to rest up into tomorrow's matchup between either Dallas Fuel and SSG. So you got a chance to lean back, relax, catch the next match. You got some good momentum going into championships.
I don't know if they will be relaxing, Reinforced, because they played such a close series against SSG in the first round here in the upper semifinals. If they face off against them, pretty sure they're spending the night in the vault dungeon, really just breaking it down where it all went wrong for them. But they are continuing that momentum. And Lunex, as you already both said, is They have so much to be proud of. I think this is the highest placement that most of these players are actually having in OWCS. So a lot of personal achievements to be celebrated from that team. I think both teams just showed in this very series. Excuse me, still sick, slowly dying, but that's okay because I wouldn't miss the playoffs even if my life depended on it. No, but yeah, I think both of these teams are teams that like to rely on their comfort picks. So we do get to see, you know, the Zerus on the Genji, but then you see the strategical depth and also just the depth of hero pool from those individuals. Swapping a Zeru onto a Symmetra. Don't think anyone had that on their bingo card, and neither had Lunex. So I think those are some really great adaptations. Very excited to see what Team Liquid is going to pull out of the bag in order to keep their lower bracket run alive. For now, they get to sit back as we're heading into our upper bracket final between Dallas Fuel and SSG next. That ought to be a banger as well.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. You're expecting a map 5. If it's anything less than 4 maps, I'm going to be mad. Surely it's a map 5 here. Dallas Fuel have looked really good throughout this entire stage. But instead of SSG, I think they've gone from strength to strength as well, Johnny.
I mean, I'm hoping for a map 5 now because I came into this in a portion of things and I said no 3-0s and it's going to be a bangers game. And
true.
Here we are, and Liquid ended up dominating.
And you
here.
lied.
Okay, well, I mean, I feel like if you lie, you know
that's
the
not
facts
telling the
beforehand.
truth.
I was trying to prophesize the future. I feel like you can't lie about the future.
Okay.
Do you think I'm not sure how I'm pretty sure that's not how that works. You can lie about the future.
You can lie about the past and present, but not the future.
Really?
I'm pretty sure. I'm not going to go
We'll
there.
revisit that one. We'll revisit that one after the show.
Yeah,
We'll wait. I don't want to visit.
We'll crack one open and have a chat.
That's right. That's right. I'll sit down for that one. For now, though, Team Liquid, of course, as you can see in the maps set right here, they are taking the dub against a very exciting looking Lunex, which will, of course, once again be part in stage 2 as they made the top 4 in their region. Now we do have Vega joining us for a quick chat after that dominant performance from him and the team. Vega, hello. Always great to see you and congratulations.
Hello.
Walk me into what the mood and the vibe was like, because you're coming off of a very close series yesterday, which ended in a loss. Was there any like adjustments you guys felt are necessary, or is that more of a like gonna walk away from this and just focus on the next game and not really think too much about that series?
So I think actually our last match gave us a ton of confidence as a team, because even though we did lose, we were very like calm and collected for that series. So after we did lose that match, we were just like, our eyes were just set on like the next match, to be honest. And now that we're done with the next match, we're really looking forward to our rematch versus SSG, or if we play against Dallas Fuel.
I just want to ask how the season's gone for yourself. Like, how's the team environment been in Team Liquid during the regular season?
I feel like we had a bit of struggle, to be honest, with the tank meta being D.Va and then us having to get a new player. We definitely struggled for the past like 3 weeks, but I would say within like the past week and a half, and yeah, just within like the past week and a half, we really have clicked as a team. And now that we're actually getting these match experiences as a full team, because obviously we lost like our captain at the time. Yeah, I think getting this match experience is just super important for us. So that's why I think that every match we play will just keep getting better.
I want to double click on that. You said you lost your captain. Obviously, how did you adjust as a team? What made the team click in the first place? Like, was there any individual on the team that stepped up when it comes to communication and like planning some of these fights out? Because it's obviously night and day from week 1 to now. And yesterday you were like, oh, that was like a great series versus SSG. Like, we fought them really close and we feel really good about where we are. Who were the individuals that kind of stepped up to make things click in the first place?
I think once we started playing with Boston more, Infected, I think our team honestly started meshing a lot more. When we had Collusion, I would try to pick up the communications a lot, but just one player doing it. I feel like when we had Boston and me together, us both like talking as much as we can, and Escanor has been talking a lot too, providing like a lot of good communication. So like us 3, honestly, I feel like work really well together now. Our DPS always do call like special moments. If our DPS can get a kill, they'll call for us and we'll come and help them.
No, Vega, we do see you and the team often leaning into comfort picks as well. How far do you think that will get you in the current meta? Do you feel like there's still a lot of room for skill expression going up against different regions now as well?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
if there is room in the current meta for skill expression, like, do you feel like you're allowed to opt for comfort picks over meta picks?
Oh, I feel like that at times, like, you can play 2 flex support, but at the end of the day, you're always gonna need like a Juno or a Lucio. For us, I feel like we've been having a lot of fun playing Brig Juno and Lucio Kiri. I feel like our team, we've gotten really good at this like rush style now, and to be honest, I do feel like we will be the strongest team for Brig Juno or Lucio Kiri mirror in America.
I got to ask too. Also, I want to mention real quick, the jacket is straight fire. I really
know, I
like
love it.
that
I love
jacket.
it, actually.
It's
It's so
actually
good.
so sick. It's awesome. What do you feed in Tree? Like, it feels like Tree has been just outperforming every single stage that we've seen him. Like, have you noticed a significant step up recently? Because from like a viewer's perspective, I think Tree has just been the outperformer. Like, the guy is a beast. Like, how does it feel to have a DPS like that? It must feel nice for you, at least, as a sport.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, I'll be honest. I think after Stockholm last year, I don't know. He learned something about the game, got some hidden truth or something, and he just became Thanos. Like at this point, when he gets a random kill, he's like, okay, let's just push now. Like, I'm like, I don't know. I'm just used to it at this point. He'll just get a random kill, especially on Emery. He always has more damage than the other Emery. I think he always gaps, to be honest.
Some people are just built different, you know. You're one of them, by the way, Vega. So we're excited to see you and the boys back in action tomorrow. For now, rest up. Thank you so much for joining us and best of luck.
Thank you. Nice to talk to you.
Always great to hear from Vega. As Team Liquid is finding themselves now, of course, in the lower bracket final with an opportunity to qualify for the grand finals. We are not done for the day, though. We're now shifting gears and heading into the upper bracket final, where Dallas Fuel and Space Station will be battling it out for the first ticket to Japan in the NA region, and of course also for the grand final spot.
Oh yeah, that man is going to be such a relief. Obviously, the Dallas Fuel at SSG just locking in that ticket. Finals obviously important too. You want to come first place in your region, but just locking that in and going, okay, we're good. We can crack a little bit more, you know, prepare for that next game. But at the end of the day, we're making the land and we can show up on an international stage and hopefully, you know, even topple EMEA. We'll see.
Oh, okay, let's don't get ahead of ourselves, Joss. One thing at a
Come
time.
on.
Let's
Johnny,
qualify
you gotta come in with confidence.
and then
You gotta come in with confidence.
Okay, but you and me, we're European. I'm speaking personally here, like you know, like Twisted Minds.
Sure,
they're our team, right?
Jack
Actually, we're
is
all
also
Europeans here.
European.
Yeah, we're all Europeans here, actually. But Jack showed some belief in NA, and I'm like, okay, let's have that conversation after the stage 1 playoffs. But first of all, here. We need to see the teams qualify within their region. So I think it's going to be a banger match here. We got two
You know
rivalry
what I
teams
need to see,
going up against each other.
Johnny?
Yeah.
I'm gonna interrupt you right there, since you want to see those teams qualify here. But I want to see our viewers qualify. That's right. I want to see them grinding it out in the face
Dude,
of
yes.
That's right. So hit that URL. If you and your team feel locked in and ready, just give it a go, and you might find yourself going up against some of our teams here. We have Extinction in Disguise, who are now finding themselves in promotion and relegation. So you might be taking them down. You might be joining it for stage 2. You'll never know what's in store for you. Johnny claims he's not a prophet, but you know.
You know, you're actually factually going to be right as well, Zoe, because someone who's watching this broadcast is going to find themselves in the promotion relegation and actually accomplishing what you're calling them out to do right now as well. So there is one person watching this broadcast right now that will manifest the destiny you're putting out to them.
Wow, beautiful. Put that on a t-shirt. For now, we're heading into a quick break, and when we're back, we have our upper bracket finals coming your way, so don't go anywhere.
Start your climb to OWCS with Faceit League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/Faceit League.
Broken pieces on the floor, like you've been walking on shattered hopes. I can't believe I didn't see, but now I make you nothing but a memory. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings so good, and we gone. You got me real close, time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. We're moving on, my broken heart and I, we're moving on, my broken heart and I. I'm sick and tired of you. All this time I've been nothing but a fool. There's no more trying, we're through. How this story ends ain't up to you. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one. You're not the one. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings so good, and we gone. You got me real close, got to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings so good, and we gone. You got me real close, time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentleladies. Zoe here, joined by Johnny and Jack. And we're about to break it all down for here for our NA Upper Finals between SSG and Dallas Fuel. Let's chat about the top dog of the region, Dallas Fuel, right? They came back as a franchise. The hype was there. We had some questions initially about the roster, but they more than proved the doubters wrong. They're rocking up, very much leaning into their comfort zone and into their comfort picks, right? We do have that double flex support backline. Kellen, the felon, as you like to call him, Jack, he's getting away with murder, even if he plays Winston, which we don't get to see too much of right now.
Oh, that's fire.
Facts. He is actually getting away with murder. It's kind of crazy. He's just smooth with it. Kellen, I've loved watching Kellen since Element Mystic. I'm just gonna.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
gonna
day
be
one.
Element Mystic, what a
He's
pull!
a day one.
There's bias there, bro. There's bias. Any bit of play that's played for Element Mystic, I'm a fan of. I only play for Talon as well. Like, bro's got a history behind Kellen. Look him up on Wikipedia. Sparkle, dude, don't get me started. I will rant for an hour about Element Mystic back in 2018. Dallas Fuel, yeah, look, they're undefeated. You saw on the lower third there, 6-0. I very well believe this could be an undefeated run for Dallas Fuel. Not only this game, they have to win the next. I just feel it in my bones. I think Chronic and Sonjin are the best DPS to it. I think despite it being an off-tank meta where like Zarya is good, Arist is good right now, I think Kellen just can get away with playing Winston, get away with playing Paul. It is very doable. Against SSG, who looked really good yesterday, it's going to be a closer game, but I still think Dallas Fuel is going to come out on top.
Let's talk about SSG then. Johnny.
Yes.
It's not been clean for them. They get the dubs, but it's not clean. They do drop maps here and there, fights here and there, and then somehow the players just unlock another level and clutch it out. I think yesterday we talked too much about Zeru's tracers, and then Sugarfree was like, hold my gun. I am him, in fact, so please treat me accordingly. What do you want to see from this team in order to take down Dallas Fuel?
Well, so it's quite interesting because they played last week, of course, and you saw, Chronic do stuff like this actually to shut down SSG. And so SSG, I think they're reviewing that series and they're like, okay, well, we were up 2-0 and we should have gone away with a win there, but we kind of choked it on maps like this one here on Rialto, right? Like they lost the sound barrier, and it made a tremendous big difference. And so we saw in the interview yesterday, Christopher was like, we shouldn't have lost that series, and it went to map 5, and we couldn't close it out, and Dallas Fuel won. So I think this SSG roster is actually kind of pissed. They're like a little pissed that everyone's talking about Dallas Fuel, #1 seed, best team in the region, because they probably feel like they should have won the series last week. They couldn't close things out, and now they have to replicate the performance they had in the first couple of maps last week, and this time close out the series.
All right. So the bear has been poked.
Indeed.
Now they're just gonna rock up on a match day. I want this to be a close one. Trade. This gotta be a close one. There's gotta be a real battle for the top. We know what both of these teams have to offer. We know what's in store for us. Composition-wise, do you expect to see a clash here at all, or do you think we're just gonna kind of settle in mirror matches?
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be a clash. It is always going to be. It's just going to be on the tanks. It really is. That's what it's going to come down to. It's going to be Hawk versus Keller this whole series. I think it's going to be the Diva player versus the Winston player, like old times. Like it's also I think down to the Trace players. Sugar Free versus Sonjin and Hawk versus Callum. I think those two matchups are the ones to look for because the Tracer from both Sonjin and Sugar Free been ridiculous. Look at yesterday's game with SSG, man. Sugar Free was just ridiculous. Like, lights out. One of the best performances I think we've seen from him.
And I think there's going to be more of that. More Tracer from Sugar Free. That is what I want to see. Shy away from the Vendetta because Kellan is going to play very different tanks. It's not going to be your usual Diva player, right? And so Vendetta, limited value to find against a tank like Kellan, I believe. And so just put Sugar Free on the Tracer, right? And I think if you combine Hawk and Sugar Free with the Diva and the Tracer combination, I think that could be a great recipe for success of shutting down some of these double flex support lineups we're seeing from Dallas Fuel. And additionally, not only does Dallas Fuel have to find a way to navigate around Hawk's Diva and Sugar Free's Tracer, they also kind of like got shoved in a locker by the Symmetra play from SSG last week as well. And so even though Dallas Fuel, they won that series 3-2, there's actually a lot of really difficult things they'll have to manage and overcome in this series alone. And so I think we're in for a giga banger. This one, just compositionally, the two teams have different play styles, and now they have to figure each other out. I can't wait. This is going to be an incredible series to watch.
Yeah, I think the ban phase here is going to be extremely interesting as there are certain players you can definitely target more or less in this series. So I'm excited. I will give the upper hand to Dallas Fuel. I expect a 3-2 score at the very end there, though. I think it's going to be a toughie. But also,
oh boy,
go both.
I think it is. I think it is going to be a 3-2 as well. If it is a reverse sweep again, bro, I mean, come on. Surely it can't be that heartbreaking 2 times in a row. The back.
Have you not listened to Christopher? He said losing is learning. They took so much away from it.
No, you said that. So you said
I
that.
said that. I put those words in his mouth.
Yeah, he just be saying we're the best, and I think I'm going to go with Dallas Fuel as well. I don't know how many maps. Honestly, it's hard to say. I still think Dallas are going to be on top. Whether it's the 3-1 or it's the 3-2, I'm not sure, but I got Fuel all the way here.
I got SSG. I believe they are the rightful
That's not what the lower third
winner
says.
of
That's
the
not what the
matchup
lower
last week.
third says.
Oh, why does it say that's
playing-
I promise it's
playing
SSG. I'm going with SSG in this one. I think that they should have overcome Dallas Fuel last week, and I don't want to be rude to Dallas Fuel by any means. I just think SSG is the better team. So I think they're going to come out on top here and actually close things out this time around.
Tasmo is tweeting at you as we speak, I'm pretty sure. So,
Yeah.
all right.
He's done that for
Desk a little
years.
He's in the
split here. So it's never stopped. He has an active
Longest
tweet
streak.
streak.
Yes.
We're on the same page. Let's see what both teams have in store for us as they're fighting for the first ticket to not just the grand final, but also to the Champions Clash in Japan. We're in for a treat. Guys, please take it away.
Yes, thank you very much, Zoe. Johnny, is it a 3-2, buddy? For SSG, or is it a 3-1? What's the score line as well?
3-2, obviously.
3-2, obviously.
It has to be.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Let's see them all.
Denial of the reverse sweep. Hang on a second here. Script writers, write this one down. SSG win first 2. Dallas win 2. SSG win map 5. Deny the reverse. Boom. History on the correct course for SSG fans.
All right, so already I have to geek out, Joss.
Go on.
So last week, Dallas Fuel, they picked Lijiang Tower, and they got dominated by SSG 2-0. It just did not go their way at all. This time, they're making an adjustment to Busan. I much prefer this from Dallas Fuel. I prefer it gives them a slightly longer sightline, some Shrine, for example, and they're gonna have to find a way to beat SSG on mecha base, which I think favors the more death ball-y kind of composition we're going to see from SSG, right? But for the most part, I think Dallas Fuel looked really good on Busan yesterday against Lunex. I think this is a better map choice than we saw from them last week against SSG.
I love a little bit of Busan. Don't mind Lijiang Tower, don't get me wrong, but I think especially Busan, you can flex a whole bunch more here if you have fuel. You got 2 stages that are very good for more divey tanks, so it's going to really lend well to Kellen. And with this Ramatra hover too, like, this isn't too surprising. Like, if we're going to go to a map that's good for D.Va, good for the Zarya, you're going to see Kellen on the Ram more often than not.
Right.
As we see Sunjin hopefully locking the Tracer. Lethal, though, hovering. Okay, I don't want to get baited, but Sombra
I got baited already. You can't. You need to save me from the bait. So we cannot both be baited. But yeah, here is the space station. Oh, yeah, I got baited. Oh my god. They rolled out with the Symmetra last week, and I thought Sugar Free was going to stick with it. But opting for the Tracer here. It is going to be a pivotal hero later on in this series, though. I definitely think we'll see the Symmetra from SSG at some point, but for now, it's just going to be Sugar Free on the Tracer.
I like this. Sunjin versus Sugar Free, Hawk versus Kellen. Like I said, it's going to be a matchup of the century here for this one. Does feel already in a prime position, though. Hawk is extremely low. Yeah, I think that's Suzu go off there by Ultraviolet. Already pressure on the point, thanks to Kellen pushing Hawk all the way back. Will be Sugar Free matching Sunjin, though, but there is some healing offer there sent his way. Now Hawk just trying to reach the point. It's actually Lethal that goes down. CJ with first blood, and now Hawk's in trouble. Pounced upon and shut down. Kellen does it again. Double kill for the Ram.
Yeah, and if you can just sustain this front line, Kellen, utilize the block of Ramatra to, provide some space for his team. Chronic, CJ Lucamino, they're going to get so much value out of this backline the longer these fights go on. And so Space Station, they find themselves in an awkward position right there, and it just crumbles. It just falls apart. They need to start rotating, utilize the speed of this Lucio to get themselves into these fights.
Big nade from Chronic. Man, the Emre in these choke points with the nades is really scary, the amount of damage it does. We may have to lob another one to take a good choke here. Free energy, though, for Hawk, I must say. But already Override is online for Chronic. He's quickly making a peek, making sure no one's going for a cheeky flank. Doesn't look like it. Everybody from Space Station Gaming right now trying to funnel out of this choke point. Nice Ravenous Vortex, actually slowing everybody down here. They're kind of cycling the nade and the Vortex, just making sure it's painful to come through the choke. Here comes the push, though. Override Protocol, straight into a rush there, response from SSG. But Hawk is taking so much damage already. Another bubble to save him, but no bubbles left in the tank anymore. Slowing it down is what is required, but unfortunately, with April dying here, Space Station Gaming cannot capitalize on low health members in the backline. Chronic falls to UV, but still the fight continues here as Dallas Fuel regain control of height with Kellen stepping up.
Yeah, it's a proper skirmish right now, and Hawk is actually going to be the first member to drop her, and it's a complete reset from SSG coming now. 72% already here, Jaws. And so SSG,
that's a mistake.
Really tough position. Yes, they have some crucial ultimates, but you'd really have to try to find some room here against this Dallas Fuel composition, and I just don't see it against this very stout-looking Ramatra.
Uh-oh, Sunjin. Okay, wow. Bit of a forward reconnaissance there for the Tracer. Graviton surge for Hawk. 15% away. TP into the rush. Kellen's already in. It's got the Annihilation as well, mind you. Sound barrier's going to come through. Someone has to touch point. It's April's job to do so. Grab hits. Kellen shrugs it off. 2 players in it, but the Ray is going to make sure the front line is kept alive, healthy, topped up, and just in their lane. Space Station Gaming touching the point. Sugar Free hit the recall, chased down by Kellen, and Hawk coming back on the Doomfish to try and get another touch. But yep, this round is all but over, Johnny. 100-0 by the Dallas Fuel. Although saying that, I don't want to speak too soon, but no, there it is. Not soon enough, apparently. 100-0. Dallas with 1.
Yeah, this matchup looks very different when Space Station are playing Sugar Free on that Tracer, because last week we saw them play the Symmetra more, and it allows them to just utilize the teleporter to get on top of this backline and force a rotation from Dallas Fuel. Now this time around, obviously, like you saw, they juggle that Vortex with the nades coming out from the Emre. Space Station just kind of like got stuck in a corner. Like there wasn't really any great team fight from them throughout that entire round because of the limitations of this composition, right? And so we'll have to see how they change their ways here on this round instead. That's a round you quickly want to leave behind if you're SSG.
I mean, realistically, Kellen there on the ramp can stay in the choke point a whole lot longer than Hawk could on the Zarya.
Right.
Change of tanks, though, now. Like I mentioned, this map is just good for the fuel. They can play Winston. They can. Oh, my goodness. Well, I'm assuming that was a nade from Chronic, and then Lucanino with just a generic left click. Well, that's unfortunate, but back to my point, Kellen can play dive tanks, so can play Winston, can play ball. Kind of the perfect stage for him to whip this one out.
Yeah, this round plays very differently from Mecha Base, of course. And so SSG, they struggled mightily on Mecha Base. I think this is a better round for them to get some of these rotations going and try to find some of these opening picks here. So combining here for a little bit of pressure. Oh, if you get these CDs out too early on the Orisa, that just means SSG has to back up. He's going to find an opening pick here, actually.
Yeah, kill from Lenny. Chronic dead. Oh. Good shot from Lethal too. Lucavino jumping down there to try and get some orb shots off on the back line. Kind of awkward here for Hawk as well, Johnny. I mean, Bro is just chilling on point, and like you said, if you can get those cooldowns out from a Hawk early, that is great, but the longer he survives, the better it is actually for SSG, because Kellen cannot just sit on the point like Hawk can.
Yeah, I mean, Space Station are essentially on a timer, right? That's how you have to think about it. They're on a timer. Get some of these kills before the Orisa falls over from all that pressure that's being output, right? So Sugar Free has to step off big time, but it's caught by CJ this time. And now you're worried that the rest of SSG roster is just going to crumble without their Tracer.
What are these picks? Wow, I mean,
oh, that's what Dallas Fuel comps does, right?
Fight's over. Yeah, exactly that. Slam or Chronic with a nade into Slam, like the ball is just so good at following up the damage. Wow, they almost went down there too. All good. TP'd away. Dallas Fuel with ults now.
You have to be aware that this Kitsune Rush can come at any moment. So I'm just going to poke and look for a full swamp hit as well. So important that Sugar Free is off to a hot start in this first field.
Oh, Lethal. Dude, these slam engages are just so clean. It's so hard for Space Station to like move from point A to point B, right? Like, okay, we're in our choke, we want to move to point. We're in our choke, we want to move to like the drum, top right. It's super tough. Okay, they're going to speed. That's how realistically you're going to manage to catch this. But now comes the override here from Chronic, straight over the rooftop. And everybody's in Space Station trying to dodge this. Pulse bomb. Whoa! Sonjin throws that one out, trying to tag Lucio. Admiral really low, though. And still in a good position here, Space Station Gaming. At least they didn't lose anybody in those ults. CJ dead as well. It's a good pick. Uh-oh. That's not good, though. Sonjin is right in there. Suzu comes out from Admiral at the perfect moment, though. Just end up getting knocked down with that tidal blast. But Lethal, unfortunately, ends up falling. And now comes the stall game for the Dallas Fuel. They try and put themselves on the point. 2 players on it currently. Sugar Free dies to a nade. As now, Chronic in a perfect spot as Admiral Atraxes. Chronic with a double shot. Straight onto Admiral. The only saving grace there from SSG shut down as Dallas Fuel just shut the door on them. Whoa, boy. Dallas Fuel into a hot start. A 2-0, just like that. That was a quick map.
I mean, that was crazy. That's just night and day from what we saw last week, where SSG, they instead started off 2-0 on the control map. So Dallas Fuel making the necessary adjustments, feeling way more comfortable this time around. And really was SSG who just caught lacking. They just couldn't find anything going their way whatsoever. Sugar Free 2-4. Needs to be a big time player in a series like this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just couldn't get it popping on the Tracer. Unfortunately. Kellen not even dying as well. God, look at his death stats over the last 2 series. I mean, we'll see if Kellen can keep this up, but damn.
Now I wonder where SSG take this. Because realistically, I'd say that, okay, last week, you know, you did really well when it came to the Flashpoint maps. That favored you. You looked pretty good on those. But you can't, maybe you want to go to like a Gibraltar here because Dallas Fuel are so comfortable on like a Blizzard world, right? I feel like Dallas Fuel winning this control map, it just throws this entire series, just makes it a little bit more crazy because now SSG are forced to adapt to whatever Dallas Fuel is throwing their way. Oh, man,
oh. Ajax caught in 4K. Get another peek of it. Oh, he was on top of the drum. Oh, it's just so painful, man, watching an Ajax like
Yeah,
that.
to
'cause
use
that
it.
is
You
the
know, the time
ultimate-
was winding down. You gotta get it out.
Right. And then that's the thing, right? You're in that spot. They're about to tick over to 99. You have to drop beat, but you're on top of the drum. So it's like, okay, I can kind of like slide up drum, hit it on top kind of thing. Like maybe it connect. Oh, dude, it's a little rough out here for Lucio players. All good though. Next map for SSG, kind of onto a clean slate, I suppose. But like you mentioned, the series previous between these two, it was SSG starting off with a really good lead on that control map and then getting reverse swept. Don't forget as well to tune in this weekend for the drops up to the 23rd. Obviously, the finals for NA and EMEA are this weekend, but other regions are also having their finals. And if you connect your Twitch account and I believe your YouTube account as well to your Blizzard account, you should be able to get some nice little drops for yourself. Some Winston, some loot boxes there, and the esports loot box at the very end.
You need more chances with good skins. You need the esports skins. All
so
those.
true. Did I tell you I unboxed the... I think my first esports loot box was the Atlanta Rain climbing Zarya. Do you remember that one?
Yes.
The rock climber Zarya with the Atlanta Rain. Yeah, that's
I
what
have
I got
vivid
my first
memories
one.
of Jake just like going crazy over that one because he climbs.
Yeah. Oh, Nambani. Hang on a second. Scrub Jake from memory. Nambani. Okay. Love or hate old Nambani. Most people, I think, didn't like it. The new Nambani changes, honestly, on first, straight fire. I really like them. Haven't seen Nambani a whole bunch. It's been a lot of Blizzard World, little bit of Midtown. Haven't seen Nambani a whole lot here. Winston ban for SSG. Dallas Fuel banning Lucio as we head on to our hybrid.
Yeah, and again, you're removing Blizzard World from the pool by picking Nambani, right? So SSG maybe scouting out that they had a really tough time last week on Blizzard World against a team like Dallas Fuel who can play some slight variations in their backline. And so Nambani is a reasonable choice here early on in the series to just get as many favored maps as possible going your way. And also, if there's, a good thing about the way, there's a silver lining from the control map is that Dallas Fuel deployed the Diva ban, right? So that's realistically the most uncomfortable Hawk is going to be throughout this series. Now you go over to Nambani, you can play the Diva, you ban Kellan from the Winston. This should be a way better tank matchup from Hawk in this one. And maybe that Diva combined with Sugar Free Tracer is just what SSG needs to look a little bit better in this series.
Is that a robot bug or like a real
What
bug?
is that?
It's a
I've
bug.
never seen that before.
Chips .mp4. That's a bug. Only old head's gonna get that one.
I don't
You
even
see
get
that
that
clip?
one.
You
That
don't-
is
you
so
don't see
far
that
below
one?
the iceberg. It's so deep.
That's a bug. Dude, it's a classic. Here's another lore fact for you. That's
the J3 bug?
Christopher's...
Oh, okay.
No, not that one. The Doomfist bug with Chipser.
Okay, yeah,
Nah,
no,
dude,
that is
it's
really
too far
down the
gone for you.
iceberg. That
It is,
actually
it is.
3 viewers might get that reference.
Yeah, the 3 viewers. They're like, yeah, I remember that one actually. Let's have a look at the Space Station's offense. Like you said, Hawk is going to be the most uncomfortable after that Diva ban, but now you can rock it. Kellan, though, also playing the Diva, but I really like this backline. CJ, Ana, Lucamino on the Kiriko, a 2-pronged attack from Dallas Fuel's backline.
Yeah, but like I said, I think we favor Hawk in this Diva duel. And also, it's going to make it so much more difficult for Dallas Fuel to get value out of this Ana. Hawk is obviously going to be on the spot trying to matrix some of these nades. And from there on out, you should have a pretty easy time poking out the teleport and getting on top of CJ. So we can already see Hawk here setting up for this backline dive.
Yeah, they're very well aware, though. They give away that space for free, by the way. That was like an instant drop.
No way!
Whoops, Daisy. Rest in peace, my lethal. Got blown up by CJ. Whoa, that was close.
That's close.
All good, though. Diva moment where you just run through people, it's use Matrix and they can't get healed. But a D-Mech from Kellan, very swift. Asphil, they're going to be able to take positioning here, but it is just kind of trade after trade as CJ tries to win the 1v1. Oh, but he doesn't. Sugarfree gets 2 there. So shocked CJ didn't manage to get the kill. Sugarfree stays alive, too.
Okay, so Kellan is back here. Dallas Fuel going to go for a bit of a stall here. They can wait for a couple of people to get back here. It's going to be a really tough position to recontest that, but we're going to give it a go.
You got to try. Onto the back line already, looking for the 2 clip onto UV, gets bashed. The whip shot available too from Admiral. Sends it flying, but no, they don't touch. Wow. Maybe expecting Sonjin to go in again, but was not in a spot where he could realistically do that with Admiral kind of guarding the point entrance there. All right, good for Space Station at least. 5 minutes in the bank for point 2.
Yeah, really tough spot for Dallas Fuel to recontest there. As soon as you engage onto the point, like you're just freeing yourself up to get picked, right? And so it's actually not too bad here, Dallas Fuel. They get a better attempt at defending this second point. I don't really mind it that much. Sonjin is going to get back into this fight as we look towards the support openers to get their first wave of kills.
Yeah, there's the override. Couple of shots as the entirety of Dallas Fuel scatter. Oh.
It happens.
Okay. All good. Not a problem. Okay. Hopefully we'll get into the game again real quick. But yeah, a brief pause. But yeah, this does happen. Nice little sneak away at the point now. You're happy with that on Nambani. Especially against an Ana comp, which is normally very hard to fight into as well. Like the amount of pressure that you can throw out with the nades and stuff is quite frustrating for the Brig.
Yeah, I'm quite scared that this map might get away from Dallas Fuel here, though. I feel like I've been very like SSG biased so far because obviously I predicted them to win the entire thing. So I don't want to propel some like SSG bias throughout this entire series. But
that's fine.
This would be another opportunity for them to like, yes, we built up the support ultimates. The Ana is going to be quite predictable on the high ground, and so matrix that nade, and maybe we can combine a little bit with Sugarfree and Hawk to get on top of that backline. And if you secure the second point in quick fashion here, Jaws, you got a lot of time in the bank rolling on to third, and so it's crucial here for Dallas Fuel to make a bit of a stand. Look at the Kitsune rush.
And there's the rally. We're right back in. Override protocol from Chronic. Biggest ops right now is going to be Hawk. They're even going to use the orbital ray. Hawk eating a lot of those heavy shots coming through from Chronic, sitting up on the high ground top left. Chronic's going to find an alternate angle now after Space Station Gaming use their ray. Doesn't look like anybody from Dallas Fuel are going to fall down to it, though. Sonjin picks up the health pack as the nano boost is actually deployed on Kellen. But Bro is getting hard bullied right now in the front line. Didn't really send out any left clicks, no micro missiles, no nothing. Post bomb Sugarfree, and straight to the backline they go. And the stick is just beautiful. CJ received that Suzu, and Sugarfree knew it was his time to shine. And classic Nambani fashion, Johnny. I don't think point B is really going to exist as the cleanup commences here for Space Station.
Just look at the patience displayed here by SSG. They play the ultimates really well, back and forth, and then they give their front line enough time to find those picks with Sugarfree and Hawk to come up with that Ana pick. And then it's, easy from there on out, 5 versus 4 situation. So SSG, they're looking way better with Hawk on this D.Va that he wasn't allowed to play on the initial first map.
All right, Kellen's going to feel, speaking about comfortability, much more comfortable on this. The ram on this point is real nice. A lot more effective in the choke, but D.Va... They're just going to go for this. They really want to crack this choke point open. He's going to run, Lucamino. One hit mark. Sonjin. Oh, hits that recall just in time. It's all right, though. It means Sonjin has to play passive, at least for a moment here. He's going to get chased down by Hawk for a second, but looks like a speed ring into the backline as they try and find a pincer. Sonjin's still in the backline, of course, with a recall in a couple of seconds. There's the rally as well from Admiral, but it doesn't matter because Hawk's mech's already dead. Self-destruct used, but Lucamino with a fast kill is going to be enough for one. And Admiral detonated. Sonjin with a kill with the pulse. And they're going to hold on to this point. Sugarfree with a post bomb, though, is going to kind of level the playing field, but it might be all for naught here as the Tracer has to escape.
Oh, did you know, sir? Help out. Keep Sugarfree alive here. Does so successfully. Yeah, it's very all in from Space Station in that fight. And I feel like we've advanced to the next level here, Jaws. Because now with this Brig on the backline for Dallas Fuel, it's going to make things a little trickier here for Hawk and Space Station Gaming. They have the orbital ray here, but Dallas Fuel have quite a few ultimates themselves in their ultimate bank. I see a quick rotate here with the
I like this. I really like this flank. Ray, yeah, and that's a heavy pulsar torpedoes coming through from UV. It's going to be a return rally here coming through. There's a double rate on the field right now, but Chronic kind of clearing the people out of the spawn room right now because they flipped the map completely. Running away with the pistol. Admiral ends up going down. Chronic still backing up his Brigitte. And Kellen pops the survival tool. The Annihilation popped on the point to keep him alive on the point. And, well, Space Station Gaming. That flank was nice, but they aren't able to clean up and push that payload in.
But I feel like SSG has to be quite creative with the Juno to utilize the speed like that and try to get picks early on in these fights. Because, like I said, last week we saw these two teams brawl out, and Lucamino's Brig got quite a bit of value against Hawk's Diva, and so you can't let these guys go on. A little bit back and forth. You want to follow through on this ring? Just doing a little bit of poking and prodding for now. I think Dallas are going to think better of it.
Yeah, I really like that. Oh, here comes the Override Protocol from Lethal. Dude, it's so low already. Kind of taking cover in the trees there as Chronic is caught off guard on the mini. So they're up a player now, but maybe not anymore. Sonja with another stick onto Avril. My word, that's 2 for 2 now on those pulse bombs for the Bricks. As the fight is just going to de-escalate now. Sugar Free trying to once more find another pincer kill on the backline of Dallas Fuel, who are on the wrong side of the map, mind you. Eventually cleaned up, 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Time bank dwindling as the Dallas Fuel lose their backline.
But they're trading these picks for picks. Sunjun is doing a tremendous job on this defense as well. So it doesn't really matter if Sugar Free cleans up the backline. Sunjun is doing his part as well.
Just so tough is Sonjun and Sugar Free just trying to basically race each other to get kills onto the backline. Sugar Free's up. Oh, and Sonjun is so low. Thought he could maybe escape to the mini there or get healed, but he was way too greedy. Okay, there again, up a player. Sonjun's going to come up in a moment, but they have to land this stick. The pulse bomb goes wide, blocked with the shield with Lucamino too, so not even splash damage for the Brigitte. Annihilation, Nemesis form available here, so Callum's going to be able to stand on this point for basically eternity. Orbital raid, but it's not good enough. There's just too much damage coming out from Lethal. Double rally on the point, no tank though, but Sonjun again ends up killing Ultraviolet. I mean, this is just too much. Pulse him on the wall. Oh no! He jumps on it. He jumps on it like a duck on an egg. That was kind of awful, honestly. Well, he's had 2 good pulse bombs, Johnny. It was about time he had a bad one. Space Station Gaming, they still got this ultimate from Hawk as well. Override Protocol over the top for Chronic. A nice little kill onto the Tracer. And Space Station Gaming, they've managed to get it to the very end of the map. They've got 20 seconds to play with now.
Sunjun got saved by the fact that Dallas Fuel were able to make a stand there. You're just seeing Space Station. They're trying every little thing to try to find these picks quick enough, but Dallas Fuel able to absorb the pressure with the Ramatra and just buying time in these fights. Last fight here for SSG to try and close out this round.
In the backline again, everybody's trying to get away from Lethal's Override Protocol right now. They've managed to escape the Wrath for a brief moment. They've still got to put this payload in. Sonjun just smacking this Brig upside the head, eventually goes down to the nade of Chronic, and now hunting for another target. It's spotted UV in his sights, but this fight is quickly slipping out of their fingers. He needs to stay on the point, but also get a kill. It's just a catch-22 for Sonjun right now. A nice stick from Sugar Free should end it, as CJ, the last int onto the payload. Space Station Gaming complete the map. No time left in the bank for the Dallas Fuel with a good defense on third.
Oh, that was so difficult for SSG to finally get that payload across the finish line. It's such a difficult compositional matchup for them because, like I said, the longer these fights go on, like the Matrix is going to be shut down from Hawk. Like he's not going to have any of that duration remaining. He's going to lose the armor on the Diva. And after a long time, the SSG lineup just crumbles. They need to find these picks early, but Sunjun did a tremendous job on the Tracer 10 and 7. Racked up his fair share amount of deaths. But those picks just trading blows with Sugar Free were so crucial in enabling Dallas Fuel to make a stand in these 3v3, 4v4 fights.
Oh, wow. Hawk coming out on the Hazard. We spoke about it on the broadcast a little bit, saying, you know, maybe Hazard has some weight in this meta. I am a little shocked Hawk's rocking this instead of Diva. Diva's so good on this map, although with the jagged wall especially, it can be really tough against, it could be really useful, in fact, against people like Callan who might be playing the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, and I wonder if Dallas Fuel kind of are aware that this is something that SG could play, because there was a hazard ban from Dallas Fuel in last week's matchup on Rialto. So maybe that was a protect ban, but maybe also acknowledging that Hawk, he has the potential to bring out this hazard if need be.
A little bit of scouting. Okay, they know the hazard's being played now. Although I don't really think that Kellen's going to change, but okay, sure. Chronic gets a pick onto Lethal. Nice little bash. Kellen's still going to have a good time with this Wrecking Ball, put it that way. Not against the Brig, not against the Hazard. They're going to try and go for a big trade here. They're diving real deep to get this. How deep can they really go against the Wrecking Ball and Tracer? You're going to get eventually like singled out by one of them. A tick already on the ball for the Dallas Fuel. The Space Station trying to regroup after that pick.
Walking under a lot of pressure here. Sugar Free is going to touch this point eventually, but SSG, they need to find some ground.
Sugar Free forced the recall. Wow, straight into Chronic's line of sight. That wasn't good. Oh, and Hawk. That was a sad death. Straight back down to earth. Falls the Hazard. Admiral swinging away as well in this small room, but I mean, it's all over. This is first point taken. 5.5 minutes. This is a very fast cap.
I mean, that's a brutal way to lose the first point, Jack. Because essentially, like, Lethal getting picked there in that very first instance of the doors opening, that is just disastrous for Space Station Gaming, and obviously going to have a really tough time to recontest that first point. And so not having the chance to drain some of that time bank from Dallas Fuel on that first point is going to hurt them in the long run. As Dallas Fuel claim position on the second point here. Gotta watch out for these Wrecking Ball slams, especially with Sunjun lurking. It hits a post.
Oh, what a stick. Oh, Suzu moment. All good, don't worry. Shrug that one off.
Or shield or something.
Wait, I think it might have been the shield. Yeah, wait, there's no Suzu. What am I talking about? Must have been the shield.
I assumed Suzu as well, but...
Yeah. Admiral ends up going down there. Sugar Free again going blow to blow with Sanjin, but finally taking out the ops. Well, Space Station Gaming, they've made a stand here on this point. They have a decent amount of control, especially with Hawk. In fact, Lethal's even going to pop the overclock, try and buy some more distance. Nice shot on Chronic too. Okay, they've made their stand on this second turnabout here, this second corner.
And what a relief that is, being able to set up this second point defense now and use these support ultimates to the fullest effect. Because what you don't want to happen on Numbani is just you get rolled. Because then you don't have any positioning, you don't feel comfortable dropping your ultimates whatsoever. This is now going to allow Space Station to drain some crucial time bank here on the second point.
There was portals available from SSG as well, but Lethal on the point there kind of got caught out by the mines. Couldn't even move on the Soj. Orbital Ray comes out, and here comes the rush at the rally for Dallas Fuel. In fact, all 4 support ults was blown here, as Hawks is just getting cooped around. Zero control over his own character, but at least he's full HP. Kellen's swinging on him, but he's merely distracting them at the moment, Johnny. They're still moving the payload for free, by the way.
Yeah, they've moved it crucially enough that this is last fight now, and the Space Station don't have any ultimates.
They need this grab to come online. One bubble already used. Chronic on the high ground now. Shifree ends up going down. Sonjin with some tasty revenge on the Tracer. And the stick is wonderful. Didn't end up getting the kill, though, as Chronic snipes that one away from Sonjin. Hawk under an amazing amount of pressure and he ends up crumbling. And there's the second point. Again, Numbani second moment. 4 minutes and 30 seconds as we get onto the real portion of the map, being third.
And again, this is a really tough position for Hawk to be in because I do think he wants to play the Diva. But are you going to play Diva against a Kiri Brig backline? This is showing some of the limitations here that are put on Space Station Gaming. Hawk has this Graviton Surge, need to find some kind of value with it, but who are you going to drop it on? The Brig? The Soj? It's going to be really difficult.
Yeah, and actually killing a Ram, like, good luck. This grab, yeah, like you said, going to be tough. Oh, wow, they're really going in. It's decent, but still, Lukamino doesn't die. Suzu ends up saving his life, but no shield left. Ends up getting hit by the right click as well. A nice little bash, but he's almost immune there. Lukamino eventually fell. Kellen trades one with Lethal, but yeah, it's a fight worth backing up for the Dallas Fuel. Oh, Hawk's going to change too. What's the pick going to be? Oh, Hazard.
Oh.
You're in it for life.
Okay, this is going to be an interesting one. So obviously you want to get on top of the enemy backline somehow with this Hazard. Won't really be able to sustain in the front line against the Ramatra of Kellam. So let's look for this win condition. How does Space Station Gaming want to engage with this Hazard?
Pulse. Sanjin marking Sugar Free though. Really good stuff. Making sure he can't get a free pulse from off. Looking for something. It's Lethal. Double shots Chronic. Probably doesn't even want to use the pulse bomb at this point. Maybe in a couple of moments here, but Hawk's actually really low. Hawk's isolated completely. The rally's going to come in. The bash, the sun, they're good enough. But can they actually get the kill? A nice little pulse bomb connects from Lukamino's shield and see able to get out of there, you'd imagine. But no, a nice little follow-up there. Violent leap from Hawk ends Lukamino's life. Now be Space Station holding on. The rally used from Lukamino as Dallas Fuel find no purchase.
And the second order effects of Hawk playing this hazard is that it just opens up the sightlines for Lethal. He's so much more open. Oh, let's get pulsed.
Still gets
he does get pulsed.
Still possible on the ground. It's all good. Lethal had no slide, I assume, there. But
I thought he'd
is
get
that
away
good
from
enough?
that one. Yeah, something happened.
He's just going to come back in just a moment. They've at least managed to make their way through the choke point. Hawk's behind them right now. There's an orbital ray. There's a rally coming up in 3, and they're going to pop those ults basically at the same time. The pulsar torpedo is connected with like 4 people there as well. I mean, that's just perfect positioning coming through from Ultraviolet. A good and swift team kill is what SSG needs, and it's what they're granted.
Yeah, and you can see that Dallas Fuel now, there is some trouble because SSG are doing a great job at just pincing them from both sides at once. Hawk obviously diving in on this hazard with Sugar Free. And meanwhile, the frontline, Lethal, Ultraviolet over on this Wu Yang now, being able to dish out so much damage. So it's making life really tough for Dallas Fuel to deal with so many angles at once.
They managed to push Hawk out. There is an annihilation for Kellen. But he is Payload Princess right now, just trying to move up on his own, but not doing the best job in the world, unfortunately, with all the damage that is being slung out by Lethal. They're going to flip
their
this,
respect
Johnny.
here. Yeah, they're playing so slow, so respectful of his SSG's angles here.
Not the best position for the backline, though, to be in right now if you're SSG. You're cuddled up in this form with the other supports firing across the way. Kellen's eventually moved up here. There is a downpour available from Hawk as Chronic goes on the offensive. Straight towards Hawk, a nice little Suzu downpour. He's going to connect with the Sojourn and an instant give on to Chronic. But is it actually enough? Pulse Bomb for Sugar Free goes wide, and Dallas Fuel end up capping the map. 48 seconds left in the time bank. Make sure that SSG, they get another attack. Luckily, Dallas Fuel with 148 in the bank as we go to other rounds.
And this overtime could look very different from the regular rounds in this specific map, because I think both teams here, Josh, they're probably kicking themselves a little bit in how their first point defenses went. I mean, for SSG, it was quite tragic because Lethal got picked, but even, Dallas Fuel, they were kind of like herded into the main street and then just lost all positioning on that point. So this is another opportunity for both teams here with very limited time in the bank here in overtime to make a better stand on this first point defense that, throughout Overwatch history, Josh, this has been one of the more difficult points to really try to attack. And obviously there's been some map design changes, but still, you don't want to underrate the potential of a good Nimbani defense here on first.
Yeah, Wrecking Ball.
The bugs.
As well. The bugs.
It's a cool
Can't get that clip out of my head now. All right, Space Station. Now, how are you going to, again, counteract this Wrecking Ball? Because, like you mentioned, both the defenses on first have been pretty lackluster.
Well, you can't lose sight of, Dallas Fuel in front of you, right? Like, this has been, some Wrecking Ball wisdom. Is just like, you can't pay too much attention to the Wrecking Ball. The Wrecking Ball is going to do what it's going to do. And so, let's see how Space Station adapts here and maybe pay some more attention to Chronic. Be wary of those railgun shots that will come out eventually.
Do they know? There's a slam. Decent. And there goes the ball. Nice little slam for Kellen to start off with. Yeah, it's all about rotations here for Space Station. Can they rotate on top of Chronic?
Admiral's going to go to the brig here, Jaws.
Hey.
It's going to be a tough rotation without any kind of speed.
They put them in self-one-fight territory as well, Johnny. It's worth keeping in mind because of that swap. There's 16 seconds to go. They're going to try to take high ground. Hawk is dangerous. You've got to save Hawk. Someone got to heal him. Ultraviolet as well, going dangerously low. Kellen's just... Oh, and Kellen gets the boot on UV. They've only got a break for the heels. Hawk can't stand up. That's it. And surely you don't let him even get a single tick. That's a full hold from Dallas Fuel. Not even a single check mark there. No 33%, no chance. What a boop from Kellen.
That's what he's going to do. If you let him run free. Space Station felt like they probably had to pay quite a bit of attention to the Wrecking Ball, making that swap over to the brig. They were just so scared of crossing that outside area. But, that was night and day from the first point attack we saw from Space Station to begin with, when like Hawk was setting up that brilliant kind of dive from the off angle. Dallas Fuel, they make some hero swaps accordingly. give themselves a better chance of what's coming. And now with 1 minute 48 on the timer here, Dallas Fuel have the potential to go up 2-0 in this series. Make things really difficult for SSG.
Boy. Yeah, only a single tick, only a single chance here. SSG, I'm sorry, not a single chance. They've got a couple of fights to actually get through. 1 minute and 48 does allow Dallas Fuel to kind of lose the first fight and then come back for another one. And I think they're just going to go fast again. I mean, Kellen running this ball, Admiral staying on the brig, which is what I really like. I'm enjoying just kind of rolling out with this because it's also the safe backline. You cannot be greedy at this point as well if you're SSG. You get caught out, you're going to get squished.
Yeah, I want to see if Dallas Fuel make any kind of adaptation here. Because again, this carry break from Dallas Fuel here is like really difficult for Hawk to navigate around. But he's on this hazard now already on this defense. So is Dallas Fuel going to change based on that? They have 1:30 in the time bank here, so not a lot of room to make those kind of decisions. I think they're going to go for it now with Kellen setting up a diver combining with Sunjun.
Yeah, really nice. Like booting people for high ground too. I mean, you can't get back up there realistically without kind of transitioning through the backside of the point, which you're not going to have time for. Kellen, oh my boy. Kellen is just kind of swinging around on the little like signpost thing. Yeah, unlucky. All right, quick reset. Again, this is what I talked about. Dallas Fuel are at least able to go for a reset and get another attack. They just can't get randomly picked, and they're not going to. So all good. Reset.
But this is a good adjustment from Space Station here. Like I said, Hawk over on this hazard. It's the perfect pick for what Dallas Fuel are bringing here. And so 45 seconds on the timer here. Dallas Fuel now. They're at a bit of a compositional disadvantage here. Sunjun, Kellen, they obviously can't conjure up a pick out of nowhere with this dive. But outside of that, they have to be really wary of Hawk and Sugarfree on the opposite side.
They're all corralled into like this choke point on the high ground. Lethal's super low. Lethal's so low, but still gets the kill onto Sunjun. It's 30 seconds to go. The Tracer will be able to get back in just a moment here, Johnny, but still Space Station with a player advantage.
Dallas Fuel have to wait. The spawns are quick now with this redesign, so they're going to get one more good attempt.
All right, they've done a good job of backing off. They're back at full fighting strength now. Oh, they boot the breakdown. Oh, Abril. Okay, they've slidden away. Okay, they've lost the control of this high ground, waiting for Sunjun to get back. Pulse bomb in 10. OT triggered. Sugarfree checking Sunjun, marking the Tracer. He gets another touch on the Tracer. Looking for another, though. Kellen goes in and gets another one. So they're in good spot right now, pressuring this point. You can't C9 this, though. The pulse bomb is good, and it's actually just golden. Sunjun gets one at the very least here. 4 players alive. For Space Station, they still need to touch. A pulse bomb from Sugarfree lands on the shield. A perfectly placed shield from Lucamino stops him from going down. But the orbital rate and rally are in effect. They're going to run over this point. The mines are good. A rally from Lucamino, and no one from Dallas Fuel has fallen. Lucamino blocks the downpour as well, but it's actually Sunjun that falls first. Now Hawk's in trouble. Limited use of the spike guard there as Chronic searches for a kill on the back line. Ultraviolet dashing out the way, out the line of sight, but Chronic is putting them in the dirt right now. And Keller can keep this point alive, Johnny. He's critical HP, but he is still swinging around this point. Lethal shuts down Chronic, looking for CJ. Isuzu saves his life again, but Lethal comes up even bigger. Sonj's back in the action, but it is all Lethal all day. A triple for the Sojourn as Space Station Gaming hold on, and they manage to eke out a draw.
No way we draw between these two teams. What a thriller of a series. That last fight was so slow. Both teams trading blows back and forth, finding the picks required. But at the end of the day, the backline of SSG, they're able to sustain long enough, and Lethal cleans up the picks of Dallas Fuel. That was just unbelievable team fight from both teams there. Really tried to extend things. Dallas Fuel so close. It's really finishing off this Zombani and going up 2-0 in this series. Instead, it's 1-0 Dallas Fuel. We had a draw.
Oh, the rare draw. I mean, to be fair with you, Numbani's kind of classically been the hybrid where you do draw. It's always been such a brutal map to attack. Unbelievable stuff. You're thinking at the very end there, like, you're seeing Chronic fill in the kill feed, you're like, okay, surely it's over, right? And then, of course, Lethal strikes back. Really nice work from Space Station Gaming to hold on. It was 1:43, if I want to remind you, at home. Dallas Fuel had to attack with, so they had like 2 attacks, 2 full ones. They even granted themselves 3 because they reset real quick as well, right? Really nice stuff. Map number 3 coming up. Yeah, like you said, only 1 point right now, and it is first to 3, not a BO5. So it is, you do have to win 3 maps. So there could be a point where we kind of reset the map pool too, going into that 5th or like 6th map, which is potential.
I was going to say something. This is
Go.
Pico.
Yeah, of course.
I love it. I hope everyone's just noticing these strategical adaptations we're seeing with all the hero swaps, right? Because early on it was Dallas Fuel. They're playing this kind of a greedier Ana defense. And Sugar Free and Hawk, they're able to capitalize on a defense like that. And then it's the Juno break comes out from Dallas Fuel. Then it's the Kiriko break. All of these different hero swaps back and forth, trying to find the edge in the compositions any way it goes. And then you have the Tracers trading blows back and forth. Sunju and Sugar Free, they're just going ham. This is a lovely match so far. Really what we wanted to see from both of these teams.
Oh, yeah. No more 3 Overwatch, not in EMEA now. Thank goodness. NA, they're bringing heat. Okay. Yeah, map number 3 coming up. And with that map win, I have to be corrected. I'm pretty sure SSG gets to choose again because they lost the first one. So, yeah, we'll move forward with another SSG pick. Again, we could unlock the map pool if we go all the way. I'd love to see it. There's been some legendary draws and legendary map 6s over the course of the last couple of years. Like the Twisted Minds one versus Alcab was also legendary. That went just insane last year. We'll see if this can continue that trend. So there is the big draw symbol there in the very center of Numbani. As we see SSG this time pick Watch Point Gibraltar.
Yeah, they've been feeling really comfortable on this map so far at this stage. They obviously lost to Team Liquid on this map yesterday, but I feel like that was a bit of an outlier. I don't know if you agree with me, Jaws, but I felt like that was Team Liquid just conjuring up massive amounts of aggression between Zera and Infected, the Diva and the Vedana combining, of course. And so I don't really think that loss by SSG was too indicative of how good they're actually on this map. I do still think it's a comfort pick of theirs. And maybe it's worth noting here that obviously they banned Winston already on the Numbani, so I'm kind of curious to see how it goes on this map. Obviously, Dallas Fuel, they banned Diva already on Busan as well, so this is really going to be open pickings for both tanks here on a traditional dive map, and no tank bannings to kind of demonstrate that fact. They're not worried about protect banning the tank. Instead, we see damage and support bans.
Sim ban. Okay. I mean, to be fair, Sugar Free rocking the sim. Pretty crazy. He's done it before on this map specifically, so yeah. Dallas Fuel, this is not a out of pocket kind of ban for them.
You gotta be respectful. Sugar Free cement.
Sure.
And also, the brick ban is like really impactful here because of what I talked about on Numbani, right? It's going to make things so much easier for Hawk to play this Diva if need be. And I really feel like that is the X factor, the brick. You have to be really careful about that, give it a lot of respect. So the brick ban being deployed here, it's a really important ban from SSG in this series. So kind of crucial that this current map win on the back of it.
Man, I love watching Watchpoint as well. We'll see how divey they get. Obviously, I don't think there's a point here for SSG to ban a tank. I think it would be a bit of a kind of a throwaway because Kellen, you can just put him on the ball or the Winston. So it was. I don't think there was ever going to be a point where we see the Wrecking Ball ban on this map. Let's have a look at what they want to do, though. Of course, SSG got their pick of ban first. So Dallas Fuel, though, do you think the brick ban is kind of crazy here? Because you can play such an aggressive backline on this map. I mean, the break definitely helps Hawk navigate the fights on Diva.
I mean, I think so. Like, there's only so many maps where you're going to have the benefit of playing the Diva at such a big advantage, like with no brig in the mix, right? Because you could ban the brig on maybe like an escort map or, you know, Flashpoint or what have you. But I think there's more options for Dallas Fuel to work around that brig ban. Whether it's even like Kellen playing like a different tank to try to mitigate the Diva pressure coming out from Hawk. This really, you know, is known as a bit of an extreme map, the way it favors dive so massively. And so I think this is probably the map you're going to get the most value out of that brig ban because of how it opens things up for Hawk. While it's quite difficult for Kellen to try and do anything in his position as tank player, to mitigate the impact that D.Va can have.
Yeah, you know the setup too. Luke Camino, Ana, Kellen on the Winston, and this is a site that I wanted to see too. Chronic on Widow. Now, will we see some lethal Widowmaker to kind of counteract Chronics? We'll see. But give me some nice headshots. Give us some nice clips, Chronic.
You're certainly capable of it. We've seen it time and time again on this map. Space Station have to be aware that this Widowmaker could be coming.
Blue box as well. He's been very passive here. But yeah, classically Widow players on defense are going to be holding Car Wash.
Good old pushing the payload forward. Just gonna nudge it a little bit here, Joe. And then you can take the high ground.
Yeah. Oh, misses sleep. So the Tracer ended up falling down though, so you're not in any immediate danger if you're Lucamino, you're chill. Should be doing a fair amount of harassment though, aimed at Kellen. And yeah, look at how defensive Chronic's playing right now. Car Wash being taken very slowly with the D.Va though, but it's so tough for the Widowmaker in this point. If you're against a Winston, a little bit easier, but the D.Va's going to matrix everything that you throw at them.
Dallas Phillips forfeited a lot of ground here though, Charles. They've pushed, SSG has pushed the payload far enough now that you can realistically matrix your team for a bit of an engage here and try to get close to the Widowmaker, and that's what Hawk's going to do.
Yeah, they're going to try and close the gap now. Hawk, wrong side of the team fight. He's actually chased Chronic all the way back. Look at where Chronic is. Like, bro is on spaceship in a second. Not the best.
There was an
He's
auto
going to be
there?
able to get on top. And yeah, unfortunately, Lucamino's in a whole heap of hurt. Lethal going down though. But that recall popping as well from Sugar Free. He's out of there. They don't end up losing Lucamino either, as Kellen's the one to clean up.
Yeah, I was really curious what happened there with Hawk, because getting the Ana was like the big opportunity there, right? You really have to secure a couple of these picks. These fights are really sensitive to just break down after a single pick here. And so not being able to capitalize on Lucamino being out of position, that's essentially enough. That's Space Station's window gone to get a pick based on Hawk chasing up Chronic there initially. Now you have to take it real slow again, drain massive amounts of time off this time bank for a bit of a coordinated push with this Matrix.
Well, Sugar Free hitting that recall already. Post bomb, server control ideal. Kellen's going to go in. He's got Primal too. He's going to get bullied here. He's probably going to have to pop it. No, actually decides against it. Jumps away instead. And now they can try and jump on server room, people. Kellen's going to go back in, but a beautiful boot from Avril sends him flying in the opposite direction. Here come the sights. Now the rush too. Rush reversal here. CJ popping his. Chronic's in a good spot as well. Not too many people that can jump on top of him. Waiting for these players to come out. Oh, there's the shot. Ends up getting away with it as well as he ends up dashing. Or using the grapple, sorry. Not quite a dash. Hawk's going to give chase, but Johnny... okay, Chronic's in the spawn.
He's in spawn.
1 minute left on the time bank, by the way.
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. SSG here, really doing everything they can to secure a couple of these picks, and they only got one that time against Lucamino. But then Chronic, you know, if he's not under pressure by the Tracer or the D.Va, he's allowed to scope freely. And then finding a pick onto Ultraviolet, that's enough for Dallas Fuel to mitigate this.
Oh, the pulse? Oh, that time it was the Suzu moment. Oh, Kellen's really low, but of course he still has his primal rage. He's gonna get pooped around a little bit. The Lucio's so low.
Man.
Same with the Sojourn. You gotta kill him. Okay, Sonja's there with the backup there, and Kellen's gonna get healed too. A lot of free ult charge there for CJ. Kellen's in and out. Space Station Gaming on the back end of this Winston Gaming right now. 15 seconds left. You got to touch payload. It's regressed so much. Johnny, it's back under Car Wash. Like, it's in the middle of Car Wash again.
Really scary here for Admiral with the Sun Barrier. Dallas Fuel, they have a Nano available. It's crucial that Admiral gets the Sun Barrier off at a good time. Sunjun dead. Might buy some time for SSG here. But yeah, look out for Admiral with the Sun Barrier.
Oh, nano boost into the small room. Okay, there's the beat. Kellen almost anticipating that one, though. Not overextending on the Winston. Now Lucamino's in trouble. Good chase down from Hawk there, too. Avril with the assist. As now Sugar Free puts some pressure on the Winston with that Dallas Fuel coming back into this one with 0 ults in the bank, but might just be able to hold on. They're going to have to go up against this pulse bomb, though, from Sugar Free and Lethal, ripping this OC. Getting ults out is good for SSG, though, as they just bully Kellen into the corner. Suzu saves his life for a brief moment with a pulse bomb on top of his dead body. More of a massive scent. There's SSG. They're going to cap first.
Yeah, so a bit of a shame there actually that we saw Lucamino go down there by the sound barrier push coming from Space Station Gaming, because they had the right idea, right? They wanted to force Admiral to use the sound barrier, and then they wanted to disengage, just reset. We had time because of the payload was in the car wash, but that one pick was enough for Space Station Gaming to set up on the payload, get positioning, and at that point, Chronic was just not going to have the angles on the Widowmaker. So Chronic making a swap here over to this Cassidy, play more with his team, the Lucio and this Kiri. Still going to be under a lot of pressure here. This Hawk comes in from the backline.
Rush for both sides as well. Decent payload progress already. Chronic ends up falling flat though to Sugar Free. Oh my goodness. Admiral couldn't be under more pressure. Yeah, Sonjin just running him down on the Tracer. A little bit too tricky for the Lucio player to survive against that, but they're able to hold on at least to this high ground, that being SSG right now. And now really here comes the pressure. As Hawk ends up tanking that post bomb, picks up the health back, and is almost back to full fighting strength.
This is good for SSG though. They push the payload forward quite a bit here. They can build another sound barrier. Hawk loose in the mech. He has to self-destruct, so it's going to be all right for now. But this is all about the sound barriers coming online here. That's going to be the next opportunity for either of these teams to make a decisive engage.
Yeah, I wonder if Dallas Fuel know how close Admiral is, or if Admiral knows that Luke is pretty far away. 20% in the grand scheme of things is going to feel like a lifetime. Here comes the pressure from Kellen, just trying to clear Hawk outside of this spaceship. And here's Admiral with the beat already. Pulse bomb for Sugar Free. Oh, gets taken down though. Chronic with a beautiful pick. It's going to close the gap now between Lucamino and Admiral for their beats.
Oh, that is absolutely massive. That's one pick just changes the entire attack from Space Station Gaming, because now they have to forfeit all that position they had gained here on second point. And as you say, it's going to tie out the Sunburst as well, so Lucamino will have his going into this next fight. This is terrible news for Space Station Gaming with only 25 seconds remaining here. And Dallas Fuel looking pretty.
Coming through.
Yeah, lethal hunting for a headshot. Fully charged route. It's going to eventually kind of disappear there as Sugar Free moves the payload on his lonesome. Eventually joined by Hawk. Beats on both sides like mentioned. Johnny Kellen with the Primal pops that first. Trying to get busy here, but the Primal Rage is going to get waylaid here by this beat. But look at the bully here on Lethal. Is going to rip the OC. Everybody's scurrying for cover here, but gets flashbanged by Chronic. Finish off quick, sharp, and the beats from both sides, they end up connecting fairly well here, but they're in no man's land right now. Space Station Gaming, they're going to have to mix in with these spawners that are coming in for Dallas Fuel. Lucamino and Chronic are going to spawn in just a moment.
Rush.
Kellen just needs to hold on. Rush is going to get deployed on the point as Sonjin just keeps on going at this backline. Admiral down once more as this payload is going to get kept alive. Self-destruct on the point. Hawk down. Recall here for the Lucio, for the Tracer as the Jetpack Cat comes in for Lucamino just to save a little bit more. That is beautiful defense from Dallas Fuel, being able to hold on there when Space Station Gaming took control. Marvelous work from the backline for Fuel and Kellen too for staying alive in the payload for so long. And there it is, Space Station Gaming. Just before that second point, that golden box of victory is Dallas Fuel's endgame plan or endgame marker. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, Joss. I know what you mean. But you're right, though. That was a really impressive defense from Dallas Fuel. Again, the way they're able to stay alive in some of these fights, and you're seeing Kellen, again, 10-1 here. They were able to stay alive during the Kitsune Rush from Ultraviolet and then being able to re-engage with their own. So even though they had lost out on that timing, they still find a way to win out on that defense. It really felt like that was going to go Space Station wave. I mean, Hawk was crushing it on the Diva as well, racked up a couple of kills in the kill feed there. So you keep feeling like, oh, they should be Space Station. They should be winning some of these fights, but Dallas Fuel, they just find a way to stay alive, have enough team members to go for these mid-fight re-engagements, and then find the picks necessary to turn the fight around. So yeah, really impressive final stand there by Dallas Fuel on that second point. It's going to give them a way better chance here on their own attack to go up 2 on the series.
It's important, Johnny. It's not drawable. Possible on Escort, very, very, very rare. I think maybe in Overwatch esports history, we've maybe had one, I would say 2 potentially, but I think Route 66 was one of them where they held at first, and I didn't even know what team that is, to be honest with you, but not possible here. So.
Cup, bro. Who knows?
No, I think it was Overwatch League. I could be wrong. I don't know. Anyway, Chronic on the Widow. Love it.
Lethal 2. Okay, okay.
Oh.
Come on. Okay, giving up the ghost there. Lethal kind of slinking back into the shadows. Here's the Widow. Oh, okay. That was probably a nice shot too from Lethal. Headshot onto the Tracer. A tough thing to do, especially Sojin, who has God movement.
Almost feels like a tactical FPS round. This one.
It really does. It's literally waiting,
just waiting for the Widowmakers to peek.
It's waiting for the scope players to get their kills. Yep. Oh, yeah.
They're biding their time. Well, at least Dallas Fuel, they pushed the payload, right? And so now this is going to be their opportunity, as I spoke about on the round prior. Try to distract Lethal. Get on top of him.
Oh, my word. Yeah, he's lucky he walked away with his life there. The backline actually under quite a considerable amount of pressure, just with 2 shots hitting.
Yep.
The body shot and then the kunai headshot. So they had to kind of back up and heal each other there. It's Sonjin, okay. Some revenge.
That's going to make life so much easier as well. Don't have to worry about the Widowmaker anymore. But sugar-free.
Not good. I got health back. Here you go. Kiriko TP. Chronic's dead. Good trades from SSG. What was a kind of a crazy opener there from Sonjin. Should surely kill the Tracer. Surely. There it is. Okay, good start. SSG holding on.
Yeah, it's not easy to kill the Widowmaker, so that could have been a crucial window for Dallas Fuel. One of the very few attacks available to them to win one of those fights. And already, that was a missed opportunity. 2 minutes drained off the time bank. And Space Station Gaming got these ultimates online. Admiral going to drop the Kitsune Roar.
Yeah, Ultralights got the ult as well. There's the prime rage from Kellen. How much of a menace can he really be? Turns out a lot, at least for Lethal. Jumps straight up the blue box, getting healed up. As a free, a lot of ult charge for CJ, by the way. He's going to earn rush off of Kellen going so low in the primal. Here comes the tidal blast, though. Straight for Kellen they go. Knocks him down, but actually knocks him straight back into his own bubble. So he was more than safe to hang out there for a brief moment. Avril falls next to the villain. As, well, that pulse one goes wide, but they should be good here. There's a teammate onto Hawk with a swift kill onto the Baby Diva. That's point, Johnny, for certain. Dallas Fuel now. A clear victory in their sights, as they only need to get it to the second point. That golden box of victory, basically at the end of this tunnel.
And this would get out of hand real quick here for Space Station Gaming, as Lucamino still has this sound barrier that you could go aggressive with. Kellam on this Winston. The dive targets are limited, but Cassidy is going to have a tough time standing up against a Winston with sound barrier.
That was a lot of noise. That was a lot of shots from you. Am I hearing both mythic guns at the same time? Like, do you see what? I think I was. I was like, is he double shotting somehow? Anyway, they're going to try and move off the high noon. That was very confusing. Sound barrier ends up coming in for Lucamino. And honestly, it's just the best thing possible. They end up disengaging, sure, Johnny, but they need to regain all this ground. A 5-player push here, basically, from the Dallas Fuels. They focus Hawk. Remake available, but they got to kill the Baby Diva. A beautiful Suzu to keep Hawk alive, but he gets the remake as well. Lucamino ends up going down. Lack of speed now with Dallas Fuels on the wrong side of the fight. Hawk coming up in a big way. CJ Chronic dead. They're going to hold on to this defense for now. They've got to kill Kellen. Just got to jump off the map. There it is. Okay, quick reset.
Taking a dip. Yeah, that was great play by Space Station Gaming there. Disengaging. And Lucamino, I think he'll be feeling like that was a missed opportunity as well with that sound barrier, because that's such a powerful tool the Space Station were quickly able to disengage from. And now Dallas Fuel have to wait for these ultimates to come online once more. Chronic is going to have a tough time finding these initial picks with such long range, right? They're wrapping around, they're securing some positioning right here, but you look at Space Station Ultimate Economy, and they should be favored going into this one.
Post one for Sonjin. I'd be scared right now. Oh, the high noon. Surely Kellen's got it. Oh, he got him. Cancels the high noon, kills Lethal on the back. Chronic gets Suzu to keep himself alive. Tidal Blast deployed on Sugar Free. He tries to go for knockdowns and retouches as well. Is there anything this man cannot do? Admiral ends up falling. Sugar Free now trying to hold on the bastion for Space Station Gaming to try and keep this fight alive, but it's just not going to happen. Shut down by CJ. Hawks D-Mex. Dallas Fuel. Match point.
What a play by Kellam. To find the Cassidy out of nowhere. You're able to kill a dead-eyeing Cassidy. That's just an incredible play by Kellam. That makes life so much easier for the rest of his team there. great individual playmaking ensures that Dallas will go up 2-0 in this series. And what a Gibraltar. Just very slow, patient play from either teams here. One small pick made the biggest of difference in so many different times throughout this map. And Kellan finding that pick on the Cassidy. That just means he can go recollect with his team, drop a bubble, heal them up. And Space Station Gaming now, real disadvantage. Got to be kicking themselves. They lost the Gibraltar here with a crucial break ban. They drew on the Numbani as well, but they got the Winston out of the mix. It's now an SSG that is really on the back foot here, Jaws.
One more map for the Fuel as well. To go to Japan for the first LAN of the season. And, like, not that that's going to weigh heavily on their minds, but it's got to be tickling in the back. Like, look, we're undefeated right now. We want to keep this streak going. But locking in a place at LAN is just such a big thing. There's 2 spots for NA, both grand finalists, despite, one team losing in grand finals will lock their space in. And, man, Dallas Fuel doing it in a way like this, they end up getting drawn on Numbani with a better time bank as well, coming over to Gibraltar very close, despite that second point push from the Dallas Fuel being a little bit better. Man, can't believe it's just one more map away. We're going into a map number 4 now with Dallas Fuel hoping to just finish this one up with a 3-0, but SSG looking for that comeback.
Yeah, this will be such a relief for this Dallas Fuel squad. We haven't really talked about it much, but this is obviously a rivalry because of the history between these players, right? Like, some of these Dallas Fuel players, they probably feel like, oh, SSG, we were replaced on that team, picked up Ultraviolet, right? Picked up Lethal. But they found their own team here with Wheats, as their manager of Dallas Fuel, and they're finding all the success so far at this stage. So Dallas Fuel, one map away from qualifying for the major, being the first team to do so in North America.
Oh, yes. SSG on the back foot, like you mentioned. Christopher probably in the coaching booth right now, just making sure they're all suited and booted for the next. It's got to be 3 maps. You've got to go to a complete reset of the map pool as well at this point.
Yeah, you go to map 6. You never know. Maybe map 7. Maybe. We've seen map 7 before.
It's happened before. Don't forget to follow us everywhere as well on all the different social media platforms. That'll be Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, etc. You know the drill. Oh, and on Soup as well, the green streaming platform. Yeah, give us a follow on there too. They got good encoders over there. I'm just saying, crispy, clean quality. Hey, I watched a lot of the Korean matches on Soup, bro. Dude, it's like I'm playing the game, man. It's like I'm in the game. They got good bit rate over there. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Good encoding, poggers.
Yeah, map 6, not map 7. We're trolling ourselves, Johnny. Yeah, Overwatch esports on TikTok to boot. But here you go. Here's the map pool. SSG. It's their choice again. Atlas. We're going to a flashpoint.
Yeah, so maybe slightly less sight lines here for the backline of Dallas Fuel if they want to, mix something up, make things a little bit tricky over on a map like Suravasa. So Atlas could maybe favor SSG style a little bit more as well. Noteworthy, the Symmetra ban deployed. This would be a big opportunity here for SSG to come up, mix things up, play a little bit of Symmetra themselves, and just deathball, just run Dallas Fuel down like we saw Team Liquid do earlier.
Okay, Johnny, I like this ban. I didn't hear what you said, and honestly, it doesn't matter because what Dallas Fuel? Remember Alice? They play the Reinhardt here, buddy. They play the Ryan. Hey, anything's possible right now. Our first little Ryan showing. Come on, Kellan. Come on.
Wait. Actually, I mean, the Ramatra is gone. And so maybe Kellan is actually like,
come on, buddy.
You wanna Ryan duel? What are you gonna do? I pick Ryan. What are you gonna do?
You gotta do it to him.
Wait, you've actually instilled the belief of Reinhardt in me. There's no way.
We'll find out in a couple of moments. Atlas,
like this.
4th map here in the upper finals. Winner of this series, mind you, does lock a place in Japan in that first LAN of the season. Loser gets sent down to the lower bracket to face TL. We get to this one in just a second here, waiting for one player to load into the lobby, but my word. Dallas Fuel. I mean, we've had a draw in Numbani. That's all I wanted to see today. We knew this series was going to be close despite the scoreline. It's promised. And it's going to hopefully continue here on this map. And actually, we're just going to go straight back into game. Let's go back
Okay,
into
finally.
Okay, here we go. Are we going to see the Rhine? Kellen? Come
Please.
on, son.
Come on, 2026. As Jaws would say, the big 2026.
The big 2026. It's got to do it.
Oh,
okay. Don't bait us now. He's not much of a spawn like a beta. It's fine. So this might be it. Oh, look at him vibe.
Me when they pick
my face when I see right. Yeah, same wavelength. Sharing the same brain cell there, Johnny. Good stuff.
I mean, we only really have one.
Facts. Dude, if you're Space Station, surely you expect maybe the Reinhardt, right? Kellen's done it once. He can do it again.
You have to. Surely you expect the Reinhardt to come out here.
Here it is.
You have the Symmetra to work around it. It's going to be a May pick for
the May. Oh, this is actual
against
heat,
Christopher,
Johnny.
You dare play Ryan May against Christopher's team?
Gem alarm. This is actual heat, Johnny. Holy moly.
I can't believe I'm
against the original like Ryan May coach. Yeah. In Christopher. Well, he's gonna have some choice words after this. That's to be said. My goodness, those grenades do a lot of damage. Lethal's a 50% old charge. I think they're nerfing the nades in season 2, bro. I'm just saying. That's a lot.
Yeah, especially when the Reinhardt dropping the pointer contest. It's actually a bit of a tricky spot for Dallas Fuel to be in here because they want to juggle the point. They have no mobility. And so they're kind of just touching the point here, and Space Station has free pickings of the high ground.
Oh,
all right,
yep.
You got point cap.
You know what's even more aura? He's wearing the Overwatch 1 San Francisco Shock skin, by the way. Which is available in the esports Wizard. Just let you know. Here we go, though. Getting the May off at this point is going to be so tough here for Space Station. He's going to rely on Lethal hitting nades and hitting shots. Override protocol used. Helen, you got a big shield, buddy. Now's the time to use it. Sojourn sniped by Lethal and CJ2. Okay, it was a good start for the Dallas Fuel, but it's all Lethal there. 3 kills with the Override protocol.
Ilios Lighthouse moment. I'm on the Rhine. I'm standing on the point, holding my shield. Holding my shield
actually, yeah.
One override protocol, and my team just falls flat.
That is Reinhardt, unfortunately.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, my heart skipped a beat as well. I thought he was going to get that pin.
Okay, this is actually like the time to go here, though, because you have the speed.
Look at him.
Like, Hawk has nowhere to go.
He has nowhere to go. He got frozen, not frozen, but slowed down by Sojourn. He couldn't escape the freeze. And he's just running them. Oh, this is Ryan Gaming. Oh, and yeah, unfortunately goes down to
that was Ryan Gaming.
All good. Windows at an awkward angle here, though, for Space Station Gaming. Dallas Fuel end up capping underneath their noses.
Okay, Hawk is here early. You know, the Rhino will get back with the charge, so Dallas Fuel should be able to juggle the point for Kellen to get back here. I'm just thinking about what's the win condition here for Space Station Gaming? So hard to open up these fights.
Oh, good shots as well from CJ. Just weaving the bullet through that window. Perfect stuff, and a big rotation here. So what this Rhincom does best, Johnny, is rotate on your backline. They're going to try and teleport here, or teleport away, hopefully, if you're Space Station Gaming to a different map, because this Reinhardt's looking scary. 2 ultimates to the Dallas Fuel. Their DPS also going to be rather scary with this Blizzard. Hawks demeched again. I mean, what do you even do against the Rhine? Blizzard on the point, and that's going to be the secure 2. There's even a sound barrier if they really need it, but they're not going to want it. CJ down, hang on. Maybe a bit. My tongue in a little bit.
Here.
You'd think.
Bring this one back.
They've used their Blizzard, they've used their High Noon, they got Shatter. Oh, and Sugar Free goes down to the nades. I mean, Hawk's back in the mix on the Doom Fist of all things. Probably going to get Solo Shatter.
Oh!
Yeah, Solo Shatter. Solo Shatter the Doom Fist. Oh, Hawk. Didn't really want to wake up and face Reinhardt on a Atlas today, did he? Dallas Fuel, they get the first point.
I mean, you were spitting facts during the hero ban stage, because as soon as the Ramatra ban comes out, it's so
just
evident for Dallas Fuel. I would have loved
aligned.
to be in their voice comps as they were informed of the Ramatra ban, because that just sets up the entire Reinhardt composition to be played to begin with. And look at how they're thriving right now. Rotating with this Reinhardt shield, Sojourn looking for May walls as well. Space Station Gaming just forced to be on the back foot, always trying to like disengage, always trying to rotate away from this Reinhardt composition. And now they have to find themselves back into this fight.
This is an early ult. They're going to use it to actually just cap the point and get positioning, but there's going to be no kills. No damage, actually, let alone no kills.
We'll give them that one. We'll come back with the Rhine shield. Touch the objective ourselves. And now you gotta rethink this positioning. I
Yo,
will say
Kellen.
though, they have the sound barrier here, just basically gaming. Could go for a recontest with it.
They're going to go for the beat. They're going to try and get some boots off the side of the map. It's actually Chronic that goes down. Kellen, though, in the back line. Hello. Well, Sugar Free with no pulse bomb, sadly, as Kellen just B-hops with that shield backwards. But Johnny, they've not capped the point. The Dallas Fuel need to get on this. They need to get it popping. Window from the high ground is going to heal up Kellen. Good and proper, but CJ needs to win this duel across the way. Ultraviolet going low. Blizzard pops here to try and secure the point. The Sugar Free dipping in and out is going to sustain. UV with a kill on Lucamino. Lamp deployed too to help the Baptiste and the rest of the team, in fact, stay alive. There's the flip for the Fuel, but can they actually hold on?
And how do they hold on in a fight like this one? The shield is going to be gone because of the Diva spam.
What a
Sunjun
shot.
finds a pickle to the Lucio. Wait, that could be it. That brings them back into this one.
Oh, yes. And now without a rotation, without Lucio, it's going to be way tougher here for Space Station Gaming.
All right.
Ultraviolet. Yeah, he's just shooting. 100% accuracy on this Baptiste. Space Station Gaming, they're going to cap. Dallas Fuel, all spawning last. And Kellen, oh, the emergency Kellen Diva.
Okay, but it makes sense, though. It makes sense. You want to go for this last kind of contest here. Utilize the Matrix to
They're going to
take
get
some of
booped.
this damage from the Emre.
They're going to get booped, surely. They're not going to be able to get back.
You'll get there, you'll get there.
Ooh, just. Nice little freeze on UV. He's already used both CDs to try and stay alive. Ultraviolet! He killed it with the ice block. No way. Sonjun annihilates Ultraviolet, freezes them to sub-zero temperatures. Space Station Gaming still with a couple of ults, but Dallas Fuel have the high ground, and Hawk very close to losing mech. There is the ult to get the remech, and Sugar Free very low. Has to hit the recall though, and well, Chronic Cylinders are going down. Posmon's the hands of young Lenny, and a two-man beat from Lucamino to try and keep them in. Lucamino's not got much energy left to keep on going. Sugar Free ends up retouching the point here. And this Lucio from Lucamino, he's trying to get out. He manages to escape. Sliver of HP remaining as SSG get another flip.
Okay, so we're going to keep this touch going. CJ has a good amplification matrix position here, but just too much from Space Station. They have control of the point, they have their own ultimates, and they should be able to clean up here and tie up these rounds. So yeah, I mean, I feel like that round, it served Space Station composition really well there. Because, you know, even though Dallas Fuel, they might put the Reinhardt or so on the point. The Space Station, they have good angles still. They can put pressure onto the enemy Reinhardt. I mean, force the swap from Kellam. Change the dynamic of these compositions a little bit. We're seeing a lot of swaps here from Dallas Fuel, actually. Backline is going to go to a Juno Brig composition here. Sunjun still has this Blizzard, which could be eaten by Hawk's Matrix, but if you're able to land this onto the backline, that should be a fight win by itself.
I'm sad we're not seeing Mr. Rectangle again, I'm going to be honest, but it's for the better, like you mentioned before, John. Blizzard on the point for Sonjun. Can't get it eaten. Throws it down, actually connects too. The beat is decent here for Admiral. Hawk still frozen, but the lamp from UV makes sure he stays in his mech. And on top of that too, actually kills two people. Ultraviolet from the back line, carrying SSG to a fight win there.
Yeah, shenanigans are over.
Sextuple kill.
This is Space Station Gaming now in control of this Atlas. After starting out pretty rough against the Reinhardt composition, they found their groove here now. Hawk being able to play this Diva. Ultraviolet on a comfort hero, that is the Baptiste. There's just so much damage coming out from the Space Station Gaming lineup now. Dallas Fuel having a tough time finding the angles necessary and mitigate all this damage coming their way.
Yeah, finding an answer too. I mean, it looks like Sonjun's gone this to help win this Diva. This Diva war. Well, there's the override protocol. No damage ends up making sure they back off.
It's like, who do you rotate towards? You're playing this Juno Brig, right? You're playing the Vendetta.
Well, there's the override protocol coming through from Chronic. Oh, he's got the backline in his sights. Ultraviolet, though, with that perk, ends up thrusting himself away from the fight. As Dallas Fuel get capped, but Chronic so low. Oh, Sugar Free still collects the kill. He's going to get another one, too. He's got a pulse bomb in his back pocket as well to use. Dallas Fuel need answers, and they need them quick. One of those answers may be this rally here, as they get the remech onto Kellen. Window used, Lucamino's shield not long for this world, and in fact this rally is looking a little rough here. As Sugar Free with another kill on top. Space Station Gaming getting put in the backpack of Lenny right now.
Yeah, it feels like SG aren't under a lot of pressure against this Juno Brig backline. They took their time, maybe longer than they wanted to win that fight eventually, but they're feeling really comfortable playing this Lucio Bap. against what Dallas Fuel are bringing them. There's no real threat here from Dallas Fuel. Obviously, Dallas won that with that fight with the Override Protocol. We'll see if they can go for another touch here. Does not look like they're going to be able to. But yeah, Space Station really control here of this Atlas.
It's tough. You force Cullen away from the Rhine, Johnny. And you're onto a pick that he's not really known for at all. Like the D.Va, one of his weakest tanks, or weaker tanks. Definitely more of a main tank player. As we've known, like this stage has been filled with D.Vas, filled with Zarya. And Kellen's been opting for like Rhine, you know, he's been opting for everything else but Orbital Raid deployed. Dallas Fuel hoping to win this one from Orbit. As Space Station Gaming now are going to unleash this ult from Lethal. Thundering Blade gets nothing. Really bad. Thundering Blade actually doesn't get anything at all. Last to leave. CJ Chronic already dead. And that's going to be fight win here for Space Station Gaming. I mean, Johnny, I'm going to be honest with you. They're kind of dominating Dallas now. This Reinhardt comp looks great on this first point, but every single point after that is just not good. And this stagger is going to be brutal.
Going for the mech kill. Yeah, I think that fight is a really good example of how much Dallas Fuel are struggling with that one. Because you dropped the Orbital Ray, and Space Station are like, okay, cool Ray, bro. We're going to chill. We're going to back off, and then we're just going to re-engage on top of your Brig backline. So much damage coming out from the Space Station Gaming lineup. Complete control of this map so far. And they have the ultimates to potentially close things out. This percentage is going to tick up really quickly in a hero draws.
Got no ults. Closest one here is Lucamino's rally. But I mean, UV pops that window, starts shooting, starts clicking heads, and they should be good. This point is really tough as well. If Lucamino gets an aggressive window angle, you cannot stand on the point and actually contest. And he's standing next to Lethal too. Pops window up, throws an egg, gets an instant kill, and that's it, really. Well, there it is, an aggressive window, and CJ gets double tapped. Lucamino with a fantastic bash, but their backline's already dead. Lucamino found in a crumpled heap in the corner of this map, flattened by Sugar Free. That's the point over. That's the map over. Space Station Gaming holding on to the series as they take them down in a 3-1 fashion. That first point was a little bit of a bloodbath, but the later three, that was Space Station running over the Fuel. They're going to keep themselves alive in this series. Hopes and dreams of going to Japan still intact.
That was a really impressive way to win that map as well. They looked so comfortable, so confident in their game plan, and they know what their win condition was. They're going to be wary of these Juno Brig rotations coming through. At the end, Lucamino swaps over to the Brig again, a hero that's been difficult for Hawk to deal with. But it's just not enough. And Admiral on the Lucio was a big difference maker in this one as well. As soon as Dallas Fuel swapped away from this Reinhardt, like it kind of felt like the map was just over. That was just SSG cleaning things up to secure themselves a map win. And I really like the way they won this map as well, because that is going to give them the confidence they need to potentially bring back this entire series. After starting out pretty rough, I have to say.
Yeah, it did all fall apart for them. And if you're Christopher, right, on SSG, like, you see the Ram ban, you know exactly what they're going to play. We took you to Atlas. We've seen what your game plan is on Atlas. It's right. And, like, you ban the Ram. That's such, like, well, we know exactly what's going to go down. The first point is going to be rough because it's indoors. It's easy to rotate for the Rhine. We have May that can block off all these weird little, like, choke points on side the point. That's, like, a ton of pillars on it. We know the plan, man. We know what you're going to bring to the table. We're just going to flip the table over in your face and take the map. So now it's Dallas Fuel. Still on match point, though. It's worth keeping in mind. They still only need one more here as they go into their map selection.
I feel like maybe I was more frightened than SSG were, because I just know you've been in that position. You're playing against the Rhine team, and it just feels like you can get nothing going your way. But they did a very smart way of just like navigating around it, right? They were playing Sugar Free popped off on Tracer there, by the way. Just had a really great map as well.
Oh, yeah.
Aid in closing that thing out, because obviously if Zone John is going to get the better of you in the Tracer duel, that map could have looked really different there. So SSG, the way they navigated around that Reinhardt was just really impressive, and it looked like they were calm and comfortable. Dallas Fuel going to take us Esperanza here. What do you think about this one, Josh? I'm going to flip the tables here. What do you think about it?
What do I think? Well, damn, he's asking me now. Well, I think Winton. I think lot of Winton.
Winton?
Lot of dive. Well, what's else?
In the big 2026?
I mean, in the big 2026? Dude, Kellen is going to play one of 3 heroes. Winston, Ball, Ram. What has been banned out so far? Oh, wait. Ram was banned by Dallas. So, Ram or Ball? Winston's already banned out.
Oh,
First
Ram
match,
was banned
so
by
yeah.
SSG. Oh.
SSG, yeah. That's what I'm saying, yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that is available.
I'm picking up what you're dropping or something like that.
Picking up what you put down.
Yeah.
Cassidy, and there's the ball. Okay, so we're taking the ball off the table, which means what we're going to do is we're going to play Ram, or we're going to play Winston. That is going to be the game plan. I would expect Ram, if I'm honest.
I feel like it's just a safe pick. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, like we've seen a lot of Winston here. I see where you're coming from. That we've seen a lot of Winston and Esperanza, but that was in the ancient times, 2025, 2024. In that
times.
But like, you could get away playing like Winston Ana. Remember when, you know, a couple of European teams, they were just like, yeah, we're gonna play Winston Ana on Esperanza, and we're gonna get away with it. I feel like in this day and age, you just can't get away playing like Winston Ana on a map like Esperanza. So historically, yes, we've seen Winston on this map. I think it's a little bit more difficult to pull off in this map specifically.
If there was one push map that you want to play it on, though, it's probably this one. Just because I like
the
high ground, on burst. Yeah, dude. I weep every time we don't see Ana. Look, I don't mind me some Kiriko. I love playing Kiriko, but Ana's just the OG. She's just different. So, but I do think we're just gonna go back to Kiri Lucio, Ram, and then a little mix up with the DPS, but probably some Emre.
I'm gonna take a stab at something else, brother. I'm going to say Dallas Fuel. You know, use the Juno speed out of spawn. Swap over to like some of that Break Kiri or like something like that. And SG are gonna read it. Hawk's gonna come out on the hazard, like we saw in Numbani. I think this one's gonna be shades of Numbani, where we saw the teams flex around their composition.
Shades of Numbani. Okay. You know what? I'm down. We'll see what's up. Esperanza could be the final map here. That's Ron and Barney still kind of haunting them, I'd imagine. This upper finals with a ticket to the first LAN over in Tokyo, Japan is on the line. There was another chance, of course, with the lower bracket drop, but you want to secure it now. Just be content with yourself, knowing that you're going to go to the international. As we load in and see what Chronic and Sanjin want to play here. Oh, sorry. Well, Kellen, to be honest.
I'm going to edit my submission here. I'm going to say you probably want some kind of speed here on an Esperanza. So I cooked a little bit too hard. I withdraw my submission.
Okay.
Just in time for the Junos and Lucios being picked here.
Okay.
I thought better of it, Jaws. I was like, all right, you're getting a little kooky here. You need speed on a map like Push.
You need speed on every map.
Well, you know, Escort.
Or most
hybrid,
maps.
You can get away with those speed.
You can get away with a little less speed.
That's why I'm mainly Lari now, because, you know, people pick more payload maps, and so get yourself to it.
Okay.
You got the Winston. You asked for it.
I got the Winston Ana. Okay, so Lucamino is going to rock the Ana here. So, yeah, no speed for this map, despite what we were just saying that you need speed in almost every single map. Whereas Space Station Gaming's gone, they're going to go fast, and we knew this was going to come out. I'm surprised not seeing a little bit of Emre here, but yeah, don't mind this at all from Lethal. Being able to charge up off of the Winston and pressure the bubbles is really nice.
Yeah. But I do kind of feel that in the neutral, this is going to favor Space Station Gaming, though. Sugar Free and Hawk. They're going to be an absolute menace to the backline of this Dallas Fuel roster. And Kalan is not going to have an easy time either. And so, yes, this lineup from Dallas Fuel is really potent. The big question is, are they able to mitigate some of these dives coming through from Space Station Gaming? Can they live through this and then secure their own value from their hero picks?
They use nade as well. So the nade there coming up from Lucamino to try and heal Kellen. So can't use that as an offensive tool. Paul going very low. Healed up by UV and Admiral. CJ on the flank. Oh my goodness, almost two-tapped UV. Okay, well, you can't let that happen. In fact, they're all pretty low. Someone check CJ. Okay, he eventually just escorts himself out of the fight. He was doing way too much there on the flank.
Poking and prodding. These support ultimates are being built here, Jaws. It could be the case that Ultraviolet might reach this Kitsune Rush before the fight kicks off.
Yeah, UV 81, Admiral 82, like, yeah, they're looking for this nano boost here from Lucamino. You are sharing the heals for CJ here, so CJ opting to a little bit more damage than the Ana, obviously. And Admiral's got the beat in 2%. That is the first support ultimate online. It is
That's
insane.
crazy.
They're going to go in as well. They're just going to beat rush into the backline. There is zero chill with Space Station Gaming. Luke Amino absolutely flattened. They got that beat and instantly went, knowing how quickly they built it up before UV even got rushed.
That's crazy, though. They got a sound barrier before a nano boost. I mean, that is ridiculous, and I don't think Dallas Fuel saw that one coming at all. Great presence of mind there by Admiral to realize how quickly he got that sound barrier and the value they could secure on the back of it. Great play by SSG.
And Sugar Free waiting in the wings of the pulse bomb. Oh, pulse bomb doesn't get anything there from Sonjin. There is a Nano now, so here we go. Nano Winston, as always. Or you think Nano Chronic, to be fair. Sonjin, though, not in good state. He's already down. There's the Nano Boost, Ultraviolet traded. Kellen with the Nano is going to put the Primal too.
My God.
Oh, it looks wonderful. Straight over the rooftop. Oh, it doesn't get him. Admiral gets out of the way, but most importantly here, if they manage to boot Hawk back in and get the Meg, yeah, they're going to be a good spot. Even maybe forcing the self-destruct. That's a really nice trade if you're the Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that timing might aid Spacers here a little bit because they're going to be able to like protect this high ground now. So they sacrifice that ultimate, but it at least doesn't give all of this positioning up to Dallas Fuel to begin with. And so Space Gaming will have an easier time now to try and navigate this Kitsune rush from CJ. That self-destruct might have been worth it actually to stall.
Yeah, they get back on the bridge super quick. So yeah, I think you're right, Johnny. Admiral 60% towards another B. My goodness. They need to go fast, though, the Dallas Fuel. They need to pop a rush and they need to win a fight. If they do that, they might even secure the checkpoint, to be fair. So they got to make this clean. Sugar Free's going to be the big thorn in the side, though, with that pulse bomb. And there's the rush. Straight to the choke. Sugar Free trying to find targets here as he dashes back to his team. But they're not giving them any kills.
Yeah, this kind of meterage doesn't matter now. It's all about this checkpoint. You give up the lead, that's fine. Ultraviolet.
Oh,
huge pick on the Sunjun.
That's the second time in a row Ultraviolet has found the pick, and Chronic is getting destroyed by Hawk. Might be able to weave a couple of shots through the mech, but no, actually. I'll bite my tongue, shall I? Sorry, Chronic. Didn't know you had a game like that. Ends up taking down Hawk regardless now. And here comes Sugar Free. Stick! Oh, Sugar Free! Double pulse bomb kill on the back line. Space Station Gaming have found their way back into the fight and steal the bot.
They found themselves back into this series. I love the way they're playing right now. This very patient, calm approach. And then they're executing perfectly. Admiral has this sound barrier now that could give Space Station a huge lead here on this Esperanza. Just a matter of how do you deploy this sound barrier? How do you get the most value out of it? Dallas Fuel, they're going to know this sound barrier engage is going to come their way. Can you peel away, disengage from it quick enough?
Yeah, like you said, you've got to know it's coming up. He's out, he's kind of lapping almost Lucamino here. Lucamino's close to that nano boost. I think they're just going to play for it though, Johnny. They're not really going to want to push too much without the nano, knowing that there's a possibility that Admiral has that beat. They got it. Beat, counter nano boost. The best trade in the world. They're going to try and go in. Oh, they're actually going to rush first. I like this. Pushes Kellen all the way back. He has to get out. There's too much damage. Now they can beat in. Yeah. They're chill. Oh, the stick from Sonjun.
That's huge.
Okay, lethal down. Now, what's the game plan for SSG? You going to beat here? The boy's going to get stolen by Sonjun. Sugar Free with the check. He's marking him. But Chronic peeling back gets a kill on UV. Have they just won the fight on their own here? I think they might have just done that. Kellen gets the D-Mech onto Hawk. They've stolen the bot as well. And the lead is surely taken by the Fuel.
Yeah, Hawk is not going to be here to contest. And so, yes, there's going to be a checkpoint unlocked here. And then away from them. That early sound barrier from Admiral, because Lethal dropped low. Dallas Fuel easily able to disengage from that. And even though Likumino goes down in that fight, Dallas Fuel, way easier time navigating that fight. Because on the back of that pick, and now Chronic goes for a proactive play here with the protection of the Winston bubble.
Oh, it got pooped by Hawk, though. It double slides straight into the choke point. Hawk gets the kill. However, they push them into a precarious spot. Sugar Free, Lethal already down. Kellen soon to follow. Pulse Bomb goes in, but eaten up swiftly by Hawk. They're on the losing end of the fight here at the Dallas Fuel as they've lost their tank, but they've still managed to gain 74 meters off of this.
Space Station hold on here, as this map could have quickly gone away from them had Dallas Fuel racked up tons of meters there. Kellen goes in for a leap here. And where they're going to get poked off here. There's actually some good ground gained here by Dallas Fuel. Consumer comes out from Ultraviolet. It's another great disengage by Dallas Fuel. So heads up of what the game plan is versus G.
Lenny's on the sidelines, though. He might be able to get a post on to Lucamino. They know the Trace is hanging around. Someone's going to have to mark him. Oh, no. Okay, they've spotted him out. All right, okay. Sugar Free's back in the main. Pulse Bomb still looking for an entrance into the fight. Sees the two support players. Salbar comes back from trouble. It doesn't hit Hawk, doesn't hit Sugar Free. It's a 3-man beat. Kellen's in. Nanoboost Primal Rage. Straight for lethal, though. But he's getting chunked out despite the damage resist. But they managed to flip the map on them.
Yeah, this fight is just gone completely out of control here. And Dallas Fuel are in control of the ball and finds a pick onto Admiral. So no speed versus G here.
Hawk's going to lose mech. Self-destruct's going to come out here, Johnny. There's a rush here for CJ. They managed to get the remake, sure, but at what cost? They're going to lose control of the ball, and now Hawk tries to go in, make a hero play. But unfortunately, it might just be a hero's downfall here as Hawk gets chased out. Chronic with a double. Hawk demeched. As Chronic cleans it up. That's a quad. Almost 5 kills for Chronic. As Dallas Fuel get a team kill, and with a minute to go, Dallas Fuel are a minute away from locking a ticket to Japan.
That might have been the best opportunity that Space Station Gaming had this entire map. 4 ultimates utilized, and they can't end up with a fight win. Now instead, Dallas Fuel are going to push this ball ever closer to completion. And Chronic then on fire as of recent, 96%, getting closer to this overclock as well. SG really on the back foot here, Joss, trying to stay alive for their hopes to qualify for the majors.
Really nice backup, though. Dallas Fuel know their win cons here, and they know the position they want to put Lucamino in, Johnny. High ground for the Ana. 10% for the Nano. They're just going to play out the clock.
No need to rush things here. Pressure's on SSG here to try and make a play. I suspect they're going to rotate up here on towards this high ground. It's just so difficult to walk through main. Admiral really wants his Sunbear as well, Draws.
Chronic paranoid that Sugar Free is in the back lines. We know he is. OT here. Primal Rage. Rush has been rigged, but Lethal's already dead. A main damage dealer down, and that just might be it. Admiral pops the beat, but only hits 2. Sugar Free has got 2% towards the pulse, but the fight is basically done. Sugar Free's in, Chronic down, a blink smack. The pulse bomb connects, but Sugar Free gets another, but it doesn't matter. Dallas Fuel with a 3-1 victory, and they burn as bright as ever as they lock their space in the LAN in Tokyo, Japan.
What a game. What a match from Dallas Fuel. Being able to close out that Esperanza. So impressive.
It really was. And the series delivered. It was good old-fashioned draw on Bonnie, a Kellen Ryan rollout. We got the amazing tracer battle between Sugarbrun and Sunjun. Chef's kiss, honestly. I think both teams really managed to step it up to another level. This could have gone either way, really. Like, it was a very, very, very close series, and a potential series that we might see again here in the grand finals for NA in our Stage 1 playoffs. Welcome back, everyone. Wow. Dallas, our first NA team, punching their ticket to Japan, just like we expected them to. But in what fashion
Apart from
they
Johnny,
did it?
by the way, he voted SSG just like that. Just
True,
remind
true.
everybody.
That's not the thing to focus on, right?
But Johnny also said you can't predict the future. So
That's right.
So, you know.
It's really difficult.
Yeah, look, Dallas Fuel, an incredible performance. And they, after this win, I do believe that they're going to have a golden stage. I don't think they're going to lose a place in the playoffs, a series in the playoffs, sorry. They're in the finals. They didn't drop a single series in the regular season either. We got a bit of everything. We got the draw, we got the Rhine, like you said. So, I mean, it's just been a fantastic series. And they have never looked, it feels like they've never looked better as the Dallas Fuel. The amount of iterations this team has had is just ridiculous. They won an Overwatch League Championships back in 2022. And they're back and they have built a team to win. And, well, the International's waiting for them after they, of course, play their final game in the finals tomorrow.
That's right. Well, you know, guys, the big takeaway for me, like throughout the entirety of the series on each and every single map, were those micro adjustments we got to see from both of those teams. There were a lot of little hero swaps just to kind of try to gain an advantage.
Yeah, I think that was really so pivotal from Dallas Fuel because last week we saw them struggle against certain things that SG were throwing their way. They just looked giga prepared in this one. Like really, the adjustments in the back line with Mino and CJ did a great job of just managing whatever hero pick that Hawk had coming their way. And that Esperanza, like, that was one of the most slowest tactical Esperanzas I think I've ever seen between teams. The way they just slowly approach these team fights. And I think that's another testament to Dallas Fuel. The way they were able to plan for some of these team fights and then provide the execution necessary as well. I think that was a really impressive series win by Dallas Fuel, proving some doubters wrong, me, in that I can just flex over to play so many different styles, so many different heroes, and execute at the absolute highest level with one of the best rosters in the entire world.
You know what, Johnny? I'm going to give you an opportunity to apologize in person because we do have CJ joining us here for a quick chat after the victory. CJ, welcome to the show. Congratulations. A hard-fought victory. How do you feel?
I feel amazing.
I wanna get a bit of fly on the wall for a second here. What was it? Map 4, Atlas, Ram Band, Rhine on the table. Was everyone on board with that rollout? Like the right?
Yeah.
The right...
When you're looking for a